Amat Aaron Seth, Army. Abad Sergio Sagoni, Army. Abate Matthew Thomas, Marine Corps. Abeta Christopher Paul, Army. Aceves Omar, Army. Acosta Edward Joseph, Army. Acosta Rudy Alexander, Army. Ademvicius Clayton Lee, Army. Adams Christian Michael, Army. Adams Daniel Ronald, Army. Adams Ryan Christopher, Army. Adamski Frank Edwards III, Army. Adkins Charles Lewis, Army. Adkins Trevor Brandon, Army. Adkinson Vincent Byron III, Army. Aguila Francisco Javier, Army. Aguilar Amaru, Army. Agwan Eugene Michael, Army. Ahmed Shane Hassan, Army. Ainsworth Jesse Wayne, Army. Akins Kevin, Army. Albert Philip Robert, Army. Alcarez Raymond Chavez Jr., Army. Alden Nichols Jerome, Air Force. Alexson Erica Page, Army. Ailman Nicholas Jose, Marine Corps. Alexander Leroy Edward, Army. Alexander Tobias Christopher, Army. Allen Justin Bradley, Army. Allen Bruce, Army. Allers Thomas Craig, Army. Alguier Christopher Michael, Army. Allison Thomas Farrell, Army. Alt Ember Marie, Army. Altman Joseph James, Army. Alvarez Kenneth Clifford, Army. Ambard Philip Dave, Air Force. Ammerman Matthew Ryan, Army. Ammon Jeffrey Allen, Navy. Amoris Jason Gill, Marine Corps. Amper Naquar, Marine Corps. Admonson William Madden, Jr., Army. Anders Mabry James, Army. Anderson Billie Jean, Army. Anderson Brian Michael, Army. Anderson Mark Anthony, Army. Anderson Nicholas Robert, Marine Corps. Anderson Timothy Sean, Army. Andrade John Edward Sr., Army. Andrews Darren Dean, Army. Andrews Evander Earl, Air Force. Andrews Scott Anthony, Army. Angus Daniel McKinnon, Marine Corps. Antonic Christopher John, Marine Corps. Aparcio Carlos, Army. Apolinar Martin Raymond, Army. Aragon Carlos Alberto, Marine Corps. Archuleta Tamara Lee, Air Force. Argentine James David, Marine Corps. Argonish Jan Michael, Army. Arizmendez Mark, Army. Arachanga Afrin, Army. Aruda Rafael Rodriguez, Army. Arsenault Brian, Army. Ashley Joshua Ryan, Marine Corps. Ashlock Vincent Wayne, Army. Atim Paul Jed, Army. Atwell Bradley Wayne, Marine Corps. Osborne Jeffrey, Air Force. Austin Allen Jerome, Army. Austin Bartlett Lyle, Army. Axelson Matthew Jean, Navy. Ayala David, Army. Ayers Jonathan Ryan, Army. Ayube James Anthony II, Army. Babin Travis Thornton, Marine Corps. Backus Brian John, Army. Body David John, Army. Bagwell Charlie Lane, Army. Bailey Michael Chad, Marine Corps. Bailey Michael Vincent, Army. Baker Cody Glenn, Army. Baker David Raymond, Marine Corps. Baker Jeffrey Christopher, Army. Balduff Kevin Bryan, Marine Corps. Baldwin Robert Francis, Army. Ball Scott Rowan, Army. Bally Edward, Army. Baltazar Christopher Sean Jr., Marine Corps. Balthayer Jesse Michael, Marine Corps. Bancroft Michael William, Marine Corps. Banks Barbara Leon, Army. Banner George Allen Jr., Army. Barboza Flores Pedro Antonio, Marine Corps. Barfield Jason Nicholas, Marine Corps. Bernard Shane Stanley, Army. Barnes Rocco Martin, Army. Barreras Martin Ray, Army. Barrett Brandon Aaron, Marine Corps. Barrett Robert John, Army. Barry Michael Christopher, Army. Bartelt Justice Stephen Joe, Marine Corps. Bartell Daniel Benjamin, Marine Corps. Barton Christopher Ryan, Army. Barton Robert Nicholas II, Army. Bartz Paul Robert, Army. Bastian Jordan Stephen, Marine Corps. Bateman John Luke, Marine Corps. Bates Brian Russell Jr., Army. Batista Jonathan, Army. Battle Rayvon Jr., Army. Bauer Joseph Andrew, Army. Baugus Larry John Jr., Army. Baum Tane Travis, Army. Bauman Ryan Patrick, Army. Bain Taylor John, Marine Corps. Bayshore Thomas Allen Jr., Army. Beechnaw Lucas Tyler, Army. Beal John Curtis, Army. Bear Jordan Logan, Army. Beasley Bobby Edward, Army. Beauchamp Clayton Ross, Navy. Beckerman Michael Joe, Army. Bedoy Gennaro, Army. Belkifer Thomas Patrick, Army. Bell Brian Richard, Air Force. Bell Christopher Roger, Army. Bell Jerome Charles Jr., Marine Corps. Bell Russell Ryan, Army. Bell Vincent James, Marine Corps. Belmontes Jose Oscar, Army. Benitez Carlos Alonso, Army. Benjamin Adam Frank, Marine Corps. Benedson Robert, Army. Bennett Alexander James, Army. Bennett Daniel Ryan, Marine Corps. Bennett Kenneth Wade, Army. Benson Derek Carlisle, Navy. Benson Keith David, Army. Beresford Julian Lee, Army. Berkey Brian David, Air Force. Bernard Joshua Matthew, Marine Corps. Bernier Nicholas Paul Wilford, Army. Berrettini Richard Joseph, Army. Berry Richard Liam, Army. Bertolino Matthew Lee, Marine Corps. Bertrand Brian Paul, Marine Corps. Bertrand Joseph Corey, Army. Besa Jeremy Eugene, Army. Begay Baez Rafael Enrique, Army. Bill Brian Robert, Navy. Billings Randy Lee, Army. Billings Robert John, Army. Billingsley Tremaine Jamal, Army. Birchfield Joshua Harold, Marine Corps. Birdwell Christopher James, Army. Bishop John Christian, Marine Corps. Bishop Keith Robert, Army. Bittner Benjamin Franklin, Army. Blair John David, Army. Blake Joseph Robert, Army. Blamarez Jesse Allen, Army. Blanchard Aaron Roy, Army. Blaney Joshua Charles, Army. Belasco Aaron Joseph, Army. Blakowski Matthew Dean, Army. Blass Stephen Patrick, Army. Blessing J. Anthony, Army. Blevins William Seth, Army. Board Cody Allen, Army. Boatwright Alvin Adrenon, Army. Bach Michael Andrew, Marine Corps. Box Philip Allen, Marine Corps. Belk James David, Marine Corps. Bogar Jason Michael, Army. Bohall Thomas Andrew, Army. Boel Bradley Scott, Army. Bowler Peter Christopher, Army. Bolin Edward Hobelick, Army. Border Jeremy Shane, Army. James, Navy. Bordoni Christopher David, Marine Corps. Boris David Albin, Army. Borjas Federico Guerrera, Army. Bourne Joshua Allen, Army. Bostick Thomas Gordon Jr., Army. Bourgeois Matthew Joseph, Navy. Bovia Joseph Anthony, Marine Corps. Bowden Joshua James, Army. Bowden Clayton Patrick, Army. Bowen Colin J., Army. Bowers Jamal Hassan, Army. Bolus Timothy Lewis, Air Force. Bowman Brian Robert, Army. Boyd Christopher John, Marine Corps. Bradbury Brian J., Army. Braden Michael Sean, Army. Bradley Mark Andrew, Marine Corps. Bradshaw Brian N., Army. Bragg Michaela Ann, Army. Braggs Randy Rashad, Marine Corps. Brainerd John R. III, Army. Brazos Sean Edward, Navy. Brennan Joshua Charles, Army. Brennan Julian Thomas, Marine Corps. Brewster Brian Allen, Army. Brasino Alvarez Francisco Javier Jr., Army. Britton Mahalo, Andrew Trevor, Army. Brixley, Billy Don Jr., Marine Corps.
Brashew, Jordan Michael, Army. Bradeur, David Lawrence, Air Force. Brodsky, Michael John, Navy. Brougham, Matthew James, Marine Corps. Brostrom, Jonathan Paul, Army. Brown, Adam Lee Mister, Navy. Brown, Christopher Lawrence, Army. Brown, Daniel Joseph, Army. Brown, Jared William, Marine Corps. Brown, Jeremy Lynn, Army. Brown, John William, Air Force. Brown, Matthew Warren, Army. Brown, Milton W., Navy. Brown, Sateria LaFay, Army. Brown, Tara Renice, Air Force. Brown, William Dewitt III, Army. Brown, William Russell, Army. Browning, Charles Robert, Army. Brummond, Gavin Roderick, Marine Corps. Bruner, Thomas Lee, Army. Brunkhorst, Scott William, Army. Bryant, Frank Deal Jr., Air Force. Bryson, Stephen Lamone, Marine Corps. Bubatz, Andrew Stephen, Air Force. Buckley, Gregory Thomas, Marine Corps. Wenangua, Arden Joseph Ayuson, Marine Corps. Buffalo, Lauren Miles, Army. Bull, Douglas John, Army. Bullard, James David, Army. Bunn, Larry Dolan, Air Force. Bunting, Brian Matthew, Army. Burris, Michael John, Air Force. Burgess, Brian Allen, Army. Burgess, Scott Hamilton, Army. Buckholder, Jason Evan, Army. Burley, Nicholas Bryan, Army. Burnett, Dustin Kelby, Navy. Burnett, James Rowland Jr., Army. Burnside, Antonio Carlos, Army. Burrow, Dennis James, Marine Corps. Burry, Brandon Cole, Marine Corps. Butcher, Serena Nicole, Army. Butler, Thomas Jefferson IV, Army. Buttry, Brandon Lucas, Army. Boots, James Arlen, Army. Bucksbaum, Justin Lee, Army. Buys, Adam Joseph, Marine Corps. Bazinski, Keith Thomas, Army. Bird, Jordan Matthew, Army. Virus, Stephen Franklin, Navy. Kabakhoy, Christopher Francis, Army. Cabin, Eric, Army. Cable, Michael Christopher, Army. Cabrera, David Elliott, Army. Caher, William John, Marine Corps. Kane, Justin James, Marine Corps. Kane, Norman Lewis III, Army. Calero, Jeffrey Ray, Army. Calhoun, Marvin Ray Jr., Army. Callahan, Sean Timothy, Marine Corps. Callaway, Isaiah, Army. Callow, Jason Dean, Marine Corps. Camaro, Christopher Labiano, Marine Corps. Campbell, Anthony Charles Jr., Air Force. Campbell, Christopher George, Navy. Campbell, Damian Garland, Army. Campbell, Joshua Ross, Army. Campbell, Carl Andrew, Army. Campos, Gerardo, Army. Canham, Dustin Lee, Marine Corps. Cannon, Mark Russell, Navy. Cantu, Shane William, Army. Caraballo Petrie, Jose Manuel, Army. Corazzo Mario Delos Angeles, Marine Corps. Carbolito Anthony Mark, Navy. Cardenas Michael David P., Army. Cardoza Kevin, Army. Carlson Daniel Lewis, Army. Carnes Nicholas Ray, Army. Carney Scott Michael, Army. Karen Joseph Theory, Army. Carpenter Andrew Paul, Marine Corps. Carroll Jacob Charles, Army. Carroll Patrick Ryan, Army. Karen Paul Douglas, Army. Carse Nathan Brock, Army. Carson Sean Patrick, Navy. Carter Curtis Anthony, Army. Carter David Rudolph, Army. Carter James, Army. Cartwright Charles Isaac, Marine Corps. Carver Jacob Russell, Army. Carver Ross Stephen, Marine Corps. Carwile Donald Clayton, Army. Casey Nicholas Anthony, Army. Casillas Justin Aaron, Army. Caskey Joseph Davis, Marine Corps. Caseta Jesse Adam, Marine Corps. Castiglione Benjamin Phillip, Navy. Castro Andrew Jordan, Army. Castro John Paul, Army. Cathcart Michael Anthony, Army. Catherwood Alec Ernst, Marine Corps. Catlett Matthew Ryan, Army. Cawley George Walter, Army. Cazares Roberto, Marine Corps. Semper Joseph Bryan, Army. Ceniceros Irvin Martin, Marine Corps. Centani Rick Joseph, Marine Corps. Cerros Ricardo Jr., Army. Cervantes Victor Hugo, Army. Schaffin James Edward III, Army. Chambers David James, Army. Chandler Christian Jacob, Army. Chandler Jeremy Allen, Army. Chaplot Christopher David, Army. Chapman John Allen, Air Force. Chapman Nathan Ross, Army. Charlton Robert Keith, Army. Charpentier Andrew Scott, Navy. Chartay Philip Gerald Etchner, Marine Corps. Chase Julian Clement, Marine Corps. Chavers Brock Henry, Army. Chai Caillou Hayek, Army. Checo Stephen, Army. Check Nicholas David, Army. Chin Danny, Army. Cherry Craig William, Army. Chihuahua Shannon, Army. Childers Cody Stephen, Marine Corps. Childs Gregory Lamont, Army. Chiamento Robert Joseph II, Army. Chisholm Benjamin Glenn, Army. Cho Florence Bekong, Navy. Kristen James Michael, Army. Christian Eric Damon, Marine Corps. Christian Rusty Hunter, Army. Crabot Jordan Lee, Marine Corps. Sierra Mataro Dominic John, Marine Corps. Clark Bruce Kevin, Army. Clark Shazray Clay Antoine, Army. Clark Corey Luttrell Sr., Army. Clark Jeffrey Lane, Marine Corps. Clark Philip P., Marine Corps. Clark Ryan Glenn, Army. Clark Theodore Jr., Marine Corps. Clark Todd John, Army. Clarkson Joel David, Army. Claunch Herbert Ronald, Army. Clayton Hilda Ivelis, Army. Cleaver John James, Army. Clemens Brian Michael, Army. Clemens Sean Michael, Army. Clements Chad Derrick, Army. Cliff Richard Gordon Jr., Army. Clore Peter James, Marine Corps. Klaus Justin Robert, Army. Clowers Jesse Gladden Jr., Army. Cochilas Junot M.L., Army. Cochran Kenneth Eldrin, Marine Corps. Coffey Keaton Grant, Marine Corps. Coughlin Christopher James, Army. Cohee Walter Francis III, Marine Corps. Cole Brent Scott, Army. Cole Jeremiah Scott, Army. Coleman Chad Derrick, Army. Coleman Justin Dean, Army. Coleman Mark Wayne, Army. Collin Matthew Christopher, Army. Collins Jeremy Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Collins Sean Martin, Army. Colvin Julian Lee, Army. Combs Casey Dean, Army. Comfort Kyle Aaron, Army. Commons Matthew Allen, Army. Conlon Paul Edward Jr., Army. Connolly David Scott, Army. Connolly Ryan James, Army. Conrad Timothy John Jr., Army. Contreras Coran Polito, Army. Cook Nicholas Scott, Army. Cook Robert James, Army. Cook Ryan James, Army. Cooper Keenan Alexander, Army. Cooper William Justin Lee, Marine Corps. Copes Gregory Todd, Marine Corps. Cordo Douglas Leonard, Army. Corlew Sean Mitchell, Air Force. Corley Clark Arnold Jr., Army. Corma Salvatore Simplicio II, Army. Cornelius Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Corpus Bernard Paul, Army. Corral Joshua Daniel, Marine Corps. Cortez Caesar, Army. Cortez William Eugene, Army. Corzine Kenneth A., Marine Corps. Cortesiers Niall William, Marine Corps. Cottle Robert James, Marine Corps. Kumas Kyle Andrew, Army. Corsi Peter John, Army. Catu Kyle Joseph, Marine Corps. Cowdrey Robert Bryan, Army. Cox Daniel Lee, Army. Cox Nathan Matthew, Army. Cox Nathan William, Army. Craig Adam Daniel, Army. Craig Brian Thomas, Army. Craig Heath Nathaniel, Army. Crane Richard Michael, Army. Crass Leighton Bradley, Marine Corps. Creamer Zanai Kai, Army. Creighton Andrew James, Army. Chrysostomo Jose San, Army. Cross Bradley Stephen, Army. Cross Peter Kyle, Army. Kraus William Harry IV, Marine Corps.
Crow Robert Wayne Jr., Army. Crumpler Josiah Dennis, Army. Crittenden, Aaron Brett, Army. Cruz, Joseph, Army. Cueto, Kevin Alexander, Marine Corps. Colbreth, Justin Eric, Army. Quayers, Ari Richard, Army. Cullens, Joshua James, Marine Corps. Cunningham, Jason DeCastro, Air Force. Cunningham, Joe Lee, Army. Currieri, Joseph Francisco, Army. Courier, Eric Dennis, Marine Corps. Curry, Michael Seaford Jr., Army. Curtis, Jonathan Michael, Army. Curtis, Kurt Robert, Army. Cutsforth, Sean Russell, Army. Gazupi, Paul Orazio II, Army. Sear, Brandon Lee, Air Force. DeAugustine, Joseph, Marine Corps. Daling, Mitchell Kirk, Army. Dahl, Michael Anthony Jr., Army. Dulkey, Jason Sean, Army. Damas, Leopold Fred, Marine Corps. Damon, Patrick Daniel, Army. Daniels, Devin James, Army. Daniels, Nicholas Allen, Marine Corps. Danny Luke, Carrie Michael George, Army. Darrow, James Michael, Army. Davis, Adam James, Army. Davis, Bryant Leroy, Navy. Davis, David Allen, Army. Davis, Jefferson Donald, Army. Davis, Jonathan Frank, Army. Davis, Jonathan Dale, Marine Corps. Davis, Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Davis, Justin Ray, Army. Davis, Nathan Tyler, Army. Davis, Robert Jean, Army. Davis, Timothy Peter, Air Force. Dawson, Ezra, Army. Dawson, William Brandon, Army. Day, David Pyrie, Marine Corps. Day, Jared William, Navy. DeZacharon, Edward Herbert, Army. De La Pena Hernandez, Esau Evan, Army. De La Rosa, Fernando, Army. Deans, Patrick David, Army. DeBoer, Dane Adam, Marine Corps. DeBose, Coder Bernard, Army. DeCotu, Mark Paul, Army. DeFazio, Robert William, Army. DeHand, Bernard Lee, Army. Del Castillo, Dimitri Alejandro, Army. DeLuzio, Stephen Joseph, Army. De Mauricio, Michael Robert II, Army. Denier, Anthony Joseph, Marine Corps. Dennis, Jacob Anthony, Army. Dennis, Jared Roton, Army. Dennis, Preston John, Army. DePody, Jeremy Edward, Army. DePrimo, Jeffrey Frank, Army. Durande, Leroy III, Army. Desforges, Joshua David, Marine Corps. Desolini, Bruno Giancarlo, Army. DeVoy, Patrick Allen II, Army. Dew, Victor Anthony, Marine Corps. DeWater, Richard Allen, Army. DeWurst, Nick A., Army. DeYoung, Matthew James, Marine Corps. Dacey, Ari Tyler, Army. Diaz Boria, Roberto Efren, Army. Diaz, Christopher, Marine Corps. Diaz, Isaac Edward, Army. Dickhut, Nicholas Michael, Army. Dickinson, Scott Edward, Marine Corps. Dickmeyer, Adam Lynn, Army. Dixon, Richard Andrew, Air Force. Daner, Jackie Lee II, Army. Dietrich, Jesse Wayne, Army. Dietz, Danny Philip Jr., Navy. DeFrederico, Albert Edward, Navy. Dixis, Alan Nathan, Army. Delizio, Anthony Attillo, Marine Corps. Dillon, James Robert Jr., Marine Corps. Dimmock, Joseph Whiting II, Army. Diamond, Scott Jean, Army. Dinterman, Michael Richard, Army. Dion, John Philip, Army. Disney, Jason A., Army. DeVilly, Dwayne William, Air Force. Dixon, Edward Fred III, Army. Doberiner, Adam Eugene, Army. Dodds Dudley, Thomas Joseph, Marine Corps. Doles, John Glenn, Army. Dolphin, Patrick Ryan, Marine Corps. Demiges, Christopher Bryan, Army. Dominion, Alex Frank, Marine Corps. Donahue, Max William, Marine Corps. Donahue, Michael Joseph, Army. Donaldson, Christopher Bryan, Army. Davinsky, Robert John, Army. Donnelly, William James IV, Marine Corps. Doherty, James Paul, Army. Dugandera, John, Navy. Duville, Daniel Lee, Air Force. Downer, Mark Jordan, Army. Drake, Christopher Rashawn, Army. Drake, David Andrew, Army. Dralick, David Joseph, Army. Drawl, Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Dries, Stephen Thomas, Army. Dronette, Brandon Ryan, Marine Corps. Duart, Christopher Joseph, Marine Corps. Duffman, Scott Eric, Air Force. Dumas, Joseph Robert, Marine Corps. Dumont, Paul Edmund Jr., Army. Duncan, Spencer Colson, Army. Dunn, Helan Terrell, Marine Corps. Dunning, Stephen Joel, Marine Corps. DuPont, Kevin Allen, Army. DuPont, Stephen Lloyd, Army. Durgan, Russell Meade, Army. Durham, Patrick Keith, Army. Durkin, Kara Marie, Army. Duncan, Sean Michael, Army. Duskin, Michael Stephen, Army. Dutcher, Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Dutton, James Evan, Army. Diaz, Robert Steele Jr., Army. Dykus, Edward Joe, Marine Corps. Dyer, Scott William, Army. Eastman, Christopher Lucas, Marine Corps. Ebers, James Henry, Army. Ebert, Kevin Richard, Navy. Eckert, Christopher William, Marine Corps. Edens, Jason Kyle, Army. Edgerton, Donald Rocky, Army. Edgin, Kevin Finch, Army. Edmonds, John Joseph, Army. Edgars, Daniel William, Army. Eggleston, Brandon Forrest, Army. Egnor, Jody Lynn, Army. Aiken, Nicholas Dwayne, Air Force. Elam, Gregory Lowell, Army. Elazaris, Emilio Ephraim, Army. Ellis, Robert Wayne, Army. Ellis, Vincent James, Army. Elm, Michael Davis, Army. Elwell, Kenneth Bryan, Army. Emmons, Richard Charleston III, Army. Emmerich, Jordan Blake, Marine Corps. Inslee, Zachary Ryan, Army. Enos, Darrell Lynn, Navy. Eppinger, Garrick Lewis Jr., Army. Erickson, Caleb Lane, Marine Corps. Esposito, Michael John Jr., Army. Essery, Keith Eric, Army. Essex, Richard Allen, Army. Estelle, Raymond Gray II, Air Force. Estelle, Bobby Lee, Army. Espinal, Jason Hill, Marine Corps. Estrada, Kyler Levon, Navy. Eugenio, Carlos Francisco, Army. Evans, Jerry Randall Jr., Army. Ewans, Forrest Pinkerton, Army. Huey, Jared Wayne, Army. Ezernak, Troy Shane, Army. Foss, John Weston, Navy. Fabry, Ralph John, Marine Corps. Fahey, David Richard Jr., Army. Fairbarn, Aaron Eli, Army. Falkel, Christopher Matthew, Army. Fankhauser, Joseph Henry, Marine Corps. Fannin, Daniel Neal, Air Force. Fannin, Sean D., Army. Font, Garrett Anthony, Army. Farias, John Felix, Marine Corps. Farkas, Daniel, Army. Farley, Brandon Wade, Army. Farley, Derek John, Army. Farrell, Sean Michael II, Army. Ferris, Joshua Ray, Army. Bastutka, Lewis Robert, Army. Faulkner, Jeremy Pat, Army. Faust, Aaron Matthew, Marine Corps. Bazari, Matthew Gregory, Army. Feder, Daniel Lewis, Marine Corps. Feeks, Patrick Delaney, Navy. Feisner, Curtis Donald, Army. Fajaran, Gregory Duanis, Army. Feldhaus, Dustin James, Army. Feliciano Gutierrez, Kevin Edgard, Army. Fenty, Joseph James Jr., Army. Fernandez, Christopher James Cepeda, Army. Fernandez, Kyle Kai Eo, Army. Ferrara, Matthew Charles, Army. Farrell, Bruce Ernest, Marine Corps. Fields, Aaron David, Army. Fike, Robert James, Army. Fingar, Jason David, Army. Finley, James Matthew, Army. Finningham, Eric Matong, Army. Bertomig, Jerome, Army. Fiscus, Michael Todd, Army. Fisher, Zachary Michael, Army. Fitz, Crystal Marie, Army. Fitzgibbon, Patrick Scott, Army. Fitzmaurice, Joseph Patrick Newman, Navy. Flanagan, William Timothy, Army. Flannery, Sean Michael, Army. Fleischner, Jacob Rudolph, Army. Fleming, Scott Joseph, Marine Corps. Fleury, Gregory Michael William, Marine Corps. Flores, David Wayne Westfall. Flores, Jose Olar Jr., Army.
Flores Michael Paul, Air Force. Flynn John Michael, Army. Fogarty Thomas Kent, Army. Fontaine Jacques Jules, Navy. Foraker Ryan Dane, Army. Forday Omar Wilford, Army. Fordyce James Floyd, Marine Corps. Forrester Mark Andrew, Air Force. Fortunato Stephen Robert, Army. Foshi Jeremy Dale, Army. Folks Christopher Scott, Marine Corps. Fox Dylan B., Army. Fracker Dale Edward Jr., Army. Fraze David Maurice, Army. Fralish John Thomas, Navy. Frampton Gregory Michael, Army. Francesconi Alberto, Marine Corps. Frank Edward J. II, Army. Franklin Benny Chantal, Army. Frazier Danielle Alexander, Army. Frazier Jacob Lee, Air Force. Fredsty Nicholas Charles, Army. Freeman Daniel Jason, Army. Freeman Jamel Talib, Army. Freeman Matthew Charles Hayes, Marine Corps. Freeman Michael Luis Jr., Marine Corps. Freeman Ronald Douglas, Marine Corps. Freewald Jason Richard, Navy. French Alex IV, Army. Frizen Demetrius Montaz, Army. Frith Carrie Wayne, Army. Fritchie William Ryan, Army. Froctor Chad Dennis, Marine Corps. Fierst Joseph Frederick III, Army. Fuga Michael Toa, Army. Fuller Chad Edward, Army. Gabel Michael John, Army. Gaffney Charles Patrick Jr., Army. Gailey Christopher Drew, Army. Galaraza Hernandez Vilmar, Army. Galuski Justin Joseph, Army. Gallegos Justin Timothy, Army. Gallinger Long, Riley, Navy. Galvin Daniel Lee, Army. Gamble Garrett William, Marine Corps. Gamon Vincent Emmanuel III, Marine Corps. Garabrandt Brandon John, Marine Corps. Garbs Ryan Clark, Army. Garcia Anthony Christian, Navy. Garcia Israel, Army. Garcia Jared De Jesus, Army. Garcia Michael Jonathan, Army. Garner Mark Andes, Army. Garrison Joseph Michael, Marine Corps. Gartner Ryan Anthony, Army. Garver Corey Edwin, Army. Garvin Nathaniel Douglas, Army. Garza Damian James, Army. Garza Rogelio Rolanda Jr., Army. Gass Gerard David Jr., Army. Gasson Jacob Alexander, Army. Gates Benson Austin Harper, Air Force. Gathercole Christopher, Army. Gaudette Bradley Justin, Army. Geary Daniel Joseph, Marine Corps. Geary Michael Eric, Marine Corps. Geiger Christopher Patrick, Army. Galig Ian Timothy Dagdag, Army. Gentz Joel Christopher, Air Force. George Matthew Eric, Army. George Philip Carson, Marine Corps. Germosen Scott Nelson, Marine Corps. Gibbons Thomas Joseph, Army. Gibson Jonathan Shelby, Navy. Gideon Nicholas Hugh Joseph, Army. Geese Joseph Ryan, Marine Corps. Gifford Jonathan William, Marine Corps. Gilbert Robert Lee II, Marine Corps. Gilbert William Joseph, Army. Gil Carlos Edward, Army. Gillespie Randy Joe, Air Force. Gilman Benjamin Lewis, Army. Gannett Adam Kenneth, Air Force. Gilman Benjamin Lewis, Army. Gannett Adam Kenneth, Air Force. Giordano Michael Robert, Army. Geyer Joshua Seth, Army. Glendy Theodore Matthew, Army. Gore Shamus Otto, Army. Gakey Christopher Schultz, Army. Getz Dale Allen, Army. Golding Nicholas Darwin, Army. Goldsmith Wyatt Andrew, Army. Gallnitz Jonathan Allen, Army. Gomez Billy, Army. Goncalo Ethan Luis, Army. Gonsalves Chad Aaron, Army. Gonzalez Aiden Jr., Marine Corps. Gonzalez Joseph Francisco, Army. Gonzalez Edwin, Navy. Gonzalez Jaime Jr., Army. Gonzalez Luis Manuel, Army. Gonzalez Moises Jesus, Army. Gonzalez Garza Rodrigo, Army. Gonzalez O'Malley, Araceli, Army. Gooch Gary Lee Jr., Army. Good Alicia Sabrina, Air Force. Good Jordan Emil, Army. Godine Brandon Dwayne, Army. Goodiron Nathan Joel, Army. Goodman Ashton Lynn Marie, Air Force. Goodnature Corey James, Army. Goodwin Robert Stacy, Army. Gordon Brandon Drew, Army. Gordon Brittany Bria, Army. Gordon Robert David II, Army. Gordon Terry Kashan, Army. Gorham Brian Lee, Army. Gornushwis Brett Edward, Army. Gora Marcos Antonio, Army. Gould Christopher James, Army. Goyette Mark Raymond, Marine Corps. Grace Edward Savvy, Army. Grace Keith Aaron Jr., Army. Grady Katrina Renee, Navy. Grady Ryan John, Army. Graham Kevin James, Army. Gramath Thomas Joseph, Air Force. Granado Alejandro III, Army. Grant Christopher O'Brien, Marine Corps. Gray Joshua Allen, Army. Gray Walter David, Air Force. Green Anthony Gabriel, Army. Green Douglas J., Army. Green Michael Lee, Army. Green Stacy Andrew, Marine Corps. Green Harold Joseph, Army. Green Jeremy Richard, Army. Greer Christopher Daniel, Marine Corps. Greniger Robert Stephen, Marine Corps. Grider Ronald Aaron, Army. Greico Kevin Douglas, Army. Grimmel Jarrett Pearson, Army. Griffin Christopher Todd, Army. Griffin Dale Russell, Army. Griffin Kevin James, Army. Griffin Tyler Owen, Marine Corps. Griffin John Kripe, Army. Griffin Samuel Mark, Marine Corps. Grindy Jesse James, Army. Griner Aaron Matthew, Army. Grissom James Floyd, Army. Krachawak Casey James, Army. Grogan Travis Wayne, Army. Gross Dustin Dean, Army. Gross Frank Robert, Army. Grospanigua William Benjamin, Army. Groves James Dennison III, Army. Guerra Rawl Madrigal, Army. Gilroy Michael James, Marine Corps. Gullett Jeremy Raymond, Army. Gurr Daniel David, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Augustin, Army. Gutierrez David Hector, Army. Katowski Stephen Edward, Army. Guzman Rivera Christian Armando, Marine Corps. Guzman Gabriel, Army. Hadaway Brandon Eugene, Army. Hager Roger Gary Michael, Marine Corps. Haggerty Scott Allen, Army. Hairston Samuel Carlos, Army. Hall Benjamin John, Army. Hall Blake Wade, Army. Hall David Eugene, Army. Hall David Ray, Marine Corps. Hall Jeffrey Allen, Army. Hall Jonathan David, Army. Hall Ryan Preston, Air Force. Hallett John Louis III, Army. Hamburger Patrick Douglas, Army. Hamilton Adam Scott, Army. Hamilton Donnell Antoine Jr., Army. Hammer Call Eric, Army. Hamsky Joseph John, Air Force. Han Kimball Andrews, Army. Hand Andrew Lee, Army. Hand Nicholas Joel, Marine Corps. Haney Randy Michael, Army. Hannon Sean Thomas, Army. Hanson Danielle Louise, Marine Corps. Hanson Dennis Joe, Army. Hanson John Eric, Army. Hanson Justin Michael, Marine Corps. Hanson Matthias Newman, Marine Corps. Hardin Ethan Carroll, Army. Hardison Jeremy Franklin, Army. Hart Adam Jeffrey, Army. Hart Joshua Mitchell, Army. Hargrove Zachary Hayden, Army. Hario Eric William, Army. Harley William James Jr., Army. Harmon Matthew Allen, Army. Harper Andrew Martin, Army. Harper Scott Daniel, Marine Corps. Harriman Stanley Lorne, Army. Harris Devon Jamal, Army. Harris Joseph Graham, Army. Harris Joshua Thomas, Navy. Harris Joshua William, Army. Harris Larry Donnell Jr., Marine Corps. Harris Tareen Travanti, Army. Harris Todd Monroe, Army. Harrison Calvin Bernard, Army. Harrison James Warren Jr., Army. Hart Bradley Charles, Army. Hartman David James, Army. Harton Joshua Alexander, Army. Harvell Andrew William, Air Force.
Harvey James William II, Army. Hassenauer Jason Daniel, Army. Hassenplau William Earl, Army. Hatfield Jerome David, Marine Corps. Hawkins Patrick Christopher, Army. Hayes John Eric, Marine Corps. Hayes Bruce Even, Army. Hayes Nathan Paul, Marine Corps. Healy Daniel Richard, Navy. Healy James Caleb, Army. Heck Randy Michael, Marine Corps. Heady Jr. Michael Wayne, Marine Corps. Hefner Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Houghton Justin Ryan, Army. Hemauer Kyle Matthew, Army. Henderson Aaron Arthur, Army. Henderson Brian James, Army. Henderson Christopher Dale, Army. Henderson John McKenzie, Jr., Army. Hennon John Michael, Army. Hennigan Matthew Robert, Army. Hensley Nicholas Charlie, Army. Hercules Russell Shane, Jr., Army. Heredia Edgar Alberto, Marine Corps. Hermanson, Matthew Daniel, Army. Hermogino, Ken King, Army. Hernandez, Chavez Jose Iman, Army. Hernandez, Alex III, Army. Hernandez, Derek, Marine Corps. Hernandez, Edelman Leonardo, Army. Hernandez, Emmanuel, Army. Hernandez, Jose Alonso, Marine Corps. Hernandez, Joseph Michael, Army. Hernandez, Roberto Antonio II, Army. Herrera, Octavio, Army. Herrera, Purnell Johnny, Army. Herrera, Rocky II, Army. Hershey, Brett Michael, Army. Heselton, Edward Ralph, Army. Hess, David Allen, Army. Hess, Jacob Michael, Marine Corps. Hess, Robert Joseph, Army. Hickey, Julie Rochelle, Army. Hickman, Jason Omar Bradley, Army. Hicks, Channing Bowe, Army. Hicks, Darren Terrell, Army. Hicks, Jamar Avery, Army. Hicks, Jason Carlisle, Air Force. Hidalgo, Darren Miguel, Army. Heyerholzer, David Michael, Army. Heister, Michael Thomas, Army. Hyatt, Anton Hazan, Army. Higgins, Tanner Stone, Army. High, Charles Milton IV, Army. High, Stephen Carell, Army. Hike, Adrian Edward, Army. Hilleman, Kevin Joseph, Army. Hildner, Terrence John, Army. Hill, Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Hill, Joshua Lee, Army. Hill, Kevin Olson, Army. Hill, Sean Fitzgerald, Army. Hilton, Matthew Lee, Army. Hines, Derek Stephen, Army. Heizon, Rudolph Ryan, Army. Hobbs, Brian Scott, Army. Hogan, Donald James, Marine Corps. Hogan, Hunter Dalton, Marine Corps. Holbrook, Jason Ellis, Army. Holder, Kyle Matthew, Army. Holland, Derek David, Army. Holly, Floyd Earl Courtney, Marine Corps. Holman, Eric Scott, Army. Holmes, David Alexander, Army. Holtz, Tyler Nicholas, Army. Holzimer, Matthew I, Navy. Honecker, Christopher Stephen, Army. Honeycutt, Terry Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Hoover, Brian Allen, Army. Hornbarger, James Robert, Air Force. Horn, Patricia Lee, Army. Horns, Christopher Alexander, Army. Hornsby, Brian Daniel, Army. Horsley, Justin Lewis, Army. Horton, Christopher David, Army. Hosey, Michael Wesley, Army. Hosford, Chester Wayne, Army. Hoskins, J. Michael, Marine Corps. Hostetter, Jonathan Michael Dean, Army. Hotchkin, Gunnar Randall, Army. Houston, Kevin Arthur, Navy. Hovater, Jason Dane, Army. Howard, Abram LaRue, Marine Corps. Howard, Bryce Daniel, Army. Howard, Meredith Lee, Army. Howick, Christopher Thomas, Army. Harbeck, Christopher Richard, Marine Corps. Hatak, Long Fiothu, Marine Corps. Hughes, Bradley Scott, Army. Huey, Buddy James, Army. Hewling, John Patrick, Marine Corps. Hunsberger, Travis Kent, Army. Hunter, James Patrick, Army. Herney, Terry John, Army. Hurt, David Lee, Army. Hughes, Dakota Ray, Marine Corps. Houston, Matthew David, Army. Hutchins, Andrew Lewis, Army. Highland, Joshua Michael, Army. Ionelli, Ryan Kenneth, Marine Corps. Ibarra, Jose, Marine Corps. Ide, James Roger V, Army. Imlay, Francis D. Jr., Air Force. Infante, Jesse, Army. Ingham, Matthew Nevin, Marine Corps. Ingram, Matthew Lee, Army. Ingram, Michael Keith Jr., Army. Eisenhower, Brett Daniel, Army. Islip, Brandon Taylor, Army. History, Aaron Dale, Army. Jackson, Francisco Raphael, Marine Corps. Jackson, Isaac Brandon, Army. Jackson, Joe Michael, Marine Corps. Jackson, Mark Wayne, Army. Jackson, Timothy Matthew, Marine Corps. Jackson, Wakuna Elmira, Army. Jacobs, Keith Lamont Jr., Army. Jacobs, Sean Robert, Army. Jacoby, Kip Allen, Army. Jakes, Michael Jamal Jr., Navy. Jala, Dennis Jr., Army. James, Dennis Jr., Army. James, Errol Melvin, Army. James, Lakita Pate, Navy. Jankowitz, Michael Douglas, Army. Jarbo, Jamie Darrell, Army. Gerald, John Haskell, Army. Jarvis, Barry Edward, Army. Javier, Conrado Diaz Jr., Army. Jane, Ryan Paul, Army. Jefferson, David Anthony, Army. Jefferson, William Haywood Jr., Air Force. Jeffries, Douglas J. Jr., Army. Jeffries, Joseph Allen, Army. Jenkins, Corey J., Army. Jenkins, Gerald Robert, Army. Jenrette, Kevin Michael, Army. Jensen Dennis Gregory, Army. Jeske Ryan, Marine Corps. Jetton Joshua A. Lynn, Army. Hertel Charles Scott, Army. Johns Jason Douglas, Army. Johnson Allen Cornelius, Army. Johnson Benjamin Allen, Navy. Johnson Clifton David, Army. Johnson Daniel James, Air Force. Johnson David Andrew, Army. Johnson Donna Ray, Army. Johnson Edwin Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Johnson Isaac Lee Jr., Army. Johnson Jeffrey Warren, Marine Corps. Johnson John Corey, Army. Johnson Joseph Dennis, Army. Johnson Justin Broussard Sr., Army. Johnson Kalen Christopher Lee, Army. Johnson Larry Michael, Marine Corps. Johnson Matthew James, Army. Johnson Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Johnson Nicholas Scott, Army. Johnson Ramon Lee Allen, Marine Corps. Johnson Timothy Lamar, Army. Johnson Trevon Travis, Army. Johnson Trevor Jeremiah, Marine Corps. Johnston Jason Michael, Army. Jones Adam Douglas, Marine Corps. Jones Eric Alton, Marine Corps. Jones Jason Benjamin, Army. Jones Landon Lee, Navy. Jones Omar Alejandro, Army. Jones Peyton Alexander, Army. Jones Richard Calvin, Army. Jones Ricky Dwayne, Army. Jordan Jeffrey William, Army. Joyce Kevin Boyd, Marine Corps. Juarez Mark David, Marine Corps. Juden Tyler Austin, Army. Justison Anthony T., Army. Justice James Allen, Army. Justice James Austin, Army. Collar Matthew Ryan, Army. Kaipat Ramon Taisakan, Marine Corps. Caliphate Christopher Edward, Navy. Kankler Dennis Edward, Marine Corps. Kane Jeremy Mitchell, Marine Corps. Cantor Matthew Jeffrey, Navy. Karch Christopher Neal, Army. Corella Jason Anthony, Marine Corps. Casson Robert Paul, Army. Katzenberger Christopher M., Army. Katzenberger Jeremy Andrew, Army. Kearney James Charles III, Army. Keating Benjamin David, Army. Keller Andrew James, Army. Kelly Michael Jason, Army. Kelly Nigel David, Army. Kelly Robert Michael, Marine Corps. Kelsall Jonas B., Navy. Kennefic Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Kennedy Joseph Allen, Army. Kennedy Nathan Patrick, Army. Kennedy Thomas Elliott, Army. Kern Kurt William, Army. Kerwood William Joe, Air Force. Kessler, Kevin James, Army. Kessler, Richard James, Jr., Navy. Kettle, Jeffrey Dwayne, Army.
Kim John Francis, Army. Kimbrough Paul Wayne, Army. King Brandon Michael, Army. King Jared Lee, Army. King Ryan Charles, Army. Kinzer Adam Gareth, Army. Kirk Joshua John, Army. Kerspel Michael Dana Jr., Army. Curtin Brandon Michael, Army. Kervin Nicholas Kane, Marine Corps. Kisling Daniel Leon Jr., Army. Kiseloff Dennis De Leon, Army. Kidowski Charles Bernard III, Army. Kleinwacher Chris K., Army. Klausakic Eric Justin, Army. Knapp Michael Joseph, Army. Knight Marcus Irving, Army. Knox Jobran Stephen, Army. Knudsen Sarah Marie, Army. Coe Stephen Robert, Army. Kaler Edward William III, Army. Cole Shane Marion, Army. Kopp Benjamin Stephen, Army. Quote Noah Mark, Army. Kowal Corey Joseph, Army. Kramer Aaron Keith, Army. Kraus Sharish Naranhan Abba, Army. Krins Tyler Richard, Army. Ridlow Dell Justin, Army. Ripner Andrew Mark, Army. Christensen Eric Samsel, Army. Kropat Jason Michael, Army. Kropov Serge, Marine Corps. Kubik Ronald Allen, Army. Kulgrowski Adam Michael, Army. Kutzbach Patrick Francis, Army. Laborde John Keith, Army. Lacey William Kelly, Army. Lackey James Bertant, Air Force. Lagman Anthony Santos, Army. Lalier Gerard Allen, Army. Lamar Daniel James II, Marine Corps. Lambeck Todd William, Army. Lambert Michael Scott, Army. Lancaster Joshua Trevin, Army. Landcore Joseph Michael, Army. Land Brett Willie, Army. Landis Christopher Andrew, Army. Landrum Brandon James, Army. Lane Mitchell Arthur, Army. Lane Randall Ray, Army. Lane Ryan H., Marine Corps. Lagavin Sean Canay Aldrich, Army. Langlis Louis James, Navy. Lanningham Ira Benjamin IV, Army. Large Samuel Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Larson Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Lasher Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Latour Jacob, Marine Corps. Lawrence Joshua Sean, Army. Lawson Daniel Courtney, Army. Lawson Eric Timothy Sr., Army. Lawton Garrett Tucker, Marine Corps. Lay Patrick Lewis II, Army. Layton James Ray, Navy. Leach Matthew John, Army. Leckwick Ivan Derrick, Army. Lee Carly Matson III, Army. Lee Daniel Tyler, Army. Lee Dick Alson Jr., Army. Lee James Sean Marine Corps. Lee Jinsu, Army. Lee Roger, Army. Lehan Damon Thomas, Army. Leggett Matthew Ivan, Army. Lee Miller Michael Robert, Army. Lee Jacob Carl, Marine Corps. Lembeck David Lee, Army. Lembeck Eric Nathaniel, Army. Lembeck Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Lenstrock Joseph Allen, Army. Leon Guerrero Brian Stephen, Army. Leonard Jamie Elizabeth, Army. Leonhardt Brian Jeffrey, Army. Levins Donnie Lee Ford, Marine Corps. Levy Christopher Phoenix Jacob, Marine Corps. Lou Harry, Marine Corps. Lewis Darrell Cornelius, Army. Lewis Joseph Michael, Army. Lewis Lex Lee, Army. Lewis Timothy Dale, Marine Corps. Lusader Roy Persimmon Jr., Army. Libby George Varanus, Army. Lightfoot Anthony Marcus, Army. Lyles Stewart Forrest, Army. Lillard Nathan Edward, Army. Lily Arthur Leroy, Army. Lily Joseph Michael, Army. Lim Daniel, Army. Lind Darren Michael, Army. Lindanu Robert Dwayne, Army. Lindsay Nathaniel Bradley, Army. Linskog Jameson Lynn, Army. Lindstrom Eric James, Army. Linnaberry Daniel Lee II, Marine Corps. Lipari Kevin Ernest, Army. Lobosco Andrew Thomas, Army. Lobriaco Todd James, Jr., Air Force. Locke Gwendolyn Ann, Air Force. Loisa Roberto, Jr., Army. Loftus John Darren, Air Force. Logan Joseph Daniel, Marine Corps. Loney Uvert, Army. Longsworth Christian, Army. Lonely Andrew Richard, Army. Loney Brandon John, Navy. Lopez Angel Lewis, Army. Lopez Jesus Jonathan, Army. Lopez Joseph Charles, Marine Corps. Lopez Ruben Jesus, Army. Lopez Castañeda Juan, Marine Corps. Loredo Eduardo, Army. Lorenzo Christopherson Bernardo, Army. Lozano Raymond, Air Force. Lovejoy Zachary George, Army. Lowe Jaime Russell, Marine Corps. Lowell Jacob Michael, Army. Lowry Connor Thomas, Marine Corps. Lucas Jason Allen, Army. Lucas Jeffrey Allen, Navy. Lucas Leon Horace Jr., Marine Corps. Luce Roland George Jr., Army. Lugo Martin Anthony, Army. Lucayla Joshua Aconi, Army. Lumley Ryan Michael, Army. Lundell Scott Blanchard, Army. Lundy Brian Keith Jr., Navy. Lucier Jonathan Luke, Army. Lutz David Christopher, Army. Luxmore Bryant Jordan, Army. Libert Patrick Lee, Army. Lynch Scott Albert, Marine Corps. Lynch Terry J., Army. Lyon David Urin, Air Force. Lyons John Alden, Army. Lyons Neil Damian, Army. Mace Stephen Lee, Army. McFarland Bruce Andrew, Army. Mackey Herman III, Air Force. McPherson Thomas Raymond, Army. Madden Russell. Maddox Anthony Rennell, Army. Madrazo, Nicholas Aaron, Marine Corps. Magnani, Patrick Daniel, Air Force. Mayor, Brent Matthew, Army. Mahalik, Thomas Donald, Army. Marr, Michael Christopher, Army. Machowski, James Michael, Marine Corps. Maldonado, Alexis Vicente, Army. Maldonado, Jose Luis, Marine Corps. Maldonado, Pedro Antonio, Army. Malone, John Joel, Marine Corps. Maltz, Michael Harry, Air Force. Mancini, Curtis, Army. Mangano, Anthony Leonard, Army. Mann, Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Manaukin, Matthew Patrick, Marine Corps. Marcellus, Matthew, Marine Corps. Marchanti, Robert Joseph II, Army. Markham, John Wayne, Navy. Maria Giovanni, Army. Marler, Daniel Matthew, Marine Corps. Marcus Justin Cameron, Army. Marcus Christopher J., Army. Marta Chase Stone, Army. Martin Ethan Jacob, Army. Martin Jack Mayfield III, Army. Martin Shane Robert, Marine Corps. Martin Vernon William, Army. Martin Wyatt Joseph, Army. Martinez Matthew M., Army. Martinez Alex, Marine Corps. Martinez Rafael Jr., Army. Mason Matthew David, Navy. Massarelli Robert Anthony, Army. Masterson Connor Gerard, Army. Matos Colon Edwin Antonio, Army. Mattoni Anthony Dennis, Marine Corps. Maddox John Alexander, Army. Magans Jamie Odell, Army. May Eric Nathaniel, Army. May Kenneth Blaine Jr., Marine Corps. Mayberry Thomas James, Army. Mays Chauncey Ryan, Army. Mazur Alec Frank, Navy. McAdams Andrew Langston, Army. Mechanic Kenneth Keith, Army. McCain Jonathan Bryant, Army. McCants Herschel Daniel Jr., Army. McLean Charles John, Army. McLean Kyle Breton, Army. McLennan Jonah David, Army. McClenny Daniel Bradley, Marine Corps. McClemens Joshua Michael, Army. McCloskey Sean Patrick, Army. McClure Charles Patrick, Army. McCluskey Jason James, Army. McCauley Jonathan Eric, Marine Corps. McCullum Daniel Gardner, Marine Corps. McConnell Andrew Heron, Army. McDaniel McColas Chavette, Army. McDaniel William Lewis II, Air Force. McDaniel Joshua Brent, Marine Corps. McDonald Edmund Wayne, Army. McDonald Jason Andrew, Army. McDowell David Lauren, Army.
McDowell Mark Russell, Air Force. McCanahan Michael Everett, Army. McGara Clayton Dwayne, Army. McGeeth Philip Diane, Marine Corps. McGee Robert Keith, Army. McGee Thomas Patrick, Army. McGill Timothy Raymond, Army. McGreevy Michael Martin Jr., Navy. McCone Nathan Ronald, Marine Corps. McHugh John Michael, Army. McKay Joseph A., Army. McKenna Allen Robert Jr., Army. McLean Buddy Wendell, Army. McClawhorn, Willie Atlas Jr., Army. McClendon, David Blake, Navy. McLeod, Jason Adam, Army. McClellan, Jeffrey Allen, Army. McMahon, Jason Thomas, Army. McMahon, Michael Jerome, Army. McNabb, Barrett Wallaby, Army. McNabb, Sean Henry, Army. McNair, Andre Devon Jr., Army. McNeil, Spence Alexander, Army. McNeely, Justin Jacob, Navy. McNulty, Richard Lewis III, Army. McQuarrie, Jeremy Ryan, Marine Corps. Metter, John David II, Army. Meadows, Coleman Joseph III, Army. Meadows, Joshua Stewart, Marine Corps. Means, Dale Wayne, Marine Corps. Miri, Andre Nirm Muhammad, Army. Medley, Preston Ray, Army. Marer, Curtis Robert, Army. Maringer, Daniel Frederick, Army. Meinhardt, Jacob Alexander, Marine Corps. Mice, Christopher Steele, Marine Corps. Meister, Tobias Corbin, Army. Melendez Sanchez, Luis Manuel, Air Force. Melton, Bradley Lewis, Army. Melton, Jesse III, Marine Corps. Melton, Joshua Allen, Army. Memon, Kashif Muhammad, Army. Mendez Hernandez, Norberto, Marine Corps. Mendoza, Victor, Army. Mendoza, Matthew Elias, Marine Corps. Marcondet, Luke John, Marine Corps. Meredith, William L., Army. Merriweather, Daniel Dwayne, Army. Mersman, Jeffrey Scott, Army. Mescal, Brian Michael, Army. Metcalf, Michael Joseph, Army. Metcalf, Daniel Thomas, Army. Metzger, David Elia, Army. Metzger, Jonathan Matthew, Army. Mashaud, Seth Robert, Marine Corps. Michael, Devin J., Army. Mickler, Donald Ray Jr., Army. Middleton, William Kyle, Army. Mahalo, Anthony Gary, Marine Corps. Milam, Charles Luke, Navy. Miller, Alexander Joel, Army. Miller, Cal Clyde, Army. Miller, Daniel Edward, Army. Miller, David Taylor, Army. Miller, Harvey D. R., Army. Miller, James Lee, Army. Miller, Jerome David Jr., Air Force. Miller, Michael Philippe, Army. Miller, Paul James, Marine Corps. Miller, Robert James, Army. Millet, Malekith, Pedro Antonio IV, Army. Millie, Scott Francis, Army. Millard, Errol Duran Astor, Army. Milken, Kyle Jeffrey, Navy. Mills, Edward David Jr., Army. Mills, Eugene Clifton III, Marine Corps. Mills, Joshua M., Army. Mills, Stephen Matthew, Navy. Miracle, Joseph Allen, Army. Miranda, Dennis, Navy. Meisner, Garrett Anderson, Marine Corps. Missman, James, Gregory James, Army. Mitchell, David Seth, Marine Corps. Mitchell, Sean Carey, Army. Miltler, Sean Michael, Army. Mixon, Kelly Joseph Army. Moling Timothy Wayne Army. Moffett Thomas Adam Army. Mogesson Robert Joseph Army. Molina Jacob Army. Monahan Christopher Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Mondragon Enrique Army. Monroe Jeremiah James Army. Montenegro Jose Luis Jr. Army. Montes de Ocho Osprani Marine Corps. Montgomery Michael Patrick Army. Montgomery Thaddeus Scott II Army. Monty Jared Christopher Army. Montoya Diego Miguel Army. Montrad Alberto de Salvera Army. Moody William Robert Army. Moodling Evan Jan Army. Moon Christopher James Army. Moore Benjamin Gerald Army. Moore Joseph Arthur Air Force. Mossman Cody Otho Army. Moquin Brian Michael Jr. Army. Mora Conrad Adrian Army. Mora Samson Augusto Army. Morales Orlando Army. Morales Ramundo Porras Army. Morales de les Vial Gil Isaiah Army. Moreno Fabricio Alexander Navy. Moreno Jennifer Maddie Army. Morgando Travis Allen Army. Morgan Dwight Jackson Marine Corps. Morin Darby Todd Army. Morris Jordan Matthew Army. Morris Raymond Shelton Army. Morrison Donald Scott Army. Morton John David Army. Moses Sonny Jade Army. Moscow Christopher E. Navy. Moat Sky Russell Marine Corps. Maury Brian Keith Army. Morris James Douglas Army. Mudge David Michael Navy. Muller Nicholas Anthony Army. Murr Sean Andrew Army. Mullally Christopher Raw Army. Mullen James Scott Army. Mullen Sean William Army. Mullen Ian Matthew Marine Corps. Mullins Brandon Scott Army. Mulville Hill William Joseph Army. Munden Raymond John Army. Mulgierveras Rodrigo Army. Munier Charles Earl Army. Munez Christopher Lee Army. Munoz Pedro Antonio Army. Maroc Thomas Page Army. Morales Marcus Vincio Army. Murdoch Michael Wayne Army. Murphy Michael Chance Army. Murphy Edwin John Army. Murphy Michael Patrick Navy. Murray Dennis Ray Army. Myers Philip Andrew Air Force. Miri Marlin E. Marine Corps. Nargarsi Scott Thomas Army. Napier Dustin Paul Army. Naquivi Motion A Army. Nas Ryan John Marine Corps. Navarro Juan Pantonia Army. Neal Benjamin Herod Army. Near Robert James Army. Nicosia Kenneth Edward Jr. Army. Neenan Brendan Patrick Army. Nuff Randy Jr. Army. Negron Carlos Javier, Army. Neil James Dominic, Army. Neil William Robert Jr., Army. Nelson Caleb Andrew, Navy. Nelson Joshua Nathaniel, Army. Nelson Travis Michael, Marine Corps. Nenya Sapro Brightlight, Army. Nettleson Eric Marcel, Army. Nevins Liam Jules, Army. New Stephen Michael, Army. New Love Jared Paul, Navy. Newman Christopher Rod, Army. Newman Clinton Thomas, Army. Newman Eric Colby, Army. Newman Jamie Carlos, Army. Newton Allen Howard Jr., Army. Newton Michael Ray, Army. Newton Robert John, Marine Corps. Ngo Tan Hoa, Army. Nugent Long Nok, Army. Nugent Tavon Lee, Marine Corps. Nicholas Jamie Scott, Army. Nicholas Brian Joseph, Army. Nichols Donald Lee, Army. Nichols Kenneth Ray Jr., Army. Nichols Rob Lee, Army. Nicole Andrew Coate, Army. Neves Raphael and Angel Jr., Army. Nishukra Reed Carrillo, Air Force. Nixon Travis Wayne, Army. Nolan James Michael, Army. Nolan Michael Conrad, Marine Corps. Norris Cody Robert, Army. Nueve Karen Elaine, Army. Novak Adam Jacob, Army. Nowatskets David Paul, Army. Nozika Mark Anthony, Army. Nuez Israel Paul, Army. Noel Nicholas Heath, Navy. Nuncio Levi Efren, Army. Nunez David, Army. Nunez Rodriguez Joe Abram, Army. Nunn Angel Anthony Michael, Army. Nylander Nathan J., Air Force. O'Brien Matthew James, Navy. O'Donoghue Justin Lee, Army. O'Leary Tanner James, Army. O'Neill Evan William, Army. O'Neill Jonathan Charles, Army. O'Neill Michael Christopher, Army. O'Quinn James Joseph Jr., Army. Osteen Mark Stephen, Army. O'Brien Nicholas Shea, Marine Corps. O'Connor Sean Michael Nicholas, Marine Corps. Oakes Curtis Allen, Army. O'Kipper Jasper Kidd, Army. Obad Alberto Lustre Jr., Army. Ochuk Alex, Army. Ocha Alfonso Jr., Marine Corps. O'Chesner James Scott, Army. Officier Henry San Nicholas, Army. Officer Justin Adam, Army.
Oseguera Alex, Army. Ochoa Alfonso Jr., Marine Corps. Oshner James Scott, Army. Officier Henry San Nicholas, Army. Officer Justin Adam, Army. Ogden Matthew Dwight, Army. Oles Tony Bruce, Army. Olinsky Blaze Adam, Marine Corps. Olivias Nicholas Henry, Army. Oliveira Jorge Miguel, Army. Oliver Galbraith Luis Antonio, Army. Ollis Michael Harold, Army. Olson Nigel Kenton, Marine Corps. Oliveira, Javier, Marine Corps. Oratowski, Kevin, Edward, Marine Corps. Odegaard, Tyler, John, Army. Ortega, William, F, Navy. Ortiz Riviera, Javier, Orlando, Marine Corps. Osborne, Benjamin, Douglas, Army. Osborne, Kyle, Bruce, Army. Osborne, Jared, Heath, Army. Osway, Joshua, Scott, Marine Corps. Osman, Edgarin Vidat, Army. Osterman, Sean, Andrew, Marine Corps. Ott, Nicholas Stephen, Marine Corps. Ouellette, Brian Joseph, Navy. Ouellette, Michael Webster, Marine Corps. Owen, Kirk Avery, Army. Owens, Bart Derek, Army. Owens, Brandon Andre, Army. Owens, Gregory Jr., Army. Owens, Vincent Lee Carson, Army. Osbat, Jesse Aaron, Army. Pace, Scott Patrick, Army. Pace, Anthony Americo, Army. Padgett, Timothy Paul, Army. Pagan, Bobby Justin, Army. Page, James Anthony, Army. Parrish, Joshua Cole, Marine Corps. Polaris, Ronnie Joseph, Army. Palmatier, Mark Charles, Army. Palmer, Benjamin James, Marine Corps. Palmer, Christopher Lloyd, Army. Palmerton, Jason T., Army. Palmeiras, Isaac, Army. Pape, Kevin Matthew, Army. Paquette, David Lawrence, Army. Para dos Rodriguez, Nicholas Demas, Marine Corps. Parazino, Michael Francis, Army. Parado, Alejandro Jose, Army. Park, Benjamin J., Army. Park, Dehan, Army. Parker, Vincent E., Navy. Parsons, Jason Ray, Army. Parton, Tyler Edward, Army. Pasker, Terrell Lynn, Army. Patch, Skylar Brent, Army. Pate, Ralph Earl Jr., Marine Corps. Patino, Claudio IV, Marine Corps. Patron, Daniel James, Marine Corps. Patterson, Christopher Alexander, Army. Patterson, Cody James, Army. Patton, Adam James, Army. Patton, Michael Robert, Marine Corps. Patton, Shane Eric, Navy. Paul, Robert Joseph, Army. Payne, Ronald Raymond Jr., Marine Corps. Peak, Adam Daniel, Marine Corps. Pearson, Brandon William, Marine Corps. Peterson Keel, Andrew Michael, Army. Pedro, Brian Joseph, Army. Pelham, John Alexander, Army. Pellerton, Justin Reed, Army. Pena, Paul Wencelas, Army. Pena, Roger Pena Jr., Army. Pena Cerez, Pedro Lazaro, Army. Pensy, Jonathan Kelly Lee, Army. Penny, Richard Reyes, Marine Corps. Pepper, Brandon Robert, Army. Padera, Calvin Matthew, Army. Perez, Sergio Eduardo, Army. Perkins, Adam Levy, Marine Corps. Perkins, Adrian Michael, Army. Peridot, Theodore Luis, Army. Peridot, Justin John, Army. Peters, Joseph Michael, Army. Peterson, Anthony Delmar, Army. Petto, Jason Duran, Marine Corps. Petrie, Jacine Pilar, Army. Piffer, Christopher Franklin, Army. Peneuf, Joseph Edgar II, Army. Ferris, Robert Wayne, Army. Phillips, Antoine Remiche, Army. Phillips, Francis Jean IV, Army. Phillips, Matthew Britton, Army. Philpott, Edward Otis, Army. Pickering, Brandon Thomas, Army. Pierre, Noah Miles, Marine Corps. Pierce, Robert Allen, Army. Piercy, Brian Francis, Army. Pierre, Linda Lamore, Army. Petrek, David, Marine Corps. Pike, Christian Michael, Navy. Pilgrim, Jonathan Adam, Army. Picnicky, Victoria Ann, Air Force. Pinnock, Trevor Adam, Army. Piper, Christopher Neal, Army. Pirtle, James Jewell, Army. Pittman, Jesse Darrell, Navy. Plank, Michael Gee, Marine Corps. Pleats, Benjamin Carlos, Army. Pleat, Jason Thomas, Air Force. Plumhoff, Stephen, Air Force. Plunk, Jared Clifton, Army. Plutino, Alessandro Leonard, Army. Poirier, David Lucien, Air Force. Polong, William Compton Jr., Army. Ponder, James Williams III, Army. Poole, Timothy James Jr., Marine Corps. Pope, Jerry Orial II, Navy. Porto, Jonathan Daniel, Marine Corps. Posey, Gregory Allen, Marine Corps. Potter, Tony Joe Jr., Army. Pugh, Paris Shawn, Navy. Poland, Dennis Cullen, Army. Povolantis, Alexander George Jr., Army. Powell, Joshua David, Army. Powell, Joshua David, Army. Powell, Matthew Christopher, Army. Prang, Benjamin Gill, Army. Prasniski, Stephen Chase, Army. Prather, Clint Jeffrey, Army. Pratt, Dennis Joseph, Army. Pratt, John Castle, Army. Preach, Kevin Thomas, Marine Corps. Prentler, Joseph Thomas, Army. Prescott, Brandon Joseph, Army. Presley, Shirah LaShawn, Army. Price, Bruce Edward, Army. Price, Charles Levon III, Army. Price, Daniel Joseph, Marine Corps. Price, Job Wilson, Navy. Prideham, Michael Shane Jr., Army. Prince, Michael Lee, Army. Proctor, David Tyler, Army. Prophet, Jason Allen, Navy. Prosser, Brian Cody, Army. Pruitt, Scott Eugene, Marine Corps. Pusino, Matthew Albert, Army. Prayette, Lucas Todd, Marine Corps. Purion, Michael Wayne, Army. Ki Nguyen, Navy. Kinlan, John Andrew, Army. Quinn, Adam David, Army. Quinn, Patrick Howard, Army. Quintana, Daniel Anthony, Army. Rabjohn, Thomas Duane, Army. Rabon, Luther Willard Jr., Army. Rada Morales, Jeffrey Michael, Army. Rafferty, Christopher Conrad, Army. Ray, Baron, Army. Rabel, Christopher Keith, Marine Corps. Rainey, Pruitt Allen, Army. Ramirez, Joe Alvarez, Army. Ramirez, Ray Anthony, Army. Ramirez, Talia Suzanne, Army. Ramos Velasquez, Louis, A, Army. Ramsey, Jacob Israel, Air Force. Ramsey, Matthew Wayne, Army. Ramsey, Wade Charles, Army. Randolph, Tony Michael, Navy. Rainey, David Gabriel, Marine Corps. Rangel, Christopher, Marine Corps. Rankle, John Kenneth, Marine Corps. Ransom, Charles Anthony, Air Force. Rao, Elijah John Miles, Army. Rapp, Robert Theodore, Army. Rapon, Bradley David, Army. Rasmussen, Derek Michael, Army. Rast, Benjamin David, Navy. Rath, Joshua Lee, Army. Ratzelaff, Thomas Arthur, Navy. Raver, Brian Todd, Army. Rawl, Ryan Davis, Army. Ray, Adam James, Army. Ray, Clovis Tim, Army. Ray, Joseph Randall, Army. Raymundo Mariano Martin, Army. Reagan, Curtis Scott, Army. Redding, Blaine Edward, Army. Reed, Jerry Don II, Army. Reed, Jesse David, Army. Reeves, Jason Allen, Army. Reeves, Robert James, Navy. Regolin, Chad Robert, Navy. Reich, Stephen Charles, Army. Reed, Nicholas John, Army. Reeford, Shane Michael, Army. Reef, Zachary Christopher, Marine Corps. Rago, Job Matthew, Army. Rayners, John Allen, Army. Reinhard, Kevin James, Marine Corps. Repike, Robert Kelsey Levi, Army. Restrepo, Juan Sastraban, Army. Retmir, Mark Allen, Navy. Reyes, Jose Joel, Army. Reynolds, Titus Roderick, Army. Reza, Matthew Gregory, Marine Corps. Rhea, Trenton Lockard, Army. Rhodes, Wellington Mitchell, Army. Rice, Jefferson Leone, Army. Richard, Matthew Thomas, Marine Corps.
Richards, William Taylor, Marine Corps. Richardson, Jonathan Jerome, Army. Richardson, Joseph Alvin, Army. Richardson, Ricky Lynn Jr., Marine Corps. Richmond, Colby Lee, Army. Ricketts, William Seth, Army. Riddick, Travis William, Marine Corps. Wrigley, Charles Edward Jr., Army. Ridout, Juan Miguel, Air Force. Reek, Jeffrey James, Army. Riley, Brian David Jr., Army. Riley, Joseph William, Army. Reimer, Joshua James, Army. Rios Ordonez Gustavo Adolfo, Army. Riestu Michael Eugene, Army. Ravendera Juan Luis, Army. Rivera Edwin, Army. Rivera Paul Andrew, Army. Rivera Richard Anthony Jr., Marine Corps. Rivers Daquan Demetrius, Army. Rivers Thomas Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Rhodes Tyler Allen, Marine Corps. Roberson Jeffrey Gordon, Army. Roberts Cody Allen, Marine Corps. Roberts Dion Rashawn, Navy. Roberts Edgar Nathaniel Jr., Army. Roberts Kevin Casey, Army. Roberts Michael Christopher, Army. Roberts Neil Christopher, Navy. Robertson Forrest Warren, Army. Robertson Nicholas Allen, Army. Robinson Anton Vincent, Army. Robinson Carlo Montel, Army. Robinson Charles Daniel, Army. Robinson Christopher Lee, Army. Robinson David Scott, Army. Robinson Fernando Daniel, Army. Robinson Heath Michael, Navy. Robinson James Christopher Jr., Army. Robinson Joshua James, Marine Corps. Robinson Michael Allen, Marine Corps. Robinson Simone Asia, Army. Robinson Thomas Lewis, Navy. Robles Santa Wilbel Alexander, Army. Robles Adrian, Marine Corps. Rodewald Joseph Earl, Marine Corps. Rogers Christopher Blake, Marine Corps. Rogers Joshua Robert, Army. Rogers Christopher Dan, Army. Rodriguez Ramirez Nelson D, Army. Rodriguez Arturo Emmanuel, Army. Rodriguez Daniel Anthony, Army. Rodriguez Gregory Allen, Army. Rodriguez Jose, Army. Rodriguez Mario Jr., Army. Rodriguez Matthew Rolando, Marine Corps. Rodriguez Rudolfo Ivan, Air Force. Rodriguez Rudolfo Jr., Army. Rodriguez Ronald Ariel, Marine Corps. Roebuck Omar Gregorian, Marine Corps. Roelli Jacob James, Army. Rogers Alan Lee, Army. Rogers Jason Aaron, Marine Corps. Rogers Jesse Scott, Army. Rogers John Michael, Army. Rogers Justin Richards, Army. Rojas Daniela, Army. Romero Daniel Aaron, Army. Romig Kristen Joseph, Army. Rookie Kyle Robert, Army. Rook Lester Gomez, Army. Rosa Anthony James, Marine Corps. Ross Adam Corey, Army. Ross Jacob Allen, Marine Corps. Ross Justin David, Army. Ross Kenneth Grant, Army. Roten Andrew J., Army. Rugel Larry Ismail, Army. Rausch Nicholas Ryan, Army. Rowe Blue Charles, Army. Roy Michael Curie, Marine Corps. Rosansky Nicholas Jan, Army. Rudd Keith Freeman, Army. Rudzinski Christopher Michael, Army. Ruffner Matthew Paul, Army. Ruiz Cesar Bocanegra, Marine Corps. Ruiz Clinton Keith, Army. Runkle John Marshall Jr., Army. Rushforth Bruce Allen Jr., Army. Rushing Theodore Boykin, Army. Rusk, Colton Wesley, Marine Corps. Russell, Drew Edward, Army. Russell, Jonam Jasu, Army. Russell, Michael Lynn, Army. Rylander, David E., Army. Sabalu Wilberto Jr., Army. Sazik Lucas Darius, Army. Sadell Charles Montague, Army. Sanez Jose Luis III, Marine Corps. Salazar Brendan Neal, Army. Salmon Zachary Stephen Richard, Army. Salvacion Jr., Army. Samek Jesse Monroe, Air Force. Sanchez Daniel Ray, Air Force. Sanchez Ian Thomas, Army. Sanchez Javier Jr., Army. Sanchez Roberto Daniel, Army. Sancho Jeremiah Thor, Army. Sanders Charles Ray Jr., Army. San Nicolas Christian Riley, Army. Santiago Annabelle Jr., Army. Santiago Trinidad Jr., Army. Santhora Jason Anthony, Army. Santos David Michael Maliski, Marine Corps. Santos Delphin Montemayor Jr., Army. Santos Timothy George Jr., Army. Santos Silva Carlos Marcelino, Army. Savard Ryan James, Army. Sawyer Ronald Wayne, Army. Sane Timothy Douglas, Army. Shad Rex Lloyd, Army. Schaefer Michael Wayne, Army. Schreckenbach Chris John, Army. Schiller Philip Channing Sipe, Army. Schimmel Patrick Wayne, Marine Corps. Shiro Joseph Lee, Army. Schmelstig Justin Edward, Marine Corps. Schmidt Benjamin Whetstone, Marine Corps. Schmidt Jonathan Phillip, Army. Schneider Kyle Richard, Marine Corps. Schoner Richard Phillip, Marine Corps. Schulten Julian, Air Force. Schoenhoven Mark Henry, Army. Schulte Rosalind Littman, Air Force. Schultz Joseph William, Army. Schultz Nathaniel Joseph Augustus, Marine Corps. Schumann Jordan Christopher, Army. Schwally Jacob Michael, Army. Schwartz Matthew Scott, Air Force. Cialdo Mark Anthony, Army. Scobie Drew Michael, Army. Scott Bryce Murrell, Army. Scott Christopher John, Army. Scott Justin Andrew, Army. Scott Lucas Christopher, Marine Corps. Scusa Michael Patrick, Army. Seabrooks Andrew, Army. Seals Joshua Michael, Army. Seidler Matthew Ryan, Air Force. Siha Ricardo, Army. Sitzinger Denton Kyle, Army. Self David Dwayne, Army. Senth David Paul, Army. Serveus Adam Peter, Air Force. Servin Anthony Bromon, Marine Corps. Suranowski Timothy Giles, Marine Corps. Schaefer Dean Russell, Army. Shanefield Derek Lee, Marine Corps. Shank Michael Allen, Army. Shannon Michael Paul David, Army. Shannon Zachary Lee, Army. Sharp Charles Seth, Marine Corps. Sharp Ryan David, Army. Shaw Christopher Donnell, Army. Shaw Eric Byron, Army. Shea Kurt Stephen, Marine Corps. Shearer Jeffrey Chul Soon, Army. Sherman Benjamin William, Army. Shiro Anissa Ann, Air Force. Shields Andrew John, Army. Shoecraft Blue, Army. Shoemaker Kevin Roger, Army. Shirks Billy Joe, Army. Sigley Randolph Alonso Jr., Army. Silk Brandon Mark, Army. Silva Eduardo Sosa, Army. Silverman Joshua Benjamin, Army. Sim San, Marine Corps. Simmons Anthony Warren, Army. Simmons Sean Elliott, Army. Simonetta Derek Todd, Army. Simpson Mark Allen, Army. Simpson Michael Harrison, Army. Sims Marky Tyrell, Army. Singer Christopher Gregg, Marine Corps. Singh Gurpreet, Marine Corps. Sinclair Amy Renee, Army. Sipple Andrew Holland, Army. Sisson Justin Lee, Army. Sisson Robert Curtis Jr., Army. Sitton Christopher Franklin, Army. Sitton Matthew Stephen, Army. Skalberg James Lynn Jr., Army. Skelt Roberto Carlos, Army. Scavler Benjamin A., Army. Slack Wade Allen, Army. Slebdenick Michael, Army. Sled Antonio James, Marine Corps. Sloan Douglas Emery, Army. Slustiller Matthew Stephen, Army. Small Andrew Richard, Army. Small Mark Joseph, Army. Small Sarah Catherine, Air Force. Smith Aaron Michael, Army. Smith Adam Olin, Navy. Smith Bradley Randall, Air Force. Smith David Kazi, Air Force. Smith David James, Marine Corps. Smith Edward Bernard, Army. Smith Garrick D., Army. Smith James Lee, Navy. Smith Jason Thomas, Marine Corps. Smith Jeremy Daniel, Marine Corps. Smith John Darren, Army. Smith Paul Jean, Army. And Smith Scott Daniel, Army.
Smith Stefan Mark, Army. Smith Tara Jean, Army. Smith Tyler James, Army. Smith Zachary Dillon, Marine Corps. Snow D'Angelo Barnell, Army. Snow Jesse Adam, Army. Snow Teresa Michelle, Marine Corps. Snyder Alan Lee, Army. Snyder Devin Ariel, Army. Snyder Norman Kyle, Army. So Gloxy Stephen Cody, Marine Corps. Soderland Christopher Paul, Army. Soja Merrick Andres, Army. Soulsby Christopher Michael, Air Force. Solorzano Valadinos Diego Alberto, Army. Soltero Omar, Army. Sonka David Michael, Marine Corps. Sofreen Eric Daniel, Army. Southworth Jared William, Army. Southworth Tristan Howard, Army. Sovey Nicholas Joseph, Marine Corps. Sparks John Travis, Marine Corps. Sparks Orion Nelson, Army. Spalding Riley Sheridan, Army. Spear Christopher James, Army. Spayard Nicholas Patrick, Navy. Spicer David Shane, Marine Corps. Spino Ronald J., Army. Spitzer Thomas Zachary, Marine Corps. Spivey Michael Keith, Army. Springer Clinton Edward II, Army. Springman Tyler Michael, Army. Sprotstoff Nicholas Adam, Marine Corps. Stats Chris Neal, Army. Stacy William Chapman, Marine Corps. Stack James Bray, Marine Corps. Stacy Donald Vincent, Army. Staggs Austin Garrett, Army. Stombach Cameron James, Army. Stanfest Jeffrey Robert, Marine Corps. Stanker Jared Donald, Army. Stanley Chase Brennan, Army. Stanley Cody Robert, Marine Corps. Stanley Derek Anthony, Army. Stanley Trevor Javon, Navy. Stansberry Michael Lane Jr., Army. Stanton Jordan Robert, Marine Corps. Stapley Tracy Lane, Army. Stark Christopher Glenn, Army. Steedley Camilla Marchette, Marine Corps. Steele James Michael, Air Force. Steele Joshua Eric, Army. Steele Timothy Davis. Steele Timothy James, Army. Steffi Brandon Keith, Army. Stein John Henry, Air Force. Stevens David Alexander, Army. Stevens Riley Jean, Army. Stetz Mark Allen Jr., Army. Stevens Stephen Prince II, Marine Corps. Stevenson Benjamin Allen, Army. Stewart David Hamilton, Marine Corps. Stewart Patrick Dana, Army. Steart Matthew Paul, Army. Stiles Johnny Lee, Army. Stilts Matthew Hendrick, Army. Stites Jesse Wade, Marine Corps. Stivetson Glenn Hale Jr., Army. Stoddard James John Jr., Army. Stocksley Kyle Pascal, Army. Stone John Thomas, Army. Stonesifer Christopher Tiff, Army. Stout Christopher Todd, Army. Stout Crystal Gale, Army. Stout Kyle Brandon, Army. Strachota Michael Joseph, Army. Strange Michael Joseph, Navy. Stratton Mark Edward II, Air Force. Stream Scott Bradley, Army. Strickland Christopher Duane, Marine Corps. Strickland H-Man Antonio, Navy. Strickland Joshua Jacob, Army. Strong Charles Calvin, Marine Corps. Stroud Jonathan Fulton, Marine Corps. Strubble Sascha, Army. Studemund Scott Richard, Army. Stutter Brian Edward, Army. Soltz Gregory Scott, Marine Corps. Stump Adrian Brove, Army. Steyer Brandon Michael, Army. Suggs Cody Dalton, Army. Suggs Milton Eric, Army. James Eric, Navy. Sullivan Sean Patrick, Navy. Summers Jeremy Russell, Army. Summers Severin West III, Army. Supley Daniel Adrian, Army. Sutter Jake William, Marine Corps. Sutter Preston J., Army. Sutton Billy Albert, Army. Sutton Stephen Jean, Marine Corps. Svitak Philip James, Army. Swanson Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Swanson Justin James, Marine Corps. Swanson Matthew Colleen Samuel, Army. Sweeney Paul Anthony, Army. Swenson Curtis Michael, Marine Corps. Swindle Jason Michael, Army. Swink James Michael II, Navy. Sykes Pendleton Little II, Army. Swezweck Adrian Basil, Navy. Tabata Brian, Army. Tab Donald Therone, Army. Talbert Christopher Maxwell, Army. Taper David Martin, Navy. Tarwo Abraham, Marine Corps. Tate Darren Ethan, Navy. Tate Jacob Allen, Marine Corps. Tate Sheldon Leon, Army. Tatum Michael Rex, Navy. Totteris Robert Joseph Jr., Army. Totalu Tufiga Joshua, Army. Tawny Ian Matthew, Marine Corps. Taylor Aaron James, Marine Corps. Taylor Archie Andrew, Marine Corps. Taylor Cynthia Renee, Army. Taylor David Wayne, Army. Taylor Dion Lamar, Army. Taylor Houston Mark, Army. Taylor Jeffrey Scott, Navy. Taylor John Edward, Army. Taylor Jonathan Wesley, Marine Corps. Taylor Jonathan Andrew, Marine Corps. Taylor Matthew Donald, Army. Taylor Nicholas Andrew, Army. Teal John Michael, Air Force. Tellier Zachary Daniel, Army. Terhune Eric Daniel, Marine Corps. Terwisk Alec Robert, Marine Corps. Thacker Jostin Tyler, Marine Corps. Thanehart Joseph James, Army. Thibodeau Christopher Roy, Army. Thode James Earl, Army. Thomas Adam Lee, Army. Thomas Colin Trent, Navy. Thomas David William, Army. Thomas Jesse Lamar Jr., Army. Thomas Christopher Douglas Scott, Army. Thomas Matthew Bradford, Army. Thomas Michael Duane, Army. Thomas Robert Edward Jr., Army. Thompson Alejo Renee, Army. Thompson Blair Daniel, Army. Thompson Daniel James, Army. Thompson David J., Army. Thompson Jabari Noski, Marine Corps. Thompson Kevin Christopher, Army. Throckmorton Joshua Adam, Army. Timon Richard James, Army. Tillman Patrick Daniel, Army. Tilton Jesse Richard, Army. Timmons David Nelson Jr., Army. Tinsley John, Army. 2. Joel Del Mundo, Navy. Tobin Andrew Robert, Army. Todd David James Jr., Army. Togi Jason, Army. Tolles Ross Laval III, Navy. Tom Troy Orion, Army. Tomlinson Joshua Abram, Army. Tompkins Travis Martin, Army. Toner Francis Lawrence the Fifth, Navy. Toplin Aaron Scott, Army. Torbent Eric Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Torian Aaron Carl, Marine Corps. Torres Juan Manuel, Army. Torres Luis Ramon, Army. Totten Eric William, Army. Toves Jacob Joseph, Marine Corps. Townsend John Ross, Army. Townsend Joshua Ray, Army. Towles Cody James, Army. Tracy William John, Army. Trevor James Matthews, Army. Trent Gregory Ray, Army. Trent Nelson David, Army. Trimble Chad Michael, Army. Trueblood Eric Stanley, Army. Tucker Lamaro Jerome, Army. Tucker Stephen Charles, Army. Tumlinson John Thomas, Navy. Turbant Jacob Henry, Marine Corps. Turnbull Lyle Dervin, Army. Turner Eddie, Army. Turner Estelle Lee, Army. Turner Neil Isaac, Army. Turner Wardell Benjamin, Army. Turpin Emery Jason, Navy. Tuttle Benjamin Wayne, Marine Corps. Twig Joshua Thomas, Marine Corps. Tyses Peter Paul II, Army. Tynes Marcus Allen. Ulam Aaron David, Navy. Uzensky Nicholas Kelly, Marine Corps. Vaccaro Angelo Joseph, Army. Valdez Stephen Armandio, Marine Corps. Van Aladz Jared Neville, Army. Van Aladen Alexander, Army. Van Zost Travis Allen, Army. Vance Gene Arden Jr., Army. Van Dyken Kyle Rolfe, Marine Corps. Van Drummel Joseph Andrew, Army. Van Geisen Kenneth Rowland, Army. Van Querno Jalfred David, Army. Vargas Anthony, Army. Vargas Julio, Marine Corps. Vanador Terry Lee II.
Vasquez Gary Joseph, Army. Vasquez Manuel Joseph, Army. Veseline Daniel Mark, Marine Corps. Vaughn Aaron Kaysen, Navy. Vaughn Travis Ryan, Army. Vasquez Frederick Eric, Marine Corps. Vasquez Jason Anthony, Army. Vasquez Richard Lee, Army. Vasquez George Lewis, Navy. Valise Andrew, Army. Vinnie Dane Taylor, Army. Veerbeck Joseph Cameron, Marine Corps. Vicari Augustus James, Army. Vickers Craig Michael Calamani, Navy. Vierne Barbara, Army. Vile William David, Army. Velasque George Emmanuel, Army. Villanueva Jonathan Michael, Army. Villarreal George Jr., Marine Corps. Vitamo Thomas Ray, Army. Vincent Donald Wayne, Marine Corps. Vintage Philip David, Marine Corps. Viola Alex Anthony, Army. Varay Don Cayetano, Army. Vokes Robert Lee Jr., Army. Voss Randall Dutton, Air Force. Viol Paul Clark, Army. Valger Lance Herman, Army. Void Demetrius Lamar, Army. Von Zurich Jason Eric, Army. Voss Douglas M. III, Army. Voss Mark Taylor, Air Force. Wade Andrew Paul, Army. Wade Chad Stafford, Marine Corps. Wade Tristan McCall, Army. Weidman Brandon James, Army. Wagstaff Matthew Gabriel, Army. Walker Brian Lloyd, Army. Walker Laura Margaret, Army. Walker Matthew Herbert, Army. Walker Morris Lewis, Army. Walkup Thomas Alva Jr., Air Force. Wallace Daniel Wayne, Army. Wallace David William III, Marine Corps. Wallace Ellery R., Army. Walls Johnny Carl, Army. Walls Jonathan Michael, Army. Walsh Jonathan Patrick, Army. Walsh Sean Michael, Army. Walsh Tyler Robert, Army. Walters Howard Arlene, Air Force. Walters Zachary Joe, Marine Corps. Walton James Joseph, Army. Waltz Christopher Ian, Army. Ward Christopher Michael, Army. Ward Eric Levi, Marine Corps. Ware Albert Dono, Army. Warren Eric Dean, Navy. Warren Kyle Ray, Army. Weiner Christian Michael Cade, Army. Warson David John, Navy. Washington Michael Tustin Howe, Marine Corps. Walters James Allen, Army. Watson Franklin Naaman, Marine Corps. Watson Jason Ryan, Army. Watts Samuel Thomas, Army. Weathers Andrew Tarrant, Army. Weather Davy Nathaniel, Army. Weaver Jason Michael, Army. Weaver Todd William, Army. Welsh Daniel Paul Jr., Army. Weigel David Lee, Army. Weichert Matthew Ward, Army. Weinger Robert Martin, Army. Weiss James Matthew, Marine Corps. Welsh Jonathan David, Army. Nicholas Shane, Army. Welsh Robert Force III, Army. Wells Mark Christopher, Army. Wells Wesley Robert, Army. West Matthew J., Army. Westbrook Kenneth Warren, Army. Weston Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Wheeler Abraham Sherrod III, Army. Wheaton Glenn Jacob, Army. Whipple Blake Daniel, Army. Whitaker Andrew Francis, Marine Corps. Whitaker Joseph Robert, Army. White Ashley Irene, Army. White Benjamin Daniel, Air Force. White James Paul Jr., Army. White Jeffrey Lee Jr., Army. White Kenneth Ryan, Army. White Kevin Wilson, Army. White Robert Charles III, Army. White Robert Frank, Army. White Russell Patrick, Marine Corps. Whitlock Nicholas Shade, Air Force. Whitmer Justin Michael, Army. Whitsett Jeffrey Alexander, Army. Whidden Daniel Preston, Army. Whittle Joseph Ray, Marine Corps. Wichman Grant Arthur, Army. Wycliffe Channon James Taylor, Army. Wycombe Jeffrey Scott, Army. Wiles Matthew Everett, Army. Waldrick Ronald Herbert Jr., Army. Wiley James Leon Jr., Army. Wilford Andrew Charles, Army. Wilkins Justin James, Air Force. Wilkinson Adam Alexander, Army. Wicks Kyle Weston, Army. Willard Brian Douglas, Marine Corps. Williams Anthony Lee, Marine Corps. Williams Charles Alvin II, Army. Williams Clarence III, Army. Williams David Vincent, Army. Williams Dennis Michael, Army. Williams Derwin Isaac, Army. Williams Eric Edward, Army. Williams Jesse Lee, Army. Williams Keith Michael, Army. Williams Leslie Dominic, Air Force. Williams Wesley Ross, Army. Williamson Patrick Oliver, Army. Wilson Christopher M., Army. Wilson Ivan Au, Marine Corps. Wilson Justin J., Marine Corps. Wilson Matthew Willard, Army. Wilson Ryan James, Navy. Wilson Shane Gregory, Army. Wilson Thomas Randall, Army. Wilson Wade Daniel, Marine Corps. Wilson William Robert III, Army. Wimpy Cagle John Robert, Marine Corps. Wing Jessica Marie, Army. Wickelman Damon Gabriel, Army. Winston Vincent Cortez Jr., Army. Winters Jeanette Lee, Marine Corps. Winters Leston Michael, Army. Wise Benjamin Bryan, Army. Walensky David Anthony, Air Force. Wachowski Philip Lawrence, Army. Whitman Joseph Eli, Marine Corps. Whitman Aaron Xavier, Army. Whitman Jeremiah Thomas, Army. Wazowski William Joseph, Marine Corps. Wolf Enriquez Guadalupe, Army. Wolf Adam Franklin, Marine Corps. Wolverton Brian Michael, Army. Wood Brett Everett, Army. Wood Edwin Cabal, Army. Wood Roy Alvin, Army. Wood Zorian Andrew, Navy. Woodard Ramons Lee, Army. Woods Travis Martin, Marine Corps. Woods William Bryan Jr., Army. Workman Chris John, Army. Workman Jason Ray, Navy. World Frank Joseph Alfonso, Marine Corps. Wren Charles Jeffrey, Army. Wright Charles Shane, Army. Wright David Timothy II, Army. Wright Jeremy Robert, Army. Wright Kyle James, Army. Wright Terry Carl, Marine Corps. Wrightsman Joe Lee, Marine Corps. Wrinkle Christopher Matthew, Marine Corps. Wyatt Derek Allen, Marine Corps. Wyatt Sterling William, Army. Wyckoff Charles Edward Jr., Army. Wickstra Jacob Henry, Army. Warwick Nathan Lee, Army. Xavier Patrick Jr., Marine Corps. Zieros Nicholas George, Marine Corps. Yanni Jonathan Christopher, Army. Yates Eric David, Army. Yazzie Alexandro J., Marine Corps. Yelkner Jonathan Antonio Vega, Air Force. Yaskalis Roberto Joseph, Army. Yoder Jarrett Michael, Army. Young James Chad, Army. Young Mitchell Wayne, Army. Young Ricardo Diadrell, Army. Urista Trevor John, Marine Corps. Zeringer Frank Riddle III, Marine Corps. Zanowick Paul William II, Marine Corps. Zier Daniel Lee, Air Force. Zermino Andreas, Army. Zimmerman James Russell, Marine Corps. Zimmerman Sonny Christopher, Army. Zizumbo Daniel, Army. Zwelling Gunner Williams, Army.
Abad Roberto, Marine Corps. Acevedo Joseph, Navy. Acevedo Aponte Ramon Antonio, Army. Acklin Michael Dwayne II, Army. Acosta Gennaro, Army. Acosta Stephen, Army. Adair James Lee, Army. Adamuski James Francis, Army. Adams Aldron, Army. Adams Brandon Edwin, Army. Adams Brent Allen, Army. Adams Clarence III, Army. Adams Leonard Wade, Army. Adams Mark Phillip, Marine Corps. Adams Michael Robert, Army. Adams Michael Scott, Army. Adams Roger Leroy, Jr., Army. Adams Sean Galen, Army. Adams Thomas Mullen, Navy. Adcock Shane Timothy, Army. Addison Jamal Rashad, Army. Adkins Dustin Matthew, Army. Adele Patrick Ryan, Marine Corps. Adele Spenger Christopher Scott, Marine Corps. Agami Daniel J., Army. Agno Randy Suyat, Army. Aguilar Andre Jr., Marine Corps. Aguirre Anthony, Marine Corps. Aguirre Nathaniel Aaron, Army. Ahiron James Michael, Army. Alquist Clinton Wayne, Marine Corps. Alice Jeremy Allen, Marine Corps. Aitken Tristan Neal, Army. Akers Spencer Clark, Army. Atkins James Christopher, Army. Akindade Sigan Frederick, Army. Allens Paul Christopher, Marine Corps. Alaronk Alacron Ivans Vargas, Army. Albrock Omar Mohammed, Jr., Army. Albrecht Jesse Bryan, Army. Alcatara Juan Muriel, Army. Alcazor Christopher Michael, Army. Alday Zachary Matthew, Navy. Aldrich Nicholas Neal, Marine Corps. Alex Eugene Harry Eli, Army. Alexander George Thomas Jr., Army. Alexander Matthew Lee, Army. Alexev Alexandre Alexandrov, Army. Alfonso Carlo Escoto, Army. Alfred Marcus Ray Sr., Army. Alger Tracy Lynn, Army. Algrim Wilson Andrew, Army. Ali Azhar, Army. Alisa Rivera Raphael and Angel, Army. Albroch Jeremy David, Marine Corps. Alcott Jacob Hamilton, Army. Allman Michael Boyd, Army. Allen Aaron Michael, Marine Corps. Allen Chad Michael, Marine Corps. Allen Charles Donald, Army. Allen Howard Paul, Army. Allen John Edward, Army. Allen Lonnie Calvin Jr., Army. Allen Lewis Edwin, Army. Allen Ronald Dean Jr., Army. Allen Terrace Patrick, Marine Corps. Allers William Alvin III, Army. Allgood Brian Duane, Army. Allison Glenn Richard, Army. Allman Daniel Joseph II, Army. Allman Jeremy Olin, Army. Allman William Elliott, Army. Allred Michael Jacob, Marine Corps. Alton Eric Lewis, Army. Almazan David Jimenez, Army. Alomar Joseph David, Navy. Alonzo Joshua Christopher, Marine Corps. Altai Ahmed Kuise, Army. Alvarez Adriana, Army. Alvarez Conrad, Army. Alvarez Nicor Angel, Marine Corps. Amale Daniel Ray, Marine Corps. Amez Jason Eric, Army. Amos John Douglas II, Army. Anaya Michael Justin, Army. Anderson Paul Eugene, Army. Anderson Andy D, Army. Anderson Brian Edward, Marine Corps. Anderson Bouchon Xavier, Army. Anderson Carl Lovett, Jr., Air Force. Anderson Christopher Allen, Navy. Anderson Danny Lamar, Army. Anderson Ian Christian, Army. Anderson Joshua Roland, Army. Anderson Michael Charles, Navy. Anderson Michael Dwayne, Jr., Marine Corps. Anderson Nathan Richard, Marine Corps. Anderson Nicholas Hale, Marine Corps. Anderson Norman Wallace III, Marine Corps. Anderson Philip Reed, Army. Anderson Stuart Marlin, Army. Anderson Travis Wayne, Army. Anderson Victor Antonio, Army. Andino Edwin Anthony II, Army. Andrade Michael, Army. Andrade Roberto Jr., Army. Andres Joseph John Jr., Army. Andrews Harley Dean, Army. Anrios Yoy Manuel, Army. Angel Levi Tootie, Marine Corps. Angiano Edward John, Army. Angus Brett Evan, Marine Corps. Onsong Theophilus, Navy. Antonio Charlie Kabi, Army. Anzac Joseph John Jr., Army. Apinero Fao Leonidas, Marine Corps. Apunon Matthew Stephen, Army. Aragon John David, Army. Arcala Curtis Dean Kama, Army. Arcad Edlin David, Army. Achiola Michael Anthony, Army. Adron Brian Daniel, Army. Arachaga Julian M., Marine Corps. Arielano James Joseph, Army. Ariano Pandora Carlos H., Marine Corps. Agrail Derek Mears, Air Force. Arzola Roberto Jr., Army. Armand Reynolds, Marine Corps. Armio Santos Raymond, Army. Arms Bradley Thomas, Marine Corps. Armstrong David Charles, Army. Arndt Travis Mark, Army. Arnetti Jason Russell, Army. Arnold Andrew Todd, Marine Corps. Arnold Daniel Laverne, Army. Arnold James Lawrence, Army. Arnold Larry Richard Sr., Army. Arredondo Alexander Scott, Marine Corps. Arriaga Richard Steve, Army. Arriave Jimmy Javier, Marine Corps. Arciaga Robert Ray, Army. Arthur Aaron Montel, Army. Aravintius Nicholas Alexander, Army. Asbury Army. Oshcraft Evan Asa, Army. Ashley Benjamin James, Army. Aston Trevor David, Marine Corps. Atkins Julia Valindia, Army. Atkins Sean Michael, Army. Atkins Travis William, Army. Abun J. Thomas, Marine Corps. Oshman Stephen Edward, Air Force. Audo David Lawrence, Army. August Matthew Joseph, Army. Ault Jesse Adam, Army. Aults Corey James, Army. Austin Aaron Cole, Marine Corps. Austin Shane Robert, Army. Avery Garrison Charles, Army. Avery Jeffrey Allen, Army. Avila Adrian Landon, Army. Aviles Andrew Julian, Marine Corps. Ayala Alejandro, Air Force. Ayala Luis Gerardo, Army. Ayon Eric Alonzo, Marine Corps. Eris Robert Thomas III, Army. Errol Lionel, Army. Bab Brock Allen, Marine Corps. Babbitt Tranvis Allen, Army. Babcock Howard Edward V. Babin Christopher James, Army. Babinot David Joseph, Army. Besevich Andrew John, Army. Bachar Salem, Marine Corps. Bachman Travis Scott, Army. Bacon Henry Albert, Army. Bedek Andrew Joseph, Army. Badir Daniel Aaron, Army. Baez Cesar Omar, Navy. Baez Miguel Angel III, Army. Baez Roberto Carlos, Army. Bailey Lakeisha Misha, Army. Bailey Nathan Jerome, Army. Bailey William Lee III, Army. Baines Joe Lewis, Army. Baker Brian Keith, Army. Baker Riley Elam, Marine Corps. Baker Ronald Wayne, Army. Baker Ryan Travis, Army. Baker Sherwood Russell, Army. Baker Zachary David, Army. Balcon Dane Rodrigo, Army. Badalsing Juan Carlos, Army. Baldwin Joel Egan, Navy. Baldwin Stephen Philip, Marine Corps. Bales Chad Eric, Marine Corps. Bellint Paul Jr., Army. Ball Terry Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Ballard Kenneth Michael, Army. Balmer Ryan Andrew, Air Force. Balgoa Michael Andrew, Army. Balsley Michael Christopher, Army. Banazak Deborah Ann, Army. Bandhold Scott Michael, Army. Vendonil Metodi Ambonti, Army. Banganin Solomon Curious, Army. Banks Derek Raymond, Army. Baragona Dominic Rococo, Army. Barbadier Thomas Joseph II, Army.
Barbosa Felipe Carvelo, Marine Corps. Barbret Mark Alexander, Army. Barkus Collier Edwin, Army. Barkey Michael Christopher, Army. Barlow Patrick O'Neill, Army. Bernard Levi Cole, Army. Barnes Eric Michael, Air Force. Barnes Jonathan Paul, Army. Barnes Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Barnes Nathan Stanley, Army. Barnett Charles Yee, Army. Barnett Christopher William, Army. Barnett Jeremy David, Army. Barnett Scott Garland, Army. Barnhill Edward Carl, Army. Barnhill Michael Scott, Marine Corps. Barrow Jeremiah Allen, Marine Corps. Barcochini Lester Domenico Jr., Army. Bar Arik Julius, Marine Corps. Barraza Ricardo, Army. Bajera Michael Paul, Army. Barrett Chad Allen, Army. Barron Brian Edward, Army. Barta John Paul, Army. Bartels Daniel Dean, Army. Bartkowitz Christopher All, Army. Bartlett Benjamin Blake Jr., Army. Barton Jacob David, Army. Bascom Douglas Edwin, Marine Corps. Bassam Robert Joseph, Army. Bass Aram Jordan, Army. Bass David Allen, Marine Corps. Bates Todd Michael, Army. Battles Michael, Army. Balkus Philip Ellison, Marine Corps. Brower Justin Lynn, Army. Bogman Nathaniel Scrope, Army. Baum Mark Conrad, Army. Baum Ronald Eric, Marine Corps. Baum Ryan John, Army. Bayless Matthew Edward, Army. Baywo Stephen Gamu, Army. Beadless Jason James, Army. Bean Allen Norman Jr., Army. Bean Matthew Allen, Army. Beard Bradley Scott, Army. Beard Daniel J., Army. Beardsley William Joseph, Army. Beatty Jonathan Scott, Marine Corps. Bialu Bo Ramsey, Army. Biapripi Ryan Anthony, Marine Corps. Beckert Michael Allen, Army. Becker Gunnar Duane, Army. Becker Shane Robert, Army. Beckstrand James Lee, Army. Bedard Andrew Dennis, Marine Corps. Beeler Brent Edward, Marine Corps. Barry Brock Allen, Army. Behinicki Joseph Otto, Army. Braley David William, Army. Basil Jacob Walter, Marine Corps. Bellinger Gregory Allen, Army. Belchick Christopher Ward, Marine Corps. Bell Aubrey Dell, Army. Bell Ricky Lynn, Army. Bell Rusty Wayne, Army. Bell Ryan Michael, Army. Bell Timothy Michael Jr., Marine Corps. Bell Johnson Katrina Lonnie, Army. Bellard Wilfred Davy Russell, Army. Bellavia Joseph Paul, Army. Belsar Donnie Ray Jr. Benford Jason A., Army. Benish Stephen Christopher, Army. Bennett Durrell Lavoie, Army. Bennett Keith Allen, Army. Bennett Richard Allen, Marine Corps. Bennett William Monroe, Army. Benson Derry, Army. Benson Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Benson Michael Allen, Army. Benson Robert Theodore, Army. Benito Anthony Kamalu, Army. Bentz David John III, Army. Berg Ryan Russell, Army. Bergreron Bradley John, Army. Berlin Joseph Richard Jr., Army. Bernholtz Eric James, Marine Corps. Bernstein David Richard, Army. Berrios Campos Herbert Anto, Army. Barry David Russell, Army. Barry Sean Bradley. Barry Sean Brady, Army. Bertoldi Joel Lynn, Army. Bertolino Stephen Anthony, Army. Best Marvin Leslie, Marine Corps. Bestie Bradley Harry, Army. Bevel Ray Michael, Army. Bevington Alan Ray, Army. Bewley Kevin Ronald, Navy. Bayer Paul Anthony, Army. Bibby Mark Anthony, Army. Becknell Stephen Dean, Army. Beyer Joseph Phillips, Marine Corps. Beavery Mario Jude, Army. Biggers Ethan John, Army. Bellbury Charles Edward II, Army. Billiter Gregory John, Navy. Birch Dustin Vincent, Marine Corps. Burchett Alicia Anna, Army. Berkman Tracy Renee, Army. Bishop Jason Lee, Army. Bishop Jeffrey Adam, Marine Corps. Bishop John Thomas, Army. Bishop Ryan Allen, Army. Bishop Stephen Jesse, Army. Besky Benjamin Walter, Army. Bison Jeffrey Dean, Army. Bittaker Robert Lee, Army. Bitten Albert, Army. Bitts Michael Edward, Marine Corps. Bixler Evan Abraham, Army. Bixler Stephen Richard, Marine Corps. Black Jared William, Army. Blackwell Justin Richard, Army. Blair Jonathan Fleming, Army. Blair Robert Edward, Army. Blair Thomas Allen, Marine Corps. Blasey Michael Thomas, Army. Blakely Richard Allen, Army. Blanco Ernesto Manuel, Army. Blanco Joseph Anthony, Army. Bland Brian Daniel, Marine Corps. Blaney Christopher Thomas, Army. Blanken Beechler James David, Army. Blanton Jeffrey Stephen, Marine Corps. Blazer Melvin Leslie Jr., Marine Corps. Black Smith James Patrick, Marine Corps. Blankenstaff Joseph Michael, Army. Block Kamasha Jane, Army. Blodgett Clinton Coy, Army. Blodgett Nicholas Henry, Army. Blohim Nicholas William Bart, Marine Corps. Blohim Allen Robert, Army. Bloomfield Gerald Michael II, Marine Corps. Blunt William Anthony, Army. Blue Sean Michael, Marine Corps. Bloom Aaron Cody, Marine Corps. Bloomberg Trevor Arthur, Army. Blystone Ronald Carl, Army. Boatman Darrell Wayne, Marine Corps. Boatwright Michael Luke, Army. Bob Brandon Keith, Army. Bach Amos Camden Riley, Army. Bomer Jeremiah James, Army. Bogret Henry William, Marine Corps. Bohannon Jeremy Sean, Army. Bowling Matthew Charles, Army. Bolam Jeremy Lee, Marine Corps. Bower Jeffrey Edward, Marine Corps. Broracin Kyle Jeffrey, Army. Bolander Brian Eugene, Army. Bolar Matthew Thompson, Army. Bolding Todd James, Marine Corps. Bowles Dennis Joel, Army. Bowling Craig Allen, Army. Bollinger Doyle Wayne Jr., Navy. Bowler Kelly Martin Liberato, Army. Bonifacio Jerry Lee Jr., Army. Bonella Orlando Antonio, Army. Bonnell John Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Booker Darrell Demetrio, Army. Booker Kenneth Raymond, Army. Booker Stephen Alexander, Army. Boone Christopher Kerman, Army. Boone Clarence Ernest, Army. Booth Joshua Lauren, Marine Corps. Barbonas John George, Army. Bord de Leon Michael Joseph, Army. Borea Russell Paul, Army. Borea John Javier, Air Force. Brom Val John, Army. Boscovitz Jeffrey Allen, Marine Corps. Boselman Kirk J., Marine Corps. Bosert Andrew Lee, Army. Bostek Kenneth Eric, Army. Bosfield Rachel Krista Heather, Army. Boswell Samuel Mark, Army. Botello Brian A., Army. Ruchard Nathan Kalini, Army. Guilford Jeremy Paul, Army. Bull Matthew George, Army. Bordon Elvis, Army. Boutot Michael Edward, Army. Bow Jeremy Daniel, Marine Corps. Bowie Matthew Corey, Army. Bowen Samuel Robert, Army. Bowling Jonathan Williams, Marine Corps. Bowling Theodore Andrew, Marine Corps. Bowling William Glenn, Army. Bowman John Eric, Marine Corps. Bowman Larry Robert, Army. Box Hesley Jr., Army. Bryce Timothy Rick, Army. Boyd Joshua Marvin, Army. Boy Noah Lee, Marine Corps. Boyles Aaron Robert, Marine Corps. Barbazon Edward Walter, Army. Braddock Naw Travis John, Marine Corps. Bradfield Hobby Frank Jr., Army. Bradley Juan Treya Tyrone, Army. Bradley Kenneth Ray, Army. Bradshaw Anthony Mitchell, Army. Brand Emerson Noah, Army. Brandon Stacy Craig, Army. Brangman David Joseph, Army. Branning David Michael, Marine Corps. Brassfield Armitrius Demone, Army. Brighton Joel Kenneth, Army. Braun Jeffrey Francis, Army. Bravo Raul Samuel, Marine Corps. Brazy Joshua Thomas, Army. Bragg Lucas Montana, Army. Brim Dale Gregory Michael, Army. Brennan William Ignitus, Army. Brevard Christopher Robert, Army. Brewer Adam Noel, Army. Bridges James Lee Douglas, Army. Bridges Michael Paul, Army. Bridges Stephen Henry, Army. Bright Dean Robert, Army. Bright Scotty Lee, Army. Brinley Kyle Adam, Army. Briones Pablito Peña Jr., Navy. Brisky Dustin Ryan, Army. Britt Benjamin Thomas, Army. Britt Sandy Richard, Army. Brock Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Brodnick Philip John, Army. Brooks Adam Ryan, Marine Corps. Brooks Corey William, Army. Brooks Edward Love Jr., Army. Brooks Paul Ferris, Army. Brooks William Jerome, Army. Brookshire said William, Army. Bromie Thomas Francis, Army. Brosh Benjamin Keith, Army. Brown Andrew William, Army. Brown Bruce Eric, Air Force. Brown Demarcus Demone, Marine Corps. Brown Dominic Christopher, Marine Corps. Brown Donald Stephen, Marine Corps. Brown Harrison, Army.
Brassfield Artemis Damone, Army. Bratton Joel Kenneth, Army. Braun Jeffrey Francis, Army. Bravo Rael Samuel, Marine Corps. Brazzi Joshua Thomas, Army. Breg Lucas Montana, Army. Graham Dale Gregory Michael, Army. Brennan William Ignatius, Army. Bivard Christopher Robert, Army. Brewer Adam Noel, Army. Bridges James Lee Douglas, Army. Bridges Michael Paul, Army. Bridges Stephen Henry, Army. Bright Dean Robert, Army. Bright Scotty Lee, Army. Brindley Kyle Adam, Army. Briones Pablito Pina Jr., Navy. Brisky Dustin Ryan, Army. Britt Benjamin Thomas, Army. Britt Sandy Richard, Army. Brock Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Brodnick Philip John, Army. Brooks Adam Ryan, Marine Corps. Brooks Corey William, Army. Brooks Edward Love Jr., Army. Brooks Paul Ferris, Army. Brooks William Jerome, Army. Brookshire Sid William, Army. Broomhead Thomas Francis, Army. Brosh Benjamin Keith, Army. Brown Andrew William, Army. Brown Bruce Eric, Air Force. Brown Demarcus Damone, Marine Corps. Brown Dominic Christopher, Marine Corps. Brown Donald Stephen, Marine Corps. Brown Harrison, Army. Brown Henry Levon, Army. Brown James Eric, Marine Corps. Brown Jason Logan, Army. Brown Jeffrey Scott, Army. Brown Jeremy Alexander, Army. Brown John Eli, Army. Brown John Gary, Army. Brown Joshua David, Army. Brown Kevin Ray, Army. Brown Kyle W., Marine Corps. Brown Larry Kenyatta, Army. Brown Lorando Jr., Army. Brown Lunsford Bernard II, Army. Brown Menelek Martel, Navy. Brown Michael Dean, Army. Brown Nathan Patrick, Army. Brown Nicholas Paul, Army. Brown Oliver J., Army. Brown Philip Dorman, Army. Brown Scott James, Army. Brown Thomas Joseph, Army. Brown Timmy Ray Jr., Army. Brown Timothy Darwin, Army. Brown Timothy Wayne, Marine Corps. Brown Tyler Hall, Army. Brown William Edward, Army. Brown Weeks Ari Daniel, Army. Brownfield Andrew David, Marine Corps. Browning Brian Anthony, Army. Brozovich Daniel Anthony, Army. Bruce Travis Robert, Army. Bruckenthal Nathan B., Navy. Bruns Cedric Eugene, Marine Corps. Brunson Yak Earl, Army. Bryan Benjamin Saxon, Marine Corps. Bryant Hamel Antoine, Army. Bryant Jack Jr., Army. Bryant Todd Jason, Army. Bub Daniel Scott Resner, Marine Corps. Bubbick John Thomas, Army. Buchan Raymond Richard, Army. Bucklew Ernest Glenn, Army. Buckley, Roy Russell, Army. Buckley, Ryan James, Army. Buckland, Brock Lyle, Army. Boucher, Paul Joseph, Army. Buring, Charles Henry, Army. Bruno Galdas, Christian Enrique, Army. Bersetta, Richard Allen, Marine Corps. Busing, Brian Rory, Marine Corps. Buford, Travis Wayne, Army. Buggs, George Edward, Army. Bew, Jimmy Dale, Army. Bunch, Joshua Isaac, Army. Bunda, Christopher, Army. Burbank, Michael Lee, Army. Burdick, Richard Allen, Army. Burge, Jerry Clark Jr., Army. Berger, Dale Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Burgess, Alan Joseph, Army. Burgess, Brian K., Marine Corps. Burgess, Jeffrey Charles, Marine Corps. Burgess, Ryan John, Marine Corps. Burgess, Cruz, Ulysses, Army. Burke, Taylor Joseph, Army. Burkart, Armour Nathan, Army. Burke, Timothy Robert, Army. Burkett, Donald Allen, Army. Burkett, Tamario Demetrius, Marine Corps. Burkhart, Travis Lee, Army. Burks, Peter H., Army. Burnett, Jason Keith, Marine Corps. Burns, Kyle Wayne, Marine Corps. Burris, Richard Benjamin, Army. Burry, Eric Todd, Army. Burridge, David Paul, Marine Corps. Burris, Jeremy Wade, Marine Corps. Burrows, Joshua Kane, Army. Burgie, Jesse Ryan, Army. Bush, Charles Edward Jr., Army. Bush, Matthew Duane, Army. Bouchard, Damian Scott, Army. Bushnell, William Wade, Army. Bustamante, Marlon Andrus, Army. Butcher, Steve Jr., Army. Buckus, Jason Michael, Army. Butler, Adrian Josiah, Army. Butler, Jacob Lee, Army. Butler, Kenneth James, Marine Corps. Butler, Kenneth Tyler, Army. Butler, Rhett Allen, Army. Butterfield, Anthony Edward, Marine Corps. Buzzard, Jason James, Army. Byers, Casey, Army. Byers, Joshua Todd, Army. Byler, William Justin, Army. Bird, Henry George III, Army. Bird, John Thomas II, Marine Corps. Bird, Thomas Harold, Army. Cabino, Shane Matthew, Marine Corps. Cabreranuenos, Juan Carlos, Army. Cadavero, Jonathan David, Army. Caddy, Marshall Hugh, Army. Katie, Frank Leslie III, Army. Cagle, Daniel Patrick, Army. Kikegwa, Mark Ryan Climaco, Army. Cahill, Joel Eric, Army. Kane, Marcus Anthony, Army. Kajimont, J. Celasto, Army. Calipini, Louis Thomas Duquez, Marine Corps. Calavan, Cody Shea, Marine Corps. Calderon, Juan Jr., Marine Corps. Calderon, Pablo Andres, Army. Calderon, Asensio, Roland Ernest, Army. Caldwell, Chad Arthur, Army. Caldwell, Charles Todd, Army. Caldwell, Eric Thomas, Army. Caldwell, Nathaniel Alexander, Army. Calhoun, Derek Allen, Army. Callahan, Bobby Thomas, Army. Callahan, Keith Allen, Army. Callahan, William Joseph, Marine Corps. Camacho Rivera, Carlos M., Army. Camacho, Anna Marie San Nicolas, Navy. Camacho, Leroy Epitang, Army. Camara, Joseph, Army. Cambridge, Lyle Jim, Army. Camilo Matos, Red Hames, Army. Campbell, Jaime Lynn, Army. Campbell, Jeremy Martin, Army. Campbell, Michael Curtis, Army. Campbell, Ryan Montgomery, Army. Campo Siles, Marvin Antonio, Army. Campos Adrian Montoya, Navy. Campos Juan Francisco, Army. Campoy Isaac, Army. Candelaria Mihajas, Israel, Army. Candelo Stephen Ivan, Army. Canigata David Cornelius III, Army. Can Adam Lee, Marine Corps. Cannon Kelly Matthew, Marine Corps. Canning Wesley Joel, Marine Corps. Cannon Yakia Sherry, Navy. Cannon Oscar Eduardo, Marine Corps. Cantafio Ryan Joseph, Marine Corps. Cantrell Joseph Herman V, Army. Capra Anthony Lewis, Air Force. Carradine Irvin Jr., Army. Carbello Adolfo Cesar, Army. Carbonero Alessandro, Marine Corps. Cardelli Sean T., Marine Corps. Cardenas Edgar Enrique, Army. Cardinal Anthony O'Neill, Army. Carey Michael Marvin, Marine Corps. Carriaga Dason Ken, Army. Carl Richard Paul, Army. Carlock Ryan Jean, Army. Carlson Frederick Andrew VI, Army. Carlson Michael Curtis, Army. Carmen Benjamin Robert, Marine Corps. Carmen Edward William, Army. Carr Robert Michael, Army. Carrasco Tony Jr., Army. Carrasquillo Jocelyn Luis, Army. Carrasquillo Miguel, Army. Carricker Casey Samuel, Army. Carrillo Alejandro, Marine Corps. Carrillo Rafael Antonio Jr., Army. Carroll James Dustin, Army. Carroll John Azariah, Army. Carter Justin Blake, Army. Carter Lawrence James, Army. Carter Mark Thomas, Navy. Caruso David Mitchell, Marine Corps. Carver Cody Montana, Army. Carver Dane Olin, Army. Carver Mitchell Kyle Jr., Army. Carville Frank Timothy, Army. Casanova Casey Lynn, Marine Corps. Casanova Jose Jr., Army.
Case Virgil Ray, Army. Casey Thomas John, Army. Cash Christopher Scott, Army. Cash Alwyn Crendel, Army. Cassica Kenneth, Army. Kassan Ahmed Akil, Army. Casper James Allen, Marine Corps. Cassidy Michael Paul, Army. Cassidy Paul Justin, Army. Castillo Stephen Anthony, Army. Castillo Luis Jose, Marine Corps. Castillo Mario Alberto, Marine Corps. Castle Samuel Tyrone Sr., Army. Castleberry Roger Dale Jr., Marine Corps. Kastner Stephen William, Army. Castro Jesse Castro Jesse Joel Jesus, Army. Castro Jonathan, Army. Castro Roland Lee, Army. Catalin Rommel, Army. Cataudella Sean Kelly, Army. Cates Stephen Charles Tyler, Marine Corps. Kathy James Jeffrey, Marine Corps. Kaufman Sean Leach, Navy. Kaufman Thomas Day, Army. Cosser Roberto Jr., Jr., Army. Cawthorn Forrest Dane, Army. Cawley James Wilford, Marine Corps. Covey Jessica Lynn, Army. Kayer Jeffrey Robert, Marine Corps. Cadeno Sanchez Jr., Army. Cedargren David Ashley, Navy. Celestine Willie Paul Jr., Marine Corps. Siniceros Emmanuel Adrian, Marine Corps. Cio Bernard Lawrence, Army. Cepeda Aaron Nathaniel Sr., Marine Corps. Cerrone Michael Anthony, Army. Cervantes Ramirez Guadalupe, Army. Chires Daniel Burrows, Marine Corps. Chambers William Craig, Marine Corps. Champlin Donald Eugene, Marine Corps. Shamruan James, Marine Corps. Shan Duran, Army. Chanawangis Kamafun An, Marine Corps. Chance James Anderson III, Army. Cheney Jeffrey Lucas, Navy. Cheney William David, Army. Chanel Robert William Jr., Marine Corps. Shao Cornell Clinton, Army. Chapin Chris Shane, Army. Chappelle Jason Christopher, Army. Charette Holly Ann, Marine Corps. Shafaros Joe Goog Jr., Army. Chase Lance Michael, Army. Chavez Daniel, Marine Corps. Chavez Javier Jr., Marine Corps. Chavez Stephen Michael, Marine Corps. Chavez Leonard Emmanuel, Air Force. Cheatham Jonathan Marshall, Army. Chen Yinji Lang, Army.
Sharava Nicholas Oresti, Marine Corps. Sherry Marcus Miguel, Marine Corps. Chevalier Brian Luther, Army. Chevalier Stephen Joseph, Army. Childers Terrell Shane, Marine Corps. Childress Kyle William, Army. Chisholm Tyrone Leonard, Army. Chisholm Jonathan B., Army. Shitjian Adam James, Army. Ko Min Soo, Army. Chris Andrew Forrest, Army. Christensen Curtis Allen, Jr., Marine Corps. Christensen Jeremy Edward, Army. Christensen Ryan Douglas, Army. Christensen Thomas Walter, Army. Christian Brett Thomas, Army. Christoph David Russell, Marine Corps. Christopherson Stephen John, Army. Christopher Caleb Paul, Army. Church Theodore Ulan, Army. Cifuentes Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Cimarasti Ernesto Guadalupe, Army. Cerezo Christopher Raymond, Army. Cisneros Alvarez Julio C., Marine Corps. Claire Day Jason Scott, Marine Corps. Clemens Lillian Leday, Army. Clark Aaron Ray, Army. Clark Carlton Allen, Army. Clark Donald Vincent, Army. Clark Eric David, Army. Clark Lance Murphy, Marine Corps. Clark Matthew William, Marine Corps. Clark Michael Joseph, Marine Corps. Clark Michael Kyle, Army. Clark Regina Renee, Navy. Clark Ryan James, Army. Clark Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Clary Don Allen, Army. Clay Daniel Jason, Marine Corps. Clay Daryl Patrick, Army. Clay James Michael, Army. Clayton Hayes Jr., Army. Cleary Michael Joseph, Army. Clemens Brad Allen, Air Force. Clemens Nathan Bradley, Marine Corps. Clemens Thomas Wade, Army. Cleveland Adair Williams, Army. Clevenger Ross Aaron, Army. Clifton Karen Nicole, Army. Clifton Richard Chad, Marine Corps. Klein Donald John Jr., Marine Corps. Clouser Zachary Ryan, Army. Cobb Christopher Ronald, Marine Corps. Cockerham Benny Gray III, Marine Corps. Cotner Kyle Wayne, Marine Corps. Coe Keith Adam, Army. Coffelt Ronald Lee, Army. Coffin Christopher DuPont, Army. Cohen Michael Ryan, Marine Corps. Coburn Gavin James, Army. Cole Jennifer Lynn, Army. Cole Timothy Bruce Jr., Army. Coleman Bradley Shane, Army. Coleman Bradley Nathaniel, Army. Coleman Gary Brent, Army. Cole Dominique Rashad, Army. Colgan Benjamin Joseph, Army. Collado J.T., Marine Corps. Collier Russell Lee Jr., Army. Collins David Samuel, Army. Collins Garen Lamar, Army. Collins James Stephen Jr., Army. Collins Jonathan William, Marine Corps. Collins Randall Duane, Army. Collins Robert Wilson, Army. Collins Ryan Daniel, Army. Collinsworth Clifford Raymond, Marine Corps. Colnott Kyle Arnold, Army. Colin Pedro Jesus, Army. Colton Lawrence Shane, Army. Kalunga Zefrino Asubio, Army. Colville Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Como Kurt Joseph, Army. Comita Anthony Stephen, Army. Comley Chase Johnson, Marine Corps.
Comstock William Craig, Marine Corps. Conboy Adam Charles, Marine Corps. Condy Kenneth Jr., Marine Corps. Conley Matthew Dwayne, Marine Corps. Connell James David Jr., Army. Connolly Brian Michael, Army. Connor Bradley Dean, Army. Connor Brian Renato, Army. Conway Timothy Michael, Army. Conover Stephen Daniel, Army. Conti Matthew Gale, Navy. Contreras Aaron Joseph, Marine Corps. Contreras Andre Jonathan, Army. Contreras Pedro, Marine Corps. Cook Jason Chaseley, Marine Corps. Cook Eric Francis, Army. Cooley Sean Michael, Army. Coon James Jack, Army. Coons James Curtis, Army. Cooper Charles Stephen Jr., Army. Cooper, Christopher Michael, Army. Cooper, David Allen Jr., Army. Cooper, David Keith, Army. Cooper, John Edward, Army. Cooper, Travis Sentel, Army. Cooper, Troy Dale, Army. Corbin, Jeffrey Wilbur, Army. Corbett, Jason Jarrett, Army. Cornell, Todd Ryan, Army. Cornell, Wayne Richard, Army. Cornett, Lance Scott, Army. Cornel, Marcelino Ronald, Army. Correll, Dennis Anthony, Army. Correa, Richard Valiant, Army. Cortez, Isaac Thomas, Army. Cortez, Victor Manuel III, Army. Consgrove, Christopher Benedict III, Marine Corps. Costello, James Francis III, Army. Costello, Jeremy David, Army. Cota, Victor M., Army. Coat, Bud Michael, Marine Corps. Coat, Michael Shane Jr., Army. Cothran, Derek Joshua, Marine Corps. Cotner, Christian Scott, Marine Corps. Cotting, Grant Andrew, Army. Cottrell, Eric Dwayne, Army. Collard, David John, Marine Corps. Colter, Alexander Scott, Army. Cornelia, Daniel Winston, Army. Cornorier, Nicholas Rio, Army. Courtney, Kelly Lance, Marine Corps. Courtois, Matthew Ryan, Air Force. Cotu, Matthew Scott, Army. Covert, Dwayne Allen Jr., Army. Cowherd, Leonard Maloney III, Army. Cox, Gregory Allen, Army. Cox, Jason Nathaniel, Army. Cox, Ryan Robert, Marine Corps. Cox, Simon Timothy Jr., Army. Crabtree, Daniel Bryan, Army. Crackle, Alexander Bailey, Army. Craig, Andre Jr., Army. Craig, Brandon Michael, Army. Craig, Clay Allen, Army. Craig, James Edward, Army. Crate, Casey J., Air Force. Craver, Johnny Keith, Army. Krager, Timothy Ryan, Marine Corps. Cremian, Tyler Lauren, Army. Creed, Matthew Wallace, Army. Creighton, Sean Ross, Army. Creighton, Weldon, Michael Russell, Army. Crocker, Ricardo Antonio, Marine Corps. Crockett, Michael Tyron, Army. Crockett, Ricky Leon, Army. Croft, David Andrew Jr., Army. Crombie, David Nicholas, Army. Krongite, Brud Joseph, Army. Crookston, Duncan Charles, Army. Cross, Kenneth Michael, Army. Crouch, William Jarrett, Army. Crow, William Wayne Jr., Army. Crow, Terrence K., Army. Crowell, Thomas Alfred, Air Force. Crawley, Kyle Duane, Marine Corps. Crumpler, Adam Johnson, Marine Corps. Crutchfield, Michael Jacob, Army. Quaresma, Serlo Chacho, Army. Hubert Clinton Wayne, Army. Cuellar Basilio Emilio, Army. Cuervo Ray David, Army. Kuka Daniel Michael, Army. Culbertson Russell Grant III, Army. Culvert Ronald Wayne Jr., Army.
Cumming Kevin Alexander, Army. Cummings Brandon Charles, Army. Cummings Ryan J., Marine Corps. Cunningham Daniel Francis Jr., Army. Cunningham Darren James, Army. Cunningham Timothy Wayne, Army. Curran Carl Francis II, Army. Curtin Michael Edward, Army. Cutchell Christopher Eric, Army. Cutter Brian Kenneth, Marine Corps. Daclan Edgar Patray Jr., Army. Daggett John Kyle, Army. D'Agostino Anthony Domenic, Army. Dahl Joel Jonathan, Army. Daly Mark Jennings, Army. D'Alessio Gregory T., Army. Dallam Ryan Scott, Army. Dallas Ernest Wayne Jr., Army. Dally Nathan Stephen, Army. Dameron Joel Preston, Marine Corps. Dampier Grant Allen, Army. Dan Corey Allen, Army. Dang Andrew Stephen, Marine Corps. Daniel Jason Brent, Army. Daniels Danny Bruce II, Army. Dantzler Tori Gentile, Army. Darga Paul John, Navy. Darling Norman, Army. Doss Eric Bruce, Air Force. Daughtry Stephen Phillip, Navy. Dahl Andrew Patrick, Army. Davenport James Ray, Marine Corps. Davy Seamus McLean, Marine Corps. David Timothy Allen, Army. Davids Wesley Graham, Marine Corps. Davies Sean Michael, Army. Davila Jesse, Army. Davis Anthony D., Army. Davis Anthony Jerome Jr., Army. Davis Anthony, Army. Davis Brad Anthony, Army. Davis Brandon Lee, Army. Davis Artelta Sharita, Army. Davis Chris, Army. Davis Craig, Army. Davis Daryl Anthony, Army. Davis David Joseph, Army. Davis Donald Neal, Army. Davis Edward Glenn III, Marine Corps. Davis Gloria Dean, Army. Davis Kevin DeWayne, Army. Davis Michael Warner, Army. Davis Raphael Rapchin, Army. Davis Stephen Alexander, Army. Davis Todd Edgar, Army. Davis Wilbert, Army. Davis William Nathan, Army. Davis Zachariah Scott, Marine Corps. Dawson Darius Julius, Army. Day David Frederick, Army. Dayton Jeffrey Francis, Army. Dayton Kyle, Army. De La Paz Armando Alexander, Army. De La Torre Jesse Dan, Marine Corps. De Leon Lauro Garcia Jr., Army. De Morris Joseph David, Army. Deal Lee Hamilton, Navy. Dean Jonathan Wayne, Army. Deering John Wilson, Army. Dearman Stephen Fitzgerald, Marine Corps. Deason Michael Lee, Army. DeBlanc Darren Allen, Army. Darrow Germain Lamont, Army. Dechen Kurt E., Marine Corps. Deckard Matthew Lynn, Army. Deeds Roger Wayne, Marine Corps. Deem Michael Shawn, Army. Deese Joshua, Army. DeFren Jason Garth, Army. DeJovine Christopher Raymond, Marine Corps. Den Derrick Eugene, Army. Deibler Jason Lee, Army. DeLeon Mary Kawakika, Army. Delgado George, Army. Delgado Mark Andrew, Army. Del Greco Felix Mario Jr., Army. Demond Jacob Henry, Army. Dembowski Robert Henry Jr., Army. Dempsey Kevin John, Marine Corps. Dean Jason Farrow, Army. DeFriend Jason Charles, Army. Denkim Tenzin, Marine Corps. Denny Mike Ashman, Army. Dennison John Ryan, Army. Dent Daryl Thomas, Army. Depew Corey Ramsey, Army. DeReps Leon B., Marine Corps. Derby Garnett Robert, Army. Derenda Robert Valerian, Army. Durga Dustin Allen, Marine Corps. Dirks Brian Keith, Army. Duro Gabriel Glenn, Army. Derek Andrew Joseph, Army. Dervishi Irvin, Army. Decito Travis Reed, Marine Corps. Desilets Benjamin David, Marine Corps. Desjardins Douglas Christopher, Army. DeTomple Nathaniel Edward, Army. Duell Michael Robin, Army. Deutsch Michael John, Army. Devora Garcia Israel, Army. Dewey Brandon Christopher, Marine Corps. Duyarman Daniel Nathan Jr., Marine Corps. Danulal Dane Darren, Army. Diamond Sean Darrell, Army. Diaz Carlos Juan, Army. Diaz Varela Sergio Rafael, Army. Descenzo Douglas Andrew, Army. Dickens Tyler Joe, Army. Dickerson Christopher Mason, Navy. Dickinson Joshua Wayne, Marine Corps.
Dickinson Michael Anthony II, Army. Dixon Christopher Wayne, Army. Dixon Kevin Randolph, Army. DeRoof Nicholas James, Marine Corps. Dising Trevor John, Army. Dyrich David Eugene, Army. D.G. Vianney Jerome Joseph, Army. Dill Christopher William, Army. Dillon Benjamin Charles, Army. Dillon Matthew Vincent, Marine Corps. Dima Catalin Dan, Army. Dillon Matthew Vincent, Marine Corps. Dima Catalin Dan, Army. Damarian Jeremy McInerney, Army. Dingler Joshua Paul, Army. DeRimondo Michael Anthony, Army. Dix William Timothy, Army. Dixon Anthony Joseph, Army. Dixon Christopher Robert, Marine Corps. Dixon Derek Curtis, Marine Corps. Dixon Donnie Dwayne, Army. Dixon Robert Jonathan, Army. Bogogai Derek Anthony, Army. Dodson, Philip Allen Jr., Army. Dorflinger, Thomas Carl, Army. Dorenwed, Jacob Park, Army. Dolan, Daniel George, Army. Doltz, Ryan Edward, Army. Dominguez, Alejandro Antonio, Army. Dominguez, Carlos, Army. Domino, Chadrick Omar, Army. Dones, Jacob Dan, Army. Donica, Dustin Ross, Army. Dooley, Mark Harold, Army. Dooley, Michael Eugene, Army. Dorr, Jason Edward, Army. Dorf, Patrick Douglas, Army. Doria, Richwell Arzadon, Army. Doring, Nathaniel James, Marine Corps. Dorsey, James Michael, Army. Dossett, Trace William, Navy. Doster, James Douglas, Army. Dosty, Sean Christopher, Army. Dosty, Thomas John, Army. Doherty, Scott Eugene, Marine Corps. Dowdy, Robert John, Army. Downey, Michael Andrew, Marine Corps. Downing, Stephen Paul II, Army. Downs, William Bryan, Air Force. Doyle, Jeremy Wade, Army. Dozier, Jonathan Killian, Army. Drake, Chad Hayden, Army. Dragan George Ray Jr., Army. Drusky, Dwayne Joseph, Army. Dries, Justin Wesley, Army. Dressler, Sean, Army. Drevnik, Daniel Paul, Army. Drexler, Jeremy Lee, Army. Dreyer, Charles Allen, Army. Dryden, Stacy Ann, Marine Corps. Dusang, Robert, Army. Duckworth, Eric Thomas, Army. Dudskilsky, Casper Allen, Camino, Army. Dunas, Joseph Jonathan, Army. Drexen, Amy Alicia, Army. Duffy, Christopher Michael, Army. Duffy, Justin Joseph, Army. Duffy, Shane Perrig, Army. Dumas, Joseph Claude Jr. Duncan, Thomas Franklin III. Dunkley, Alan James Jr. Dunham, Jason Lee, Marine Corps. Dunham, Robert Earl, Army. Dunnigan, Joe Larry Jr. Duncan, Sean Michael, Army. Dunkleberry, Brett William, Army. Dunlap, Brian Enrique, Marine Corps. Dunn, Clayton George II, Army. Dunn, Jeanette Thomas, Army. Dunn, Terrence Dulcie, Army. Duplanter, Arnold II, Army. Dupree, Danny Paul, Marine Corps. Duran, Joan Joseph, Army. Durbin, Jerry Michael Jr., Army. Durbin, Wesley Roy, Army. Dusenberry, William David, Army. Deverin, Seth Jeremy, Army. Dwelly, Jacob Bosley, Navy. Dreyer, Christopher Jenkins, Marine Corps. Dykeman, Philip Germain, Marine Corps. Dykeman, Scott Douglas, Army. Echo, Donald Wayne, Army. Eakes, Lance Oliver, Army. Eason, Carl Allen, Army. Eden, Richard Selden, Jr., Army. Ebert, Blaine Matthew, Army. Ebert, Christopher Stephen, Marine Corps. Eccles, Thomas Payne, Marine Corps. Eckert, Gary Andrew Jr., Army. Eckfield, Robert Franklin Jr., Marine Corps. Eckhard, Christopher Michael, Army. Eckhart, William Cody, Army. Eads, Jonathan W., Army. Edens, William Anthony, Army. Edge, James Courtney, Marine Corps. Edgerton, Marshall Lane, Army. Edinger, Benjamin Charles, Marine Corps. Edmondson, Chad Allen, Army. Edmondson, Philip Charles, Army. Edwards, Amos Collins, Army. Edwards, Chase Austin, Marine Corps. Edwards, Corey Adderall, Army. Edwards, Mark Oscar, Army. Edwards, Michael Ignatius, Army. Edwards, Sean Christopher, Army. Edwards, William Lawrence, Army. Egan, Michael, Army. Eggers, Kyle Andrew, Army. Eggleston, Cody Joel, Army. Ellie, Jeremy Wayne, Army. Ennie, Robert William, Army. Earlwich, Andrew Christopher, Army. Eisenhower, Wyatt Dale, Army. El Asado Frad, Army. Alant Aaron Cutter, Army. Ellis George, Army. Ellisdale, Adrian Marcos, Army. Elge, Michael Duane, Army. Ellenberg, Kevin James, Army. Elliott, Terry Joe, Marine Corps. Ellis, James Darden, Army. Ellis, Jessica Ann, Army. Ellis, Joseph John, Marine Corps. Ellsworth, Justin Mark, Marine Corps. Elrod, Nathan Ross, Marine Corps. Elrod, Stephen Ray, Army. Emmanuel William River IV, Army. Emrod, Jonathan David Arthur, Army. Emmett, Lucas Wesley Albert, Navy. Emerson, Matthew J., Army. Emery, Blair William, Army. Emmerich, William Eric, Army. Emolo, Ebby Ferman, Army. Amul Adam Aquagol, Marine Corps. Enrich Corey Michael, Army. Engel, Mark Eugene, Marine Corps.
Ingledrum, Christian Philip, Army. Engman, John William, Army. English, Sean Levy, Army. Engstrom, Andrew Travis, Army. Enos, Peter Gerald, Army. Erdy, Nicholas Brandon, Marine Corps. Escalante, Brian Anwar, Marine Corps. Escalin, Christopher Edwin, Marine Corps. Escobar, Sergio Hernandez, Marine Corps. Escobedo, Jose Refugio Jr., Army. Eshba, Daniel Michael, Army. Espelate, Pedro Ignacio, Air Force. Esparza Gutierrez, Army. Espinoza Bradley, Army. Espiritu Alan Mark Kungan, Navy. Esposito Philip Thomas, Army. Estep Adam Wayne, Army. Estep James Earl, Army. Estes Justin Michael, Army. Estrada Rodriguez Yull, Marine Corps. Estrella Michael Anthony, Marine Corps. Estrella Soto Ruben, Army. Ederling Jonathan Edward, Marine Corps. Evans Blake William, Army. Evans David Jr., Army. Evans Kermit Orville, Air Force. Evans Michael Scott II, Army. Evans William Lee, Army. Everett Christopher Lee, Army. Eve Jason Matthew, Army. Evnan Mark Asher, Marine Corps. Ewing Anthony David, Army. Ewing Jeremy Ricardo, Army. Irely Justin Lynn, Army. Ezel Lawrence David, Army. Fairbanks Jacob John, Army. Faircloth Bradley Michael, Marine Corps. Fairley Nathan Paul, Army. Falanico Jonathan Iokimo, Army. Fales Adam Robert, Marine Corps. Falter Sean Patrick, Army. Fargo Adam Joseph, Army. Farley Stephen Lee, Navy. Farmer Donald Bernard, Army. Farnon Colby Mace, Army. Farr Clay Patrick, Army. Farrar Andrew Kevin Jr., Marine Corps. Farrar William Anthony Jr., Army. Ferris Billy Brent, Army. Farrow Jeffrey Jerome, Army. Fashnet Michael John, Army. Fassbender Huey Pierce Long III, Army. Falkenberg Stephen Wayne, Army. Faulkner James Daniel, Army. Falstich Raymond Joseph Jr., Army. Faunis Brian Richard, Army. Fiegler Jason Allen, Army. Felder Arthur Layden, Army. Felder Tiana Cherie, Army. Felix Glade L., Air Force. Feliz Nieve Jorge Luis, Army. Fell Robin Vincent, Army. Felsberg Paul Michael, Marine Corps. Feltz Thomas Holt Sr., Army. Fender Lily Thaniel, Army. Finello Shelby James, Marine Corps. Fennerty Sean Patrick, Army. Fenton Matthew John, Marine Corps. Federer Dennis James Jr., Army. Ferguson Ryan Christopher, Army. Ferguson Richard Lee, Army. Fernandez Darrell Lamar, Army. Fernandez George Andrew, Army. Fernandez Reuben Marcus III, Army. Fernandez William Valentine, Army. Ferrero Marius Leonardo, Army. Farron Clint Daniel, Army. Fursk Michael Harvey Jr., Marine Corps. Fester Gregory John, Army. Fettig John Paul, Army. Fay Tyler Richard, Marine Corps. Fissick, Damian Ty, Army. Field, Nathan Robert, Army. Fielder, Michael Sheen, Army. Pfeiffer, Eric Andrew, Army. Figueroa, Gabriel Jared, Army. Figueroa, Luis Alberto, Marine Corps. Finch, Courtney Dean, Army. Fink, Michael Wayne Jr., Marine Corps. Finken, Paul John, Army. Fisher, Jeremy James, Army. Fiscus, Keith Emerson, Army. Fisher, David Michael, Army. Fisher, Donald Eugene II, Army. Fisher, Dustin Cole, Army. Fisher, Paul Francis, Army. Fisher, Sean Paul, Army. Fight, Joseph Earl, Marine Corps. Fitzgerald, Almer Larson, Marine Corps. Fitzgerald, Dustin Robert, Marine Corps. Fitzmaurice, Steve John, Army. Flanagan, Dennis James, Army. Fletcher, Jacob Samuel, Army. Flint, Marion Jr., Army. Flores, John Derrick, Army. Flores, Jonathan Rubin, Marine Corps. Flores, Omar Demetrio, Army. Flores, Wilford Jr., Army. Flores Mejia, Jose Ricardo, Army. Florexil, Cami, Army. Floyd, Alcaya Tony, Army. Floyd, Clarence Levon Jr., Army. Flynn, Paul Joshua, Army. Foley, Thomas Arthur III, Army. Folks, Timothy Ike Jr., Army. Fomar, Timothy Shane, Marine Corps. Fonseca, Jesus, Army. Fontanilla, Victor Michael, Army. Fontecchio, Elia Paeta, Marine Corps. Fontenot, Jared Seth, Army. Forbes, Aaron Matthew, Army. Ford, David Harrison IV, Army. Ford, Jason Christopher, Army. Ford, Joseph Andrew, Army. Ford, Joseph Andrew, Army. Ford, Michael Luis, Marine Corps. Ford, Philip Cody, Army. Ford, Richard Lee, Army. Ford, Travis Allen, Marine Corps. Forrest, Edward Watson Jr., Army. Forshey, Curtis John, Army. Fortenberry, Wesley Charles, Army. Fortin, Joseph D., Army. Fortune, Maurice Keith, Army. Foster, Eric Matthew, Army. Fouty, Byron Wayne, Army. Fox, Bradley Charles, Army. Fox, Christopher Thomas, Army. Fox, Travis Allen, Marine Corps. Foythek, Krang David, Army. Franco Jason, Marine Corps. Frank, Craig Stewart, Army. Frank, Michael Kevin, Army. Frank, Philip Edward, Marine Corps. Frank, Stephen William, Army. Frank, Warren Andrew, Marine Corps. Franklin, Bobby Charles, Army. Franklin, Jermaine Donnell, Army. Franklin, Michael William, Army. France, Lucas Allen, Army. France, Matthew Curtis, Army. France, Robert Lewis, Army. Frazier, David Michael, Army. Frazier, Grant Bruce, Marine Corps. Frassetio, Vincent Michael, Marine Corps. Frazier, Joseph James, Army. Frederick, Kendall Coma, Army. Freeman Benjamin Lee, Army. Freeman Brian Lee, Army. Freeman Brian Scott, Army. Freeman Brian Lee Jr., Army. Freeman Walter Jr., Army. Freitas Ralph Anthony Webb, Marine Corps. French Kerry Lee, Army. Fresques Jeremy Jeff, Air Force. Freund Stephen William, Marine Corps. Fribley David Keith, Marine Corps. Fruki Armand L., Army. Frederick David Travis, Army. Frugo Nathan Joseph, Army. Frist Luke Pierce, Army. Fritz Jacob Noel, Army. Froelich Adam Darlimple, Army. Froshire Kurt Russell, Army. Frost Christopher Scott, Air Force. Fry John David, Marine Corps. Fry Jason Lee, Marine Corps. Fry Nicole Marie, Army. Fuentes Daniel Armando, Army. Furman Ray Michael II.
Fulkerson Timothy Adam, Army. Fawkes William Bradley, Marine Corps. Fuller Alexander Henry, Army. Fuller Carl Ray, Army. Fuller Travis John, Marine Corps. Funchion Alexander James, Army. Funky Kane Michael, Marine Corps. Funkhauser James Alexander Jr., Army. Furman Donald Devon, Army. Futrell Marcus Sean, Army. Futrell Raphael Anton, Army. Gabbard Marilyn Lee, Army. Gabrielson Dan Henry, Army. Gadsenden Clifford Valentino, Army. Gatson Jonathan Earl, Marine Corps. Gagaluk Alexander Adobar, Army. Gagarin Greg Phil, Army. Gage Joseph Allen, Army. Gahados Sean Douglas, Army. Galai Max Allen, Marine Corps. Gallagher Patrick James, Marine Corps. Gallardo Dennis Javier, Army. Gallegos Joseph Lawrence, Army. Galvan Jose Arellano, Marine Corps. Galvez Adam Anthony, Marine Corps. Gamble Carter Alvin Jr., Army. Gamboa Joseph Duenes, Army. Gansweski Stephen Charles, Army. Ganny Jerry Lewis Jr., Army. Gannon Richard John II, Marine Corps. Garber Jeffrey James, Navy. Garces Seth Christensen, Army. Garces Thomas, Army. Garcia Arana Juan de Dios, Army. Garcia Schill Juan Manuel, Marine Corps. Garcia Villarreal Felipe Jose, Army.
Garcia Alberto Jr., Army. Garcia Anthony Ricardo, Army. Garcia J. Adan, Army. Garcia Javier Jesus, Army. Garcia Justin Rivero, Army. Garcia Rule Maril, Army. Garcia Victor Abraham, Army. Gardner Derek Lloyd, Marine Corps. Gardner Freeman Lee Jr., Army. Gardner James Wilkinson, Army. Garibay Jose Angel, Marine Corps. Garback Joseph Martin Jr., Army. Garroot Eric Thomas, Marine Corps. Garrigus Mikkel David, Army. Garrison Benjamin Joseph, Army. Garrison Landis Wayne, Army. Garvey Justin Reesley, Army. Garvin Edward Marcel, Marine Corps. Gariantes Joseph Paul, Army. Garza Israel, Army. Garza Joe Jesus, Army. Garza Juan Guadalupe Jr., Marine Corps. Gaswicks Carrie Ann, Army. Gasper Frank Joseph, Army. Gasper Kevin John, Army. Gall Sean Michael, Army. Gonky Anthony Alexander, Army. Gathro J. Ryan, Army. Gautier Aaron Daniel, Army. Gautier Bryce Edmund, Army. Gabrielle Demetrius, Marine Corps. Gaylord Alva Lamar, Army. Jabbar Ronald Wayne, Army. Gear George Raymond, Army. Gregor Wayne Marshall, Army. Galena Mark Christopher, Marine Corps. Jelanu Christopher David, Army. Genevieve Aaron Michael, Army. Gentry Louis J., Army. George Jason Everett, Army. Garina Orville, Marine Corps. German Merlin, Marine Corps. Gertson Clinton Ross, Army. Gettings Albert Pasquale, Marine Corps. Garin Corey Ryan, Marine Corps. Gianimo David Lawrence, Army. Giano Poulos Peter John, Marine Corps. Gibbons Devin James, Army. Gibbs Matthew Vincent, Army. Gibbs Nicholas Ray, Army. Gibbs Todd Clayton, Army. Gibson Brennan Chris, Army. Gibson Christopher Allen, Marine Corps. Gibson Derek Arthur, Army. Gibson Kenneth Bartlett, Army. Gibson Timothy Mark, Marine Corps. Janau Richard Bryan, Army. Gifford Allen New, Army. Gifford Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Gifford Micah Stephen, Army. Gil Carlos Javier, Army. Gilbert Kyle Charles, Army. Gilbert Richard Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Gilbert Thomas Michael, Marine Corps. Gilbert Troy Lee, Air Force. Gilbertson Kevin Allen, Army. Giles Landon Scott, Army. Gil Stephen Patrick, Marine Corps. Gillum Chadwick Allen, Marine Corps. Gillican Charles Crum III, Army. Gilmore Cornell Winston I, Army. Gilmore Joseph Adam, Army. Gilmore Richard III, Army. Gilmore Terrell Wayne, Army. Gilorosco Carlos N. Snyder, Marine Corps. Ginther Ronald Albert, Navy. Gannett Daniel Robert, Army. Gist Milton Anthony Jr., Army. Given Nathaniel Allen, Army. Givens Jesse Allen, Army. Givens Stephen Ray, Army. Glosson Curtis Eric Jr., Army. Gleason Michael Todd, Army. Glimpse Marcus Stephen, Marine Corps. Glover Michael Dennis, Marine Corps. Gluff James Michael, Marine Corps. Godbolt Lee Miles, Army. Godwin Todd Johnson, Marine Corps. Goins James Michael, Army. Golby Christopher Allen, Army. Glodinsky Marcus Andrew, Marine Corps. Goldberg David Jonathan, Army. Goldman Shane Lee, Marine Corps. Gola Cliff Christopher, Marine Corps. Gomez Daniel Enrique, Army. Gomez Jose, Army. Gonzalez Cordova Ramon Ernesto, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Esu Shalom Atakio, Army. Gonzalez Tony Gerold, Army. Gonzalez Aretha Felix Giovanni, Army. Gonzalez Rodriguez Jose Franci, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Annual Daniel, Army. Gonzalez Amilcar H, Army. Gonzalez Armando Ariel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Benjamin Rigoberto, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Carlos Michael, Army. Gonzalez Christopher Neal, Army. Gonzalez Jesus Angel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez George Alonzo, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Mario Daniel, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Michael Lewis, Army. Gonzalez Orlando Eric, Army. Gonzalez Victor Avila, Marine Corps. Gonzalez Zachariah Jared, Army. Gooden Bernard George, Marine Corps. Gooding Dakota Lee, Army. Goodrich Gregory Ronald, Army. Goodrich Joseph Patrick, Marine Corps. Goodwin Anthony Lee, Marine Corps. Gordon David Wayne, Army. Gordon Lyle L, Marine Corps. Godfred Richard Stephen, Army. Gold Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Gorley Gregson Glenn, Army. Goward Richard Allen, Army. Graham James Randolph III, Marine Corps. Graham Jeffrey Carl, Army. Graham Lance Tanner, Marine Corps. Graham Mark William, Army. Graham Sean Alexander, Army. Grahams Sanchez David James, Marine Corps. Grandos Caesar Adrian, Army. Grant Brian Keith, Army. Grant Jonathan Walter, Marine Corps. Grant Sandra Stephanie, Navy. Grass Zachary Allen, Army. Grasbaugh Jonathan David, Army. Grader Cody Clark, Army. Graves Joseph Anthony, Army. Gray Jamie Allen, Army. Gray Michael Jason, Navy. Gray Tommy Lee, Army. Gray Torre Luis, Marine Corps. Gray Yance Tell, Army. Green Jeffrey George, Marine Corps. Green Quincy Jermel, Army. Green Ryan Patrick, Army. Green Takara Renee, Army. Green David Scott, Marine Corps. Greenlee Savjeton Vineyard, Army. Greer Nicholas James, Army. Greca Allen Arthur, Army. Grella Devin James, Army. Greshan Daniel Jean, Army. Greshan Ganesha Matrill, Navy. Grez Jordan Lee, Marine Corps. Greece Luis Alexander, Army. Griffin Durrell Ray Jr., Army. Griffin Kyle Andrew, Army. Griffin Patrick Lee Jr., Air Force. Griffin Travis Lee, Air Force. Griffin Donald Delbert Jr., Army. Greg Travis J., Army. Grilava James Travis, Army. Greeley Sean Richard, Army. Grimes Kyle Jason, Marine Corps. Grimes Sean Patrick, Army. Grime Matthew Tyler, Army. Grinder Billy Jean, Army. Groper Chad David, Army. Growth Kelly Brandon, Army. Guardo Ramirez Francisco Javier, Army. Gustafero Daniel Frank, Army. Guadino Sergio, Army. Goodridge James, Army. Gureco Jose Rodriguez Jr., Army. Guerrera Ernesto Rodolfo, Army. Guerrera Joseph Robert, Army. Guerrero Murillo, Army. Guerrero Salvador, Marine Corps. Gul Kelson Hans Nicholas, Army. Gluzinski Leonard Joseph II, Army. Goulet Zachary Ryan, Army. Gummersall Nicholas Aaron, Army. Gunterman Hannah Leah, Army. Gurisbis James Matthew, Army. Gunther Christian Daniel, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Jose, Gunther Christian Daniel, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Jose, Marine Corps. Gutierrez Marshall Angelo, Army. Gutierrez Rosales Luis Enrique, Army. Guy Robert Allen, Marine Corps. Guy Shakir Tafari, Army. Guyton Larry Asaya, Army. Guzman Miguel Angel, Marine Corps. Gatwali Derek Daniel, Army. Hag Chase Armstrong, Army. Habsir Andrew James, Army. Hattier Jordan Christian, Marine Corps. Haffer Richard William, Army. Hager Joshua Ryan, Army. Hagen Jonathan Christopher, Army. Hagay Guy Stanley Jr., Army. Han Peter James, Army. Height Charles Gine, Army. Haynes Kenneth Walter, Army. Hike Christopher Michael, Army. Halal Michael James, Marine Corps. Hale James Melvin, Army. Hale John Edward, Marine Corps. Hall Brian Edward, Army. Hall Curtis Ralph, Navy. Hall Robert Eugene Jr., Army. Hall William Gregory, Marine Corps. Halal Derek Lyle, Marine Corps. Holler Roger Woods, Army. Holling Jesse Marinas, Army.
Halsell Santiago Machon, Army. Halverson Andrew Jason, Marine Corps. Halverson Eric Anders, Army. Hamill Jason Richard, Army. Hamlin Christopher Neal, Army. Ham Jonathan Victor, Army. Hammett Robert Charles Jr., Army. Hammond Nathaniel Thomas, Marine Corps. Hampton Kimberly Nicole, Army. Hancock Michael Scott, Army. Hanks Michael Wayne, Marine Corps. Hannon Fernando Baxter, Marine Corps. Hanson Jeffrey John, Army. Hanson Warren Scott, Army. Hanson Charles Allen Jr., Marine Corps. Hanson Jason, Marine Corps. Hanson Joshua Robert, Army. Hanson Timothy Robert, Army. Hardgree Michael Christoph, Army. Hardy Brandon Michael, Marine Corps. Hardy Nathaniel Hall, Navy. Hardy Richard Allen, Army. Harkins Jason Robert, Army. Harlan James William, Army. Harmon Darren Prattis Sr., Army. Harmon Joshua Scott, Army. Harold Marin Atanasio, Army. Harper Bradley Jared, Marine Corps. Harper Gary Ray Jr., Army. Harper Marlon Bryan, Army. Harrell William Merrill, Marine Corps. Harrelson James Jacob, Army. Harrington Foster Lee, Marine Corps. Harrington Kyle Joseph, Army. Harris Adam Joseph, Army. Harris Blake Andrew, Army. Harris Blake McKenzie, Army. Harris Dustin James, Army. Harris Jennifer Jean, Marine Corps. Harris Kenneth Wayne Jr., Army. Harris Noah, Army. Harris Shane Patrick, Marine Corps. Harris Torrey Devon, Army. Harris Kelly Leroy, Army. Harrison George Daniel, Army. Harrison Ronald R., Army. Hart David Joseph, Army. Hart John Daniel, Army. Hart Nathaniel Jr., Army. Hartford Justin Paul, Army. Hardage Nicholas Scott, Army. Harding Adam James, Army. Harding Rolf John III, Army. Hartley Jared Douglas, Army. Hartley Jeffrey Lee, Army. Hartman David Allen, Army. Hartman Jennifer Marie, Army. Hartman John Leroy Jr., Army. Hartman Jonathan Nicholas, Army. Hartwick Michael Lee Jr., Army. Haslip Travis Frederick, Army. Hayes Donald J., Army. Hastings Matthew Dishung, Army. Hadamer Stephen Clarence, Army. Honert Brandon Patrick, Army. Hopt Ryan Eugene, Army. Hayes Brian Paul, Air Force. Hawk Eagle Hawk Eagle Sheldon Ray, Army. Hawkins Gene Anthony, Army. Hawkins Omar Thomas II, Army. Hahn Asbury Fred II, Army. Hay Dennis Patrick, Army. Hayes Eric Wayne, Army. Hayes James Frederick, Army. Hayes Michael Ray, Army. Hayes William Stephen III, Army. Haynes Bryant Jamal, Army. Haynes Shaler Bontasek, Army. Hazlett Timothy Lawrence, Army. Hazelgrove Brian David, Army. Hazelwood Joshua Lee, Army. Heath David Michael, Army. Herbert Anthony David, Army. Herbert Justin William, Army. Hecker William Frieder III, Army. Heffelfinger Matthew Clayton, Army. Heflin Christopher Todd, Marine Corps. Heidelberg Damian LaQuasha, Army. Hateman Keith Neal, Army. Hayter Rayan Tyson, Army. Haynes Jeremy Michael, Army. Halen Charles Thomas Jr., Army. Helt Eric Ryan, Marine Corps. Hellerman Brian Richard, Army. Helton Joseph Dennis Jr., Air Force. Heltzer Paul Martin, Army. Hemingway Jerry Wayne, Army. Henderson Ashley Lane, Army. Henderson Matthew Charles, Marine Corps. Henderson Miles Parker, Army. Henderson Robert Louis II, Army. Hendrickson Kenneth Wayne, Army. Hendrickson Robert Tyler, Army. Hendricks Jason Russell, Army. Henkins Richard Joseph II, Army. Henley Melvin Lee Jr., Army. Hennessy Jack Taft, Army. Henry Chasan Sandhu, Army. Henry Gary Michael, Army. Henry Joshua Justice, Army. Henry Lorraine Evan Jr., Army. Henry Lorne Evan Jr., Army. Henry Raymond Lamar, Army. Hensel Sean David, Army. Henson Clayton Welch, Army. Henthorne Jeffrey Stewart, Army. Heredia Joseph Javier, Marine Corps. Heredia Marisol, Army. Herrings David Allen, Army. Hurlum Bryant Anthony, Army. Hermanson Michael Lyon, Army. Hernandez Armando, Army. Hernandez Eric James, Army. Hernandez Frank Bustamante, Army. Hernandez Irving Jr., Army. Hernandez Jason John, Army. Hernandez Robert, Army. Hernandez Tony Lay, Marine Corps. Herndon Joseph Franklin II, Army. Harold Adam Gregory, Army. Harima Richard John, Army. Herrera David Lee, Army. Herrera Everin Christopher, Marine Corps. Hergat Edward James, Army. Herod Patrick William, Army. Herring Jacob Robert, Army. Hervaz Tad Thomas, Army. Hersberg Eric William, Marine Corps. Hess Jordan William, Army. Hess Kenneth Dale, Army. Hester Charles Brandon, Army. Hewitt Thomas James, Army. Hewitt Corey Michael, Army. Hicks Corey Lee, Army. Hicks Glenn Dale Jr., Army. Hicks Gregory Bryan, Army. Hicks John Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Higdon Christopher Allen, Army. Higgins Andrew James Duquette, Army. Higgins James Willard, Jr., Marine Corps. Herbert Thomas Layton, Army. Heldenbrandt Chad Robert, Marine Corps. Hildred Seth Aaron, Army. Hill Christopher Kenneth, Army. Hill Raymond Dwayne II, Army. Hill Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Hill Terrell Benedict, Marine Corps. Hillenberg Eric Dean, Marine Corps. Hiller Stephen Dustin, Army. Hills Casey Lee, Army. Hiltz Carrie Francis, Army. Hines Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Hines Casey Malia, Army. Hines Timothy James Jr., Army. Hinkefant Coleman Wayne, Army. Hinkley Haith Renee, Army. Hinton Dominic Joseph, Army. Hins Kelly Curtis, Marine Corps. Hurlston James Daniel, Marine Corps. Hobart Melissa Jennifer, Army. Hobbs Theron Vandermeer, Army. Hodge Jeremy Michael, Army. Hodges Eric James, Marine Corps. Hodshire Michael Paul, Marine Corps. Hodson Nicholas Michael, Marine Corps. Hoa Nainoa, Army. Hoffner Benjamin David, Army. Hoffman James Thomas, Army. Hoffman Justin Fenton, Marine Corps. Hoffmaster Roselle M., Army. Holden Brian Lee, Army. Holder Theodore Samuel II, Marine Corps. Holguin Manuel Joaquin, Army. Holkey Eric Morgan, Army. Holland Christopher James, Army. Holland Daniel Edward, Army. Holler Robert Lee, Jr., Army. Holler Luke Benjamin, Marine Corps. Holly Matthew John, Army. Holloman Aaron Nathaniel, Army. Holiday Jaron Duval, Army. Hollised Lincoln Daniel, Army. Hollinsworth Courtney Atwain, Army. Hollopeter Josiah Wayne, Army. Holloway Matthew Wayne, Marine Corps. Holmason John Martin, Marine Corps. Holmes James J., Army. Holmes Jeffrey Scott, Marine Corps. Holmes Jeremiah John, Army. Holmes Terry, Marine Corps. Holt Antoine Germain, Air Force. Holter Paul Carroll III, Marine Corps. Holtum James Joseph, Army. Holzar Raymond James, Marine Corps. Hook Michael Anthony, Army. Hoover Levi Kenneth, Army. Hopkins Ryan Jeffrey, Army. Hopper Brian Chase, Marine Corps. Hopper Lucas Caleb, Army. Hopper Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Horn Sean Lee, Marine Corps. Hornbeck Kelly Lewis, Army. Ornetto Manny, Army. Horner Bruce Edward, Army. Harrigan Robert Mark, Army. Horton Jeremy Richard, Army. Hoskins Christopher Lee, Army.
Huck David Burton, Marine Corps. Houghton Andrew Ryan, Army. Husby Jessica Marie, Army. House Joel Amos, Army. House John Daniel, Navy. Housel Matthew Philip, Army. Hauser Thomas Eugene, Marine Corps. Howard Curtis Tyrone II, Army. Howard John Ryan, Marine Corps. Howard Walter B. II, Army. Houtshell William Robert, Army. Hal Casey Elwin, Army. Hal Darren Dean, Army. Howell George Jimmy, Army. Howells Allen Richard, Army. Howie Blake Harold, Marine Corps. Howman Gregory Christopher, Marine Corps. Hoyer Bert Edwins, Army. Hoyt Robert Williams, Army. Sia Hai Ming, Army. Hubbard Jared Patrick, Marine Corps. Hubbard Nathan Carroll, Army. Hubbard Tavon Lee, Marine Corps. Hubble Corey Allen, Army. Hubble Darren Patrick, Army. Hudson Aaron Mark, Army. Hudson Christopher Edwin, Army. Huerta Cruz Arturo, Army. Huey Sean Patrick, Army. Huff Sam Williams, Army. Huffman Jason Isaac, Army. Hofstadler Doyle Maurice, Army. Huggins Jamie Lee, Army. Hughes Jeremiah Cham, Army. Hughes Jonathan Adam, Army. Hugo Rachel Lorraine, Army. Hun David Anthony, Marine Corps. Hull Eric Raymond, Army. Hull Thomas Carlton, Navy. Hollander Michael Regine, Army. Humble Joshua Ut, Army. Holmhans Barton Russell, Marine Corps. Humphreys Christian Peter, Army. Hunt Isaiah Robert, Army. Hunt Joseph Daniel, Army. Hunt Justin Thomas, Marine Corps. Hunt Kenneth E. Jr., Marine Corps. Hunt Simon, Army. Hunter Matthew David, Army. Hurley Joshua Charles, Army. Hurst David Raymond, Army. Hurt Gifford Ethan Jr., Army. Houston James Benton Jr., Marine Corps. Houston Seth Ryan, Marine Corps. Hutchings Nolan Ryan, Marine Corps. Hutchinson Ray Joseph, Army. Hutchinson Stephen, Army. Hutton Timothy John, Army. Huxton Gregory Paul Jr., Army. Hyde Daniel Bryan, Army. Idelsky Nicholas Ryan, Army. Idanen Michael June, Army. Ingles Rios Julian, Army. Ingram Thor Harrison, Army. Inman Rowdy J, Army. Oriel Bradley William, Army. Isari Henry Edison, Army. Eisenberg Benjamin Warren, Army. Isaac Daniel, Army. Ivory Greg Stephen, Army. Ivy Kendall Howard II, Marine Corps. Iwan Edward Donald, Army. Iwazinski Kenneth James, Army. Uwansky Kenneth James, Army. Jack Darrens Wilbecker, Army. Jack Edward Eugene, Navy. Jackson Dustin Cody, Army. Jackson Kyle Edward, Army. Jackson Leslie Dennis, Army. Jackson Marlon Phillip, Army. Jackson William Samuel II, Army. Jacobs Gerald Paul, Marine Corps. Jacobs Morgan Nathaniel, Army. Jacobson William Wadoops Jr., Army. Jacobson Elizabeth Nicole, Air Force. Janishan Mary Jane, Army. Janique Jamie Suzanne, Navy. Jafarhani Torjizi Saeed Jr., Marine Corps. Jager Errol Donald, Army. Jamie Jesse, Marine Corps. Jarala Alfred Henry, Army. Jacunia Gregor, Army. Jamar Scott, Army. James Evan Tyler, Marine Corps. James Leon Gifford II, Army. James Lindsay Thomas, Army. James Luke Samuel, Army. James Richard Zachary, Marine Corps. James William Klepper, Marine Corps. Jameson Trisha Lynn, Army. Jankowski Charles Andrew, Army. Jensky Benjamin Donald, Army. Jarrett Justin Robert, Army. Jarrett Michael Robert, Army. Jarvis Rodney Allen, Army. Jorge Michael James, Army. James Allen Brenton, Army. Jasmine Moses, Army. Jeffco Brahim Jamil, Army. Jeffers Edmund John, Army. Jeffries Gary Wayne, Army. Jeffries Victor Walter, Navy. Jeffries William Andrew, Army. Jenkins Kenneth Andrew, Army. Jenkins Robert Boyd, Navy. Jenkins Rush Marshall, Army. Jenkins Troy David, Army. Jennings Darius Tommel, Army. Jensen Drew N., Army. Jerebeck Ryan Michael, Marine Corps. Jarek Ivica, Army. Jernigan William Keith, Army. Jensen Kevin Paul, Army. Jewel Stephen Roy, Army. Jex Albert Ronald, Army. Jimenez Alex Raymond, Army. Jimenez Linda Carl, Army. Jimenez Oscar, Marine Corps. Jimenez Romulio Jose II, Marine Corps. Jordan Andrew Ryan, Army. Johnson Adam Robert, Army. Johnson Alan Ricardo, Army. Johnson Carol William II, Army. Johnson Christopher Braden, Army. Johnson Christopher Charles, Army. Johnson Courtney Tremaine, Army. Johnson David Wayne, Army. Johnson Godfrey Golden, Army. Johnson Howard II, Army. Johnson Jeremiah Jewell, Army. Johnson John Paul, Army. Johnson Joshua Allen, Army. Johnson Justin Weaver, Army. Johnson Lavinia Lynn, Army. Johnson Leon Montiel, Army. Johnson Marcus James, Army. Johnson Maurice Jerome, Army. Johnson Michael Van Jr., Navy. Johnson Nathaniel Henry, Army. Johnson Paul Joseph, Army. Johnson Philip Alexander, Marine Corps. Johnson Philip Andrew Jr., Army. Johnson Randy Lewis Jr., Army. Johnson Rayshawn Samuel, Army. Johnson Robert Lyman, Marine Corps. Johnson Robert Scott, Army. Johnson Robert Thomas, Army. Johnson Rodney Jerome, Army. Johnson Stephen Franklin, Marine Corps. Johnson Stephen Patrick, Marine Corps. Johnson Ty John, Army. Johnson William Christopher, Army. Johnston Gary Scott, Marine Corps. Jonas Jude Ralph, Army. Jones Anthony Glenn, Army. Jones Charles Jason, Army. Jones Charles Stacy, Army. Jones Darrell Ray Jr., Navy. Jones David Randall Sr., Army. Jones Derek William, Marine Corps. Jones Devin D'Amelio, Army. Jones Gussie May, Army. Jones Jeremy Scott, Army. Jones Joshua Durrell, Army. Jones Kevin McCrae, Army. Jones Raymond Edison Jr., Army. Jones Ricky Edward, Army. Jones Robert Leon, Army. Jones Rodney Aaron, Army. Jones Roy Lee III, Army. Jones Ryan Patrick, Army. Jones Huffman Kyle Alexander, Navy. Jopex Ryan David, Army. Joplin Brian Keith, Navy. Jordan Alexander, Army. Jordan Kurt Edward Jr., Army. Jordan Jason David, Army. Jordan Javon Kieran, Army. Jordan Michael Anthony, Navy. Jordan Philip Andrew, Marine Corps. Jordan Richard Joseph, Army. Joshua Ron Joseph Jr., Army. Justice Forrest Joseph, Army. Joya Mendoza Giancarlo, Army. Julian David Daniel, Army. Jutras Dylan M., Army. Caden Matthew Ronald, Army. Kahalawai Henry K. Jr., Army. Kaiser Adam Wade, Marine Corps. Kaiser Anthony Adam, Army. Kaladine Anthony Nelson, Army. Kamka Vincent George, Army. Camelbathan Alan Lewis, Army. Kanakaule Eugene Dante, Army. Kane Joseph Michael, Army. Kareem Brian Christopher, Army. Carol Spencer Timothy, Army. Carolez Edward, Army. Karpowicz Paul Daniel, Army. Carl Michael Greg Jr., Army. Kaseki Mark Joseph, Army. Kashkush Michael McLaren, Marine Corps. Kashmir Douglas Edward, Army. Kason Durrell Wayne, Army. Katheria Hatim Siraj, Army. Kaufman Charles Anthony, Army. Kavanaugh Eric Matthew, Army.
Kaler Jeffrey Joseph, Army. Kazakrik Jason Christopher, Army. Keeling Thomas Oliver, Marine Corps. Kiesling Chancellor Arsenio, Army. Keith Chad Lynn, Army. Keith Quinn Archie, Marine Corps. Kelly Dwayne Maurice, Army. Kelly Matthew Jean, Army. Kelly Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. Kelly Dale James, Army. Kelly Paul Michael, Army. Kelly Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Kelsey Samuel Edbert, Army. Keeple Andrew Joseph, Army. Kendall Justin Lee, Army. Kennard Cortland Ashland, Army. Kennedy Adam Patrick, Army. Kennedy Brian Matthew, Marine Corps. Kennedy Corinne Edward, Army. Kennedy Stephen Curtis, Army. Kenyon Morgan Deshawn, Army. Kenny Christopher James, Army. Kenny Joseph Paul, Army. Kenny Patrick Bryan, Marine Corps. Keith Aaron Antrim, Navy. Kenyon Chadwick Thomas, Navy. Kenyon Rex Christopher, Army. Keepert Jonathan Roy, Army. Kefart Jonathan Roy, Army. Kerchief Powell Willard Monroe III, Army. Kearns Dallas Lee, Marine Corps. Kinzer James Clifford, Army. Kessler Jason Michael, Army. Ketcherson Eric Clayton, Army. Khan Humain Sabat Muzam, Army. Khan Kareem Rashad Sultan, Army. Kidd Mark David, Marine Corps. Keyford Ricky Allen, Army. Keel James Michael, Army. Keenlion Shane Edward, Marine Corps. Kiernan Christopher Spellman, Army. Kilpatrick Christopher Reed, Army. Kilpila Andrew Jacob, Marine Corps. Kim Inchul, Marine Corps. Kim Jang-ho, Army. Kim Jung-win, Army. Kim Kun-young, Marine Corps. Kim Lewis Jean, Army. Kim Min-hee, Marine Corps. Kim Shin-woo, Army. Kimbler Dexter Seatman, Marine Corps. Kimmy Danny Lee, Army. Kimball Matthew Allen, Army. Kimberly Kevin Christopher, Army. Kimple James Frederick, Marine Corps. Kincad Kenneth Ellsworth IV, Army. Kinchin Jeremiah Colt, Marine Corps. Kinchin Levy Bond, Army. King Bradley Darrell, Army. King Charles Monroe, Army. King Eric Dean, Army. King Janelle Franshaw, Army. King Jeremy Edward, Army. King Jerry Ryan, Army. King Paul Nicholas, Marine Corps. Kingman Jonathan Paul, Army. Kinglow James Andorra, Army. Kenny Lester Ormond II, Army. Kingslow Anthony David, Army. Kingser William Scott Jr., Army. Kirchhoff David Michael, Army. Kirk Jeffrey Lynn, Marine Corps. Kurth Jonathan Ernest, Marine Corps. Kirkpatrick David Austin, Army. Kirkpatrick Scott Lang, Army. Kaiser Charles Anthony, Army. Kaiser Timothy Craig, Army. Kleinslow Reese William, Army. Kleinberger Nicholas Bryan, Marine Corps. Klein Allen, Marine Corps. Klein Keith Allen, Army. Klinsmith John Kevin Jr., Army. Klingsler Joshua Phillip, Marine Corps. Knifer Tony Lee, Army. Knight Timothy Allen, Marine Corps. Knighton Floyd George Jr., Army. No Garrett Charles, Army. Not Allen James, Army. Not Eric Lynn, Navy. Not Joseph Lebian, Army. Knowles Joshua Lincoln, Army. Knox Adam Lund, Army. Knox Renee Jr., Army. Coach Brent William, Army. Coach Matthew Allen, Army. Coach Michael Eugene, Army. Kogler Gary Allen, Marine Corps. Cohen Lance Jacob, Army. Koloas Adam Job, Army. Kokish Allen Dale Jr., Army. Colosa Alexander James, Army. Coloth Obadiah James, Army. Colota Zachary Allen, Marine Corps. Combe Kevin Thomas, Marine Corps. Copa Charles Victor, Navy. Condora Martin Willis, Army. Co-Prince William Craig Jr., Marine Corps. Cordsmeyer Patrick William, Army. Corn James Edward, Army. Corthidus Bradley Stephen, Marine Corps. Costers Corey Christian, Army. Koth Edward Austin, Navy. Kortobis Jason Barron, Army. Kovic Ryan Joseph, Marine Corps. Kowalski Stephen Matthew, Army. Kowalik Jacob Henrique, Marine Corps. Kramer Edward Jester, Army. Kraus Elmer Charles, Army. Craig Travis Cabot, Army. Creeder Dustin Levy, Army. Cream Jared Jason, Marine Corps. Caruter David Kenneth John, Marine Corps. Krisoff Nathan Michael, Marine Corps. Kritz Tyler Joseph, Army. Kritzer Bradley Gordon, Army. Kraut Kurt Eric, Army. Kreger Eric John, Army. Cruz Kurt Elmo, Army. Kraus Christopher Ryan, Army. Chris Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Krabowska Jared William, Army. Cube Christopher David Allen, Army. Cubic Brian James, Army. Kuhl David Charles, Army. Kuglix Matthew Joseph, Air Force. Coons Larry Robert Jr., Army. Kulik John, Army. Kurth Christopher Milton, Army. Kurth John Frederick, Army. Kurtz Russell Andrew, Army. Knuch Joshua Jacob, Army. LaBeouf Douglas Emil, Army. Labetty William Wallace Jr., Army. La Serena Reno Sabato, Army. Ladd Joshua Shane, Army. LaFleur Jason Kenneth, Army. LaForest Matthew Phillip, Army. Lamont Jonathan Allen, Army. Lurrit Dustin Daniel, Army. Lake Chad William, Army. Lake Floyd Everett Sr., Army. LaLouche Michael Vernon, Marine Corps. Lane Allen Din, Marine Corps. Lamb Jeffrey, Marine Corps. Lamb Charles Robert, Army. Lambertson Randall Lynn, Army. Lambert David Eugene, Army. Lambert James Irving II, Army. Lambert James Peter, Army. Lambert Jonathan Wyatt, Marine Corps. Lamy Jean Levine, Army. Lamont Andrew David, Marine Corps. Lancaster Andrew Wayne, Army. Landaker Jared Michael Vincent, Marine Corps. Landeck Kevin C., Army. Landrus Sean Gregory, Army. Landry John Francis Jr., Army. Landry Joseph Need III, Army. Lane David Joseph, Army. Lane Sean Allen, Marine Corps. Land Garcia Victor Manuel, Army. Langenbrenner Richard Peter, Army. Langhorse Moses Albert, Marine Corps. Langley Sean Michael, Marine Corps. Landmac Stephen Michael, Army. Lanham Jane Elizabeth, Navy. Langford Jonathan Miles Sr., Army. Lanneman Denise Adele, Army. Lantieri Jason Michael, Army. Lantigua Nelson Manuel, Marine Corps. Lanziering Joseph Antonio, Army. Lampiski Stanley James, Army. Lampica Christopher Jack, Marine Corps. Laura Brandon Taylor, Marine Corps. Larimore Tracy Lee, Army. Large Brian William, Army. Larson Cole William, Army. Larson Jackie Louis, Air Force. Larson Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Larson Scott Quinn Jr., Army. Lakowski Matthew Carl, Army. Lasky Michael Howard, Marine Corps. Laswell Sean Thomas Jr., Army. Latham Thomas Lee, Army. Latham William Travis, Army. Latimer Aaron Priest, Army. Latorney Paul Miguel, Army. Lau Karina Sotelo, Army. Lowry Timothy Joseph, Army. Laware Casey Michael, Army. Lawrence Jeffrey David, Marine Corps. Lawson Isaac Sean, Army. Lawton Mark Anthony, Army. Layfield Travis James, Marine Corps. Layman Benjamin Joseph, Army. Lynn Ben Gok, Marine Corps. Leach Patrick Daniel, Army. LeBrin Jeff, Army. Leckland Daniel Allen, Army. Ledzema Renee, Army. Ledsum Michael Craig, Marine Corps. LeDuc Ryan David, Marine Corps. Lee Bum Rock, Marine Corps. Lee Carl Wayne, Army. Lee Dustin Jerome, Army. Lee Jason Thomas, Army. Lee Mark Allen, Navy.
Lee Kojing, Army. Lee Samuel Sunjun, Army. Lee Terrence Dellin Sr., Army. Lee Thomas Edward III, Army. Lemus Thomas Ray, Army. Legaspi Emmanuel Ladaris, Army. Leg Cody R., Army. Legrand Damon Glenn, Army. Lato Jason Allen, Marine Corps. Leha Hector, Army. Leinstein Ken Willie, Army. Lemke Jason Floyd, Army. Lemon Jerome, Army. Lennon Cedric Lamont, Army. Leon Christopher David, Marine Corps. Leon Perez Jesus Antonio, Army. Leonard Charles Earl Jr., Army. Leody Nicholas William, Marine Corps. Letendre Brian S., Marine Corps. Letufuga Ferraro Kevin, Army. Lezink William J., Marine Corps. Louis Adrian Juancito, Army. Louis Brian Anthony, Army. Louis Dwayne Peter Ryan, Army. Louis Jason Dale, Navy. Louis Joel William, Army. Louis Lee Arthur Jr., Army. Louis Mason Lee, Army. Lahota Jesse Marvin, Army. Libby Dustin James, Marine Corps. Lacalzi Michael Lucian, Marine Corps. Latio Wiljean Tuleta, Army. Lawrence Victor Patrick, Army. Liggett Robert Andrew, Army. Light Robbie Glenn, Army. Leitner Daniel Russell Jr., Army. Leitner Nicholas James, Army. Lil Eric Anthony, Army. Lily Michael Thomas, Army. Link Henry William, Army. Lind John David, Army. Lynmouth Michael Brent, Marine Corps. Lyndon Justin Wayne, Army. Lyndon Joy Carlin, Army. Linder Daryl Wardlaw, Army. Lindsay David Paul, Marine Corps. Lindsay James Tyler, Army. Ling Roger Gutung, Army. Link Joey Dwayne, Air Force. Lynn Carl Richard, Marine Corps. Lisk Terry Michael, Army. Lister Joseph Leroy, Army. Little Jason Thomas, Marine Corps. Little Kyle Andrew, Army. Little Tommy Siri, Army. Livade Nino D. Lloyd Tail Damas, Army. Lloyd Keith Everett, Army. Lloyd Michael Chadwick, Army. Low Edmund Lam, Army. Lau Jeffrey Sofa, Army. Locker Kenneth Edward Jr., Army. Lockey John Michael, Army. Locklear Velton III, Army. Loggins Adam Eugene, Marine Corps. Lanecki Elizabeth Ann, Air Force. Ladano Daniel Jesus, Army. Loney John Eric, Army. Long Braden Joseph, Army. Long Brian Michael, Army. Long Bunny, Marine Corps. Long Jeremy Zeus, Marine Corps. Long Ryan Patrick, Army. Long William Alfred, Army. Long Zachariah Wesley, Army. Longoria John Matthew, Marine Corps. Longstreth Dwayne Edward, Army. Lutens Jonathan Edward, Army. Lopez Rodriguez Damian, Army. Edgar Lopez Edgar Eldeberto, Marine Corps. Lopez Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Lopez Hilario F., Marine Corps. Lopez Juan Manuel Jr., Army. Lopez Juan, Marine Corps. Lopez Manuel III, Army. Lopez Feliciano Williams, Army. Lopez Reyes Jason. Lopez Hugo Brazil, Marine Corps. Lord Richard Murrell, Marine Corps. Lauder Christopher Warren, Army. Loden Christopher Everett, Army. Lowry Matthew Scott, Army. Love Joseph Isaiah, Army. Love Robert Lee Jr., Army. Love Scott McLean, Army. Loveless Jeremy Michael, Army. Lowry Jonathan Allen, Army. Lloyd David Leroy, Army. Loza Christopher David, Army. Lozada Angelo Luis Jr., Army. Lou Victor Ronald, Marine Corps. Lucas Joseph Allen, Army. Lucas Kevin Adam, Marine Corps. Lucent John Anthony, Marine Corps. Lucero Joshua Elijah, Marine Corps. Lucero Robert Lawrence, Army. Lucio Ramirez Angel de Jesus, Army. Lucky Brian Christensen, Army. Ludlam Jason Courtney, Army. Lucan Eric Robert, Marine Corps. Lufkin Caleb Andrew, Army. Lugo Jacob Raoul, Marine Corps. Lukac John, Marine Corps. Lumpkin Johnny Wayne, Army. Luna Kevin Michael, Army. Luden James Edward, Army. Lundstrom Brett Lee, Marine Corps. Lunsford Audrey Darren, Army. Lusk Joe Fenton II, Army. Lutters Derek Joseph, Army. Lutz George Anthony II, Army. Lin Y. Foe, Army. Learley Sean Edward, Army. Lynch Jason Nathaniel, Army. Lynch Matthew Devon, Marine Corps. Lynch Robert Allen, Marine Corps. Lyons Christopher Paul, Marine Corps. Lyons James Nathaniel, Army. Lyons Thomas Franklin, Army. Mabry Christopher Dale, Marine Corps. McDonald Gregory Edward, Marine Corps. Machado Olms Caesar Fabricio, Marine Corps. Michael Fred Lee, Marine Corps. Mac Brian Anthony, Army. Mac Kenneth Nathaniel, Marine Corps. Mac Vorn Jimmy, Army. Mackenzie Tyler Ryan, Army. Mackey Bryant Wayne, Army. McKinnon Michael John, Army. McCrum Robert Douglas, Navy. Madras Nicholas Alexander, Army. Madden Joshua Barrett, Army. Maddies Stephen Roosevelt, Army. Madero Vincent Alexander, Army. Mador Ronnie Jean Jr., Army. Maguire Blake Antonio, Marine Corps. McGee Anthony O'Neill, Army. Maggart Brandon Edward, Army. Maglione Joseph Basil, Marine Corps. Mahafahi Shane Reichert Martin, Army. Mahdi Marcus, Marine Corps. Maher Jared Lee, Marine Corps. Maher Sean Patrick, Marine Corps. Maher William Joseph III, Army. Mahalenbrock David Paul, Army. Medea Mark Allen, Army. Makowski Russell Michael, Army. Malcolm Dan Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Mallard Tor Ramon, Army. Mallet Toby Wayne, Army. Malone Jimmy Mack, Army. Malone Patrick Antonio, Marine Corps. Maloney John William, Marine Corps. Malson Adam Michael, Army. Manabog Michael Tolentino, Army. Manon Travis Lemma, Marine Corps. Manukayan Nicholas Yan, Marine Corps. Manuel Ian Desmond, Army. Manuel William Francis, Army. Manzano Pablo, Army. Marvillosa Mila Lamag, Army. Marceau Sidney Joseph Jr., Army. March Howard Sylvester Jr., Marine Corps. Marchand Jason Nicholas, Army. Marisol Miguel Angel III, Marine Corps. Maricent Luigi Jr., Army. Markham Joshua Samuel, Army. Marcus Lyndon Anson Jr., Army. Martis Paul Charles Jr., Army. Marin Correas Douglas Jose, Marine Corps. Maresh Jeremy Eugene, Army. Marino Jude Cruz, Air Force. Mariano Robbie Matthew, Army. Marin Dominguez Jr. Jose Santos, Marine Corps. Marion Javier Jr., Army. Marino Kirsten Keola, Marine Corps. Marino Ralph John, Army. Marion Adam Lee, Army. Marion Christopher Lee, Army. Moretti Keith Randall, Army. Markham Jonathan Allen, Army. Marks Taylor Daniel, Army. Marcoux Gentian, Marine Corps. Marsh Chad Eugene, Army. Marshall Bradley Wayne, Army. Marshall Evan Andrew, Army. Marshall James Edward, Army. Marshall John Winston, Army. Marshall Randall Tony, Army. Martins Robert Nathaniel, Navy. Martin David Jeffrey, Army. Martin J. Edward, Army. Martin Jonathan Lee, Army. Martin Ryan Byrne, Army. Martin Sean Paul, Marine Corps. Martin Stephen Glenn, Army. Martin Thomas Michael, Army. Martin Timothy Paul, Army. Martinez Flores Francisco Abraham, Marine Corps. Martinez Salazar Roberto Luis, Army. Martinez Anselmo III, Army. Martinez Francisco Gregorio, Army. Martinez Francisco, Army. Martinez Glenn Edward, Marine Corps. Martinez Jesse Jack, Army. Martinez Joseph Larry, Army.
Okay. Martinez Michael Anthony, Army. Martinez Michael Jason, Army. Martinez Michael Ray, Army. Martinez Michelle, Army. Martinez Oscar Amilcar, Marine Corps. Martinez Renee, Marine Corps. Martinez Robert Alexander, Marine Corps. Martinez Victor Alejandro, Army. Martinez Virgil Chance, Army. Martinez Luis Trinidad Rodrigo, Army. Martini Philip John, Marine Corps. Martino Michael David, Marine Corps. Martyr Jacob David, Army. Martone Justin Robert, Marine Corps. Marzano Michael Adam, Marine Corps. Masseth Ryan Douglas, Army. Mason Anthony Luke, Army. Mason Casey Parnell, Army. Mason Christopher Edward, Army. Mason Colin Tyree, Army. Mason Johnny Vell, Army. Mason Nicholas Conan, Army. Massey John Ray, Army. Mastrapa Arthur Stacy, Army. Mata Johnny Villarreal, Army. Mateo Ramon, Marine Corps. Matheny Charles E. IV, Army. Matheny Randy J., Army. Mathis Marcus Kale, Army. Matlock Michael Benson, Jr., Army. Matek John James, Jr., Marine Corps. Matero John Paul, Army. Madison James Charles, Army. Matthews Clint Richard, Army. Mattingly Matthew Charles, Army. Matula Matthew Edward, Marine Corps. Mattis Andrew Gary, Marine Corps. Maupin Keith Matthew, Army. May Donald Charles Jr., Marine Corps. May Patrick Wiggs, Army. Mabin Danny Edward, Army. Mayek Joseph Patrick, Army. Mahan Ryan Lee, Marine Corps. Maynard Chad Bryant, Marine Corps. Maine Kenneth William, Army. Maine Michael Lee, Army. Mayo Barry Wayne, Army. Mayorga Pablo Vinicio, Marine Corps. Mazzarella Anthony Michael, Army. McNulty Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. McCarn Montrell Chante, Army. Macbeth Morgan Marie, Army. McBride Zachary Wade, Army. McCaffrey Patrick Ryan Sr., Army. McCall Daniel Lee, Army. McCandless Rodney Lynn, Army. McCants Marquis Germain, Army. McCarthy Christopher Dolette, Army. McCarthy Joseph Christopher, Marine Corps. McCawn Ryan Thomas, Marine Corps. Macaulay Ryan Michael, Army. Macaulay Randy Donald, Army. McCleary Jeremiah Paul, Army. McLeod Christopher Michael, Army. McLeod Joseph Train, Marine Corps. McClung Megan Malia, Marine Corps. McConnell Daniel James, Army. McCormick Brad Preston, Marine Corps. McCormick Clinton Tyler, Army. McCormick David Phillip, Army. McCoy Gregory William Guy, Army. McCoy Steve Aaron, Army. McCracken Christopher Matthew, Marine Corps. McCrae Eric Scott, Army. McCraw Christopher Avon, Army. McCune Donald Roy II, Army. McCune Sean Patrick, Army. McCurdy Ryan Stanley, Marine Corps. McDaniel Hookteen Richard Pat, Army. McDavid Robert Taylor III, Army. McDonald Sean Carl, Army. McDonough Brian Thomas, Army. McDougall Richard Jean, Army. McDowell Robert Matthew, Army. McElroy Brian, Air Force. McElveen Anthony Thomas, Marine Corps. McFall Thomas Michael, Army. McFarlane Dwayne James Jr., Army. McFarlane Jackie Lewis Jr., Army. McCaw Dustin Knight, Army. McGee John Edward, Army. McGee Holly Jean, Army. McGee Ryan Casey, Army. McGill Arthur Raymond, Army. McGinnis Brian Daniel, Marine Corps. McGinnis Ricky Lee, Army. McGinnis Ross Andrew, Army. McLaughlin Michael Anthony, Army. McLaughlin Donald Ryan, Marine Corps. McGovern Timothy Ian, Army. McGowan Stephen Michael, Army. McGuire Daniel Aaron Carrier, Marine Corps. McHale James Allen, Army. McCoffey Jeremy Wayne, Army. McHugh Scott Ronald, Navy. McIlvaine James Ryan, Marine Corps. McIntosh Eric Allen, Marine Corps. McIntosh Joshua Dwayne, Navy. McIntosh Scott Alexander, Army. McKeever David Matthew, Army. McKenna John James IV, Marine Corps. McKinley Eric Scott, Army. McKinley Robert Leon, Army. McKinney Jeffrey Ray, Army. McKinsey Antoine J., Army. McKiskey Adam Thomas, Marine Corps. McKnight Omar James, Air Force. McLaughlin Michael Eric, Army. McLaughlin Scott Paul, Army. McLeod Garrett Ian, Army. McLeese Justin Daniel, Marine Corps. McClyman Eric Lay, Army. McCann Don Stephen, Army. McMahon Graham Martin, Army. McMillan Jacob Gerald, Army. McMillan William Lloyd III, Army. McMillan Heath Allen, Army. McMullen Michael Joseph, Army. McNail Robert Allen, Army. McNary Robbie Dean, Army. McNaughton James Dennis, Army. McNeil Jeremiah Emmanuel, Army. McNeil Philip David, Army. McNulty Michael Lewis, Army. McPeak Allen Eugene, Army. McPhillips Brian Michael, Marine Corps. McRae James Heath, Marine Corps. McCrill Robert Richard, Navy. McSwain Clarence Douglas, Army. McSween Joseph Adam, Navy. McVeigh Odie Joseph, Army. McVicker Daniel Morgan, Marine Corps. Metters Michael J., Army. Medellin Jesus Martin Antonio, Marine Corps. Medina Brian Anthony, Marine Corps. Medina Irving, Army. Medlicott Matthew Sauer, Marine Corps. Medlin Jean Paul, Army. Muswen William Benjamin, Army. Mejia Benjamin Enrique, Army. Mejia Bobby II, Army. Mejias David Alfonso, Army. Melcher Mark William, Army. Meal John William, Army. Melia Anthony Charles, Marine Corps. Mellon Casey Lee, Army. Mello Julian S., Army. Melson Jacob Eugene, Army. Melton Kenneth Allen, Army. Meluat J. Gee, Marine Corps. Melvin Tracy Lee, Army. Mina Ralph Jr., Army. Menchaca Christian, Army. Mendez Aceves Fernando Alejandro, Navy. Mendez Ruiz David Albert, Marine Corps. Mendez Sanchez Antonio, Army. Mendez Bobby, Army. Mendoza Antonio, Marine Corps. Mendoza Ramon Juan Jr., Marine Corps. Menke Jonathan D., Army. Menemeyer Stephen Paul, Army. Menusa Joseph, Marine Corps. Manyweather Eddie Eugene, Army. Mercado Velasquez Angel David, Army. Mercado Gil, Army. Mercado Raul, Marine Corps. Mercedes Saez Sergio Antonio, Army. Mercer Chad Michael, Army. Merchant Christopher Scott, Army. Merck Dennis Paul, Army. Murilla Michael Matthew, Army. Merlo Ivan Ernesto, Army. Merrill Jason Lynn, Army. Merville Christopher Andrew, Army. Messer Christopher Paul, Army. Messer Scott Anthony, Army. Mesmer Nicholas Edward, Army. Metcalf Scott Joseph, Army. Methvin Daniel Keith, Army. Medley Michael Charles, Army. Meyer Brandon Abbott, Army. Meyer Harrison James, Army. Meyer Jason Michael, Army. Meza Barry Kenneth, Army. Meza Gilberto Alexander, Army. Mix Joseph Paul, Army. Mirsandoval Ilu A., Army. Mihalakas Michael George, Army. Milksark Matthew Gregory, Marine Corps. Maleo Jason David, Marine Corps. Miles Sean Henry, Marine Corps. Millard Gregory Nolan, Army. Milledge Joseph Bradley, Army. Miller Anthony Scott, Army. Miller Brian Keith, Army. Miller Bruce Jr., Army. Miller Clinton John, Marine Corps. Miller Daniel Bryan Jr., Air Force. Miller Dennis James Jr., Army. Miller Frederick Luis Jr., Army. Miller James Hoyt IV, Army. Miller John Wayne, Army. Miller Kyle Randall, Army. Miller Lowell Thomas II, Army. Milo Marco Lavin, Army. Miller Marvin Lee, Army.
Miller Michael Wayne, Army. Miller Nicholas Andrew, Marine Corps. Miller Patrick Joseph, Army. Miller Ryan Adam, Marine Corps. Miller Ryan Edwin, Marine Corps. Miller Scott Allen, Army. Miller William Lewis, Marine Corps. Milliken Jonathan Miles, Army. Mills Jerry Wayne Jr., Army. Mills Leah Robert, Marine Corps. Millsap Timmy James, Army. Milo Avelalo, Army. Menninger Robert Thomas, Marine Corps. Menjarez Gilbert Jr., Navy. Mintzloff Brian Lee, Army. Minucci Joseph II, Army. Miranda Troy Leon, Army. Meisner Gordon Foster II, Army. Misseldine Jody Wayne, Army. Mitchell Andrew Darnell, Army. Mitchell Curtis Anthony, Army. Mitchell George Arthur Jr., Army. Mitchell Keeman Lavore, Army. Mitchell Michael William, Army. Mitchell Raymond Neal III, Army. Mitchell Sean Robert, Army. Mitz David Anthony, Army. Mixon Justin Ray, Army. Meisner Jesse Douglas, Army. Mock Wilson Marcus, Army. Modine Scott Thomas, Marine Corps. Mogling Joshua Stephen, Army. Mokri Yari, Army. Molina Joshua Alexander, Army. Molina Bautista Jorge Alberto, Marine Corps. Moncada Raul, Army. Monroe Anthony William, Army. Monroe Christopher Taylor, Army. Monshka Justin Shane, Army. Mansour Michael Anthony, Navy. Montalvo Jesus Manuel, Army. Monteferring Jason Wayne, Army. Monteith Alexander Young, Army. Montenegro Alfonso Jr. II, Army. Montes Luis Antonio, Army. Montgomery Brian Paul, Marine Corps. Montgomery Robert Joe Jr., Army. Montgomery Ryan J., Army. Montoya Damian Michael, Army. Montpetit Michael Jeffrey, Army. Monson Milton Manuel Jr., Army. Moody Michael Dean Jr., Army. Moon J. Sick, Army. Mooney Adam Garber, Army. Moore Benjamin Jr., Army. Moore Christopher Lee, Army. Moore Dwayne Lawrence, Army. Moore Gary Lee, Army. Moore Horace Gerard, Army. Moore James Lee, Marine Corps. Moore Jason William, Marine Corps. Moore Joshua McKay, Army. Moore Keith Jesse, Army. Moore Nathaniel Kentian, Marine Corps. Moore Stuart Wesley, Army. Moore William Clint, Army. Muddart Travis Aaron, Army. Mora Arthur Anthony Jr., Army. Mora Jose Luis Jr., Army. Mora Melvin Yamil, Army. Mora Michelangelo, Army. Mora Omar Leonardo, Army. Morales Jason Matthew, Army. Moorberg Joshua Michael, Army. Moorhead Kevin Neal, Army. Morel Brent Lee, Marine Corps. Moreno David John, Navy. Moreno Gerardo, Army. Moreno Jamie, Army. Moreno Luis Antonio, Army. Moreno Reese David, Army. Moretti Trista Leah, Army. Morgan Carl James, Army. Morgan Dennis Bryan, Army. Morgan Keisha Marie, Army. Morgan Richard Lynn Jr., Army. Warren Steve Jr., Army. Morley Joshua Lyle, Army. Morningstar Christopher Randolph, Army. Moore Alan Andrew, Army. Morris Brian Lee, Army. Morris Daniel Marshall, Army. Morris Daniel Todd, Marine Corps. Morris Darrell James, Marine Corps. Morris Eric Wayne, Army. Morris Jeffrey Stephen, Marine Corps. Morris Kelly Scott, Army. Morris Matthew Troy, Army. Morris Ricky Ardell Jr., Marine Corps. Morris Stephen Lloyd, Marine Corps. Morrison Lawrence Emerson, Army. Morrison Nicholas Bradley, Marine Corps. Morrison Shauna Marie, Army. Morrow Jason William Daniel, Marine Corps. Mortensen Marty Garth, Marine Corps. Morton Benjamin Charles, Army. Morton Cherry Lynn, Navy. Moshillo Robert Lewis, Marine Corps. Moshe Timothy J., Army. Mosky Jason Lyle, Army. Moss Keelan Lamont, Army. Moss Walter Mark Jr., Air Force. Mostiero Allen, Army. Motley Todd Aaron, Army. Maudry Christopher O'Neill, Army. Moody James Sean, Army. Mounts Clifton Blake, Marine Corps. Mal Kevin Scott, Army. Moxley Clifford Leonard Jr., Army. Moyer Ashley Lynn, Army. Mrazek Corey Ryan, Army. Muldoon James Patrick, Army. Muller Jeremy William Sr., Army. Mueller Adam James, Army. Mundell Michael Lewis, Army. Munger Joshua James, Army. Munn Donald Leon II, Army. Murchison Matthew Michael, Army. Murkison Herman Jerome Jr., Marine Corps. Murphy Christopher Edward, Army. Murphy Sean Matthew, Army. Murphy Stephen Lloyd, Marine Corps. Murphy Warren Anthony, Army. Murphy Sweet Philip Anthony, Navy. Murray Adam Russell, Marine Corps. Murray David Joseph, Army. Murray Jeremy Enlow, Marine Corps. Murray Joel Lee, Army. Murray Robert Wesley Jr., Army. Murray Rodney Allen, Army. Muzak James Paul, Army. Muscat Dimitri, Army. Mutz Mitchell Thomas, Army. Mui Vyashna, Marine Corps. Myers Edward Lee, Army. Myers Zachary Taylor, Army. Nashampasak Krishna, Marine Corps. Navi Russell Hussein, Army. Nakamura Paul Takuzo, Army. Nakis Nathan William, Army. Narley Kenneth Allen, Army. Naper Roger Allen Jr., Navy. Naputi Richard Jr. de Gracia, Army. Narvaez Joe Anthony, Army. Naisman Brian Keith, Army. Nash Casey Willis, Army. Nason Christopher Gregg, Army. Nathan Jason Dorian, Air Force. Navarro Peter Joseph, Army. Navarrayano Juana, Marine Corps. Nave Kevin Gerard, Marine Corps. Navea Rafael Lewis, Army. Naylor Bryn Joel, Army. Enduri Christine Muthoni, Army. Neil Jacob Huron, Marine Corps. Neely Troy Douglas, Marine Corps. Neely Paul Lawrence, Army. Needham Rob Gordon, Army. Neil Philip Isaac, Army. Neely Charles Larry, Army. Neasley Peter Collins, Army. Neff Christian Monroe, Army. Neff Paul Michael II, Army. Negron Julio Enrique, Army. Nyberger Christopher Todd, Army. Neighbor Gavin Lee, Army. Nillum Rahilio Eric, Army. Nelson Albert Marquis, Army. Nelson Andrew Henning, Army. Nelson Andrew Paul, Army. Nelson Christopher Joseph, Army. Nelson Craig Lewis, Army. Nelson Lex S., Army. Nelson Mario, Army. Nelson Richard Joseph, Marine Corps. Nelson Travis Lynn, Army. Nepsa Keith Vernon, Army. Nettles Marquez Jose, Navy. Newbar Paul Christian, Army. Nusha Joshua Martin, Army. Newgard William Robert, Army. Newman Willem Joseph, Army. Newman Randy Lee, Marine Corps. Newman William Nathaniel, Air Force. Newsome Daniel Allen, Army. Girakid Marasabang Theodore, Army. Nguyen Dan Hong, Army. Nguyen Tung Han, Army. Nice Joseph Lee, Marine Corps. Nichols Jeffrey Franklin, Army. Nicholas Dominique John, Marine Corps. Niedermeyer Louis Edward, Army. Nieves Isaac Michael, Army. Nicely Scott Evan, Army. Nixon Patrick Ray, Marine Corps. Noble Daniel Scott, Navy. Nolan Alan Duane, Army. Nolan Joseph Michael, Army. Nolasco Marcus Omar, Army. Nolan Kyle Anthony, Navy. Nolte Nicholas Santo, Marine Corps. Normire Zachary Ray, Army. Norman Michael Allen, Army. Normandy William Joseph, Army. Norquist Joseph Carl, Army. Norris Curtis Lee, Army.
Norris Kyle Phillip, Army. Norris Paul Brandon, Army. North Christopher Mark, Army. Norton Jason Lynn, Air Force. Norton Justin Dean, Army. Norwood Byron Wayne, Marine Corps. Knott Leaf E., Army. Novak Sean Allen, Army. Nowaki Andrew Walter, Marine Corps. Noyes Justin Lee, Marine Corps. Nunez Todd Edward, Army. Nunez Jason, Army. Nurnberg Keith Allen, Army. Nur Joseph Charles, Army. Nutt David Terrell, Army. Nigabagowski Mick Ray, Marine Corps. Nyrin Nathaniel John, Army. O'Brien William David, Army. O'Day Patrick Terrence, Marine Corps. O'Donnell Shane Keegan, Marine Corps. O'Hare Walter Kearns, Marine Corps. O'Leary Daniel Todd, Army. Oakes Samuel Jr., Army. Obaji Francis Chinomso, Army. Obletner Brandon Frederick, Army. Oblias Prado Pena Javier, Marine Corps. O'Byrne George Robert Jr., Army. O'Brien Israel Paul, Army. Odell Robert Daniel, Army. Odoms Charles Edward II, Army. Ogburn John Banks III, Army. Oglesby Wade James, Army. Ojeda Ramon Candelario, Army. O'Cray Stephen Michael, Army. Olglin Randall, Army. Oliveira Brian, Marine Corps. Olivier Nicholas Joseph, Army. Olmsted Andrew James, Army. Olson Daniel Robert, Marine Corps. Olson Toby Richard, Army. Olson John Thomas, Marine Corps. Olson Nicholas Paul, Army. Olson Todd Donald, Army. Oneto Sikorsky Robert Charles, Army. Onworthy Justin Balalosia, Army. Opat Christopher Wesley, Army. Opeka Don David, Marine Corps. Opskar Brian James, Marine Corps. Odonez Julio Caesar, Army. Oremus Michael Kevin, Army. Orengo Richard Paul, Army. Orlando Kim Salvatore, Army. Orlowski Eric James, Marine Corps. Ornbyadkins J.D., Army. Orozco Adrian No, Army. Orozco Osbaldo, Army. Cody Jolin, Army. Ortega Elijah Matthew, Marine Corps. Ortiz Maria Inez, Army. Orton Billy Joe, Army. Osby Timothy Rindell, Army. Osborne Pamela Geraldine, Army. Osmolsky John Carl, Army. Ostrom Ryan Scott, Army. Oswell Scott Allen Muir, Army. Otay Deshaun Alisco, Marine Corps. Ott Kevin Charles, Army. Otodolini Michael Christopher, Army. Overstreet Tyler Ray, Marine Corps. Owen Michael Glenn, Army. Owens Anthony Chad, Army. Owens David Edward Jr., Marine Corps. Pabla Paul Singh, Army. Pacificador Palomarco U, Army. Packer Stephen Michael, Army. Paclip Raymond Nava Jr., Army. Padilla Ailman Giovanni Raphael, Navy. Padilla Ramirez Fernando, Marine Corps. Page Rex Arthur, Marine Corps. Packney Sean David, Army. Payne Mark Christopher, Army. Palacios Rivera Eric Giovanni, Army. Palacios Gabriel Tremino, Army. Palermo Anthony, Army. Paliwada Eric Thomas, Army. Palmatier Jacob Christopher, Army. Palmer Charles Olin II, Marine Corps. Palmer Corey Leonard, Marine Corps. Palmer Eric Charles, Army. Palmer Joshua Douglas, Marine Corps. Palmer Joshua Michael, Marine Corps. Palmer Nicholas James, Marine Corps. Palomesano Eric Anthony, Marine Corps. Panchot Dale Alden, Army. Panegua Morales Jose Alejandro, Army. Pankey Larry Wayne Jr., Army. Paneer Philip Joseph, Army. Parcel Jennifer Marie, Marine Corps. Paredes Javier Gonzalo, Army. Paredes Alfred Garcia Jr., Army. Parker Bradley Lee, Marine Corps. Parker Daniel Ray, Army. Parker Elisha Richard, Marine Corps. Parker Evan Seam, Army. Parker James David, Army. Parker Kenyon Akwan, Army. Parker Christian Eric, Army. Parker Richard Kevin, Army. Parker Sabarunt, Army. Parker Tommy Lynn Jr., Marine Corps. Parkerson Harvey Emmett III, Marine Corps. Parks Larry Jr., Army. Parr Brandon Allen, Army. Parr David Shawn, Marine Corps. Parello Brian Patrick, Marine Corps. Parrish Charles Dustin, Army. Parrish Lawrence Lee, Army. Parrott Michael Calvin, Army. Parson David Bryan, Army. Parson Lonnie James, Army. Partridge Willard Todd, Army. Pate Christopher Todd, Marine Corps. Pathenos Matthew Paul, Marine Corps. Patton Jason Lee, Army. Patton Justin Travis, Army. Petriquin Travis Lyle Sali, Army. Patton Andrew Grant, Marine Corps. Patterson Esau George Jr., Army. Patterson Jayton Daniel, Marine Corps. Patterson Nicholas James, Army. Patton Brian Mark, Navy. Patton Christopher Gabriel, Army. Patton James Richard, Army. Paul Henry, Army. Pauley Jackie London, Army. Paulson Ronald Lee, Army. Potch Jason Graham, Army. Payne Bradford Howard, Marine Corps. Payne Cameron Keone, Army. Payne, Rocky Dennis, Army. Payne, William Lee, Army. Paytas, Dylan Ryan, Army. Payton, George Jitendra, Marine Corps. Pierce, Joshua Michael, Army. Perro, Eric Paul, Army. Pearson, Andrew R., Army. Pearson, Brian Allen, Army. Pearson, Samuel Frederick, Army. Peterson, Michael Francis, Army. Peak, Michael Christopher, Army. Pellegrini, Gennaro Jr., Army. Panamedina, Abraham Javier, Army. Panaromero, Jorge Luis Jr., Army. Penistine, Brian Hamilton, Army. Penley, Shane Daniel, Army. Pennanen, Ross Allen, Army. Pennington, Gregory Vaughn, Army. Penrod, Justin Owen, Army. Perales, Javier Jr., Marine Corps. Perales, Johnny Joe Jr., Army. Peretola Guzman, Rafael, Marine Corps. Perez, Andreas Hilario, Marine Corps. Perez, Christopher Sean, Marine Corps. Perez, Emily Jasmine Tatum, Army. Perez, Geoffrey, Marine Corps. Perez, Hector Rene, Army. Perez, Joe, Army. Perez, Jose Amancio III, Army. Perez, Jose Roberto, Army. Perez, Luis Alberto, Army. Perez, Nicholas Samuel, Marine Corps. Perez, Orlando Antonio, Army. Perez, Richard Anthony Jr., Marine Corps. Perez, Stephen Joseph, Marine Corps. Perez, Wilfredo Jr., Army. Perkins, Andrew Kane, Army. Pernicelli, Michael Joseph, Navy. Purnell, Carlos Eugene, Army. Perry, David Scott, Army. Perry, Joseph Walter, Army. Persing, Charles Clayton, Army. Peters, Dustin Wayne, Air Force. Peterson, Alyssa Renee, Army. Peterson, Dale Gregory, Marine Corps. Peterson, Justin Dale, Marine Corps. Pete Ricken, Brett James, Army. Petish, Neil David, Marine Corps. Petaway, James Lee Jr., Army. Petty, Christopher Paul, Army. Petty, Erickson Heath, Army. Petty, Jarrett McKinn, Army. Fender, Jonathan Richard, Army. Pfister, Jacob Matthew, Army. Pfister, Travis Dwight, Marine Corps. Phelan, Mark Patrick, Army. Phelps, Chance Russell, Marine Corps. Phelps, Christopher Wade, Army. Phelps, Coat James, Army. Felipe, Vladimir, Army. Philippon, Lawrence Robert, Marine Corps. Phillips, James Ronald, Marine Corps. Phillips, John Paul, Marine Corps. Phillips, Michael Eugene, Army. Phillips, Ronald Jr., Army. Phillips, Samuel Eugene, Army. Phillips, Stephen Lee, Marine Corps. Phillips, Ivory Lee, Army. Piche, Pierre Esprit, Army. Pickard, Heath Kanye, Army. Pickard, Joshua Daniel, Marine Corps. Pickering, Aaron Clayton, Marine Corps. Pickering, Randy Wayne, Army. Pickett, Emmanuel, Army. Pickett, Tyler Edward, Army. Pearson, Jordan Christopher, Marine Corps. Pistewa, Lauren Ann, Army.
Pillen, Paul Jared, Army. Pineda, Carlos, Marine Corps. Pinkston, Foster, Army. Pinson, Amanda Nicole, Army. Pintor, Dennis Lloyd, Army. Pionk, Matthew Ignatius, Army. Pirelli, Robert Ryan, Army. Pirtle, James Heath, Army. Pittman, Michael Patrick, Army. Plasica, Joshua Lee, Army. Pluhar, Raymond James, Marine Corps. Plowman, Derek James, Army. Plumandore, Adam J., Army. Posh, Devin Christopher, Army. Pullman, Eric James, Army. Poindexter, Jason Towner, Marine Corps. Picorni, Frederick Eben Jr., Marine Corps. Picorni, Andrew Robert, Army. Polk, Johnny Roosevelt, Army. Pollard, Jesse Guy, Army. Pollard, Justin William, Army. Pauley, Larry Earl Jr., Army. Polini, Matthew Michael, Army. Polo, Joe, Army. Pamonte, Vincent James III, Army. Ponce Ruiz, Lorenzo, Army. Poole, Christopher Lee Jr., Marine Corps. Pope, Robert Christopher II, Army. Porras, Ralph Nicholas, Army. Portel, Benjamin Bryan, Army. Porter, Marquise Richard, Marine Corps. Pasivio, Robert Jean III, Marine Corps. Pospisil, Kenneth Blake, Marine Corps. Postal, Michael Vincent, Marine Corps. Poston, Christopher Michael, Marine Corps. Pataki, Michael Joseph, Army. Potter, Darren Keith, Army. Potter, David Lewis, Army. Potter, Jerome Jean, Army. Potts, Christopher Scott, Army. Polan, Lynn Robert, Sr., Army. Powell, Chad Wayne, Marine Corps. Powell, James Edward, Army. Powell, Kyle Wesley, Marine Corps. Powers, Caleb John, Marine Corps. Powers, Joshua Francis, Army. Prater, Terry William, Army. Pratt, Austin David, Army. Pratt, Daniel Joseph, Army. Pratt, Dean Paul, Marine Corps. Brzezinski, Taylor Bradley, Marine Corps. Prenning, Brian Robert, Marine Corps. Presley, Michael Brandon, Marine Corps. Preston, Aaron Lee, Army. Prudhomme, Marcus William, Marine Corps. Prevett, James Edward, Army. Pruitt, Kelly Stephen, Army. Pruitt, Tyler D., Army. Price, James William, Army. Price, Jonathan Kyle, Marine Corps. Price, Timothy Evan, Army. Priest, Tina Marie, Army. Priestep, James Dennis, Army. Priestner, John Richard, Army. Prince, Kevin William, Army. Prince, Neil Armstrong, Army. Probst, Michael Stewart, Marine Corps. Procopio, Mark James, Army. Procopio, Scott Jonathan, Marine Corps. Proctor, Joseph Eugene, Army. Pryor, John Paul, Army. Puckett, Matthew Davis, Marine Corps. Pueblo Coronado, Gerard Cristobal, Army. Pugh, Kenneth Irving, Army. Pugh, Robert Shane, Army. Pugliese?
Pugliese.
Pugliese, George Anthony, Army. Pummel, Richard Thomas, Marine Corps. Purcell, Michael Avery, Army. Pusateri, Christopher Michael, Army. Putman, Cody Andrew, Army. Qualls, Lewis Wayne, Marine Corps. Quick, Marquise Antoine, Army. Quill, Richard Oscar III, Marine Corps. Quinn, Michael Bryan, Army. Quinton, Brian Lynn, Army. Raderstorff, Stephen James, Army. Ragamov, Murad, Marine Corps. Raheim, Joseph Andrew, Army. Rains, Carl Lex II, Marine Corps. Raridan, Ronald Dane, Marine Corps. Ramey, Brandon Paul, Marine Corps. Ramey, Richard Patrick, Army. Ramirez, Gonzalez, Elena, Army. Ramirez, Benito Antonio, Marine Corps. Ramirez, Christopher, Army. Ramirez, Eric Ulysses, Army. Ramirez, Jean, Marine Corps. Ramirez, Ignacio, Army. Ramirez, Reyes, Army. Ramirez, Rogelio Antonio, Marine Corps. Ramirez, William Cavinta, Army. Ramon, Julian Alberto, Marine Corps. Ramos Vargas Miguel Angel, Army. Ramos Christopher, Marine Corps. Ramos Hector, Marine Corps. Ramos Tamara J, Army. Ramsey Brandon, Army. Ramsden Carson James, Army. Ramsden Christopher James, Army. Ramsey David Joseph, Army. Ramsey Joshua Adam, Army. Ramsayer Jason Carroll, Marine Corps. Randall Edmund Lee Jr., Army. Rainey Cleston Conan, Army. Rangel Jose Carlos, Army. Rangel Ray, Air Force. Rankinen Sean Phillip, Army. Rapavi Nicholas Paul, Marine Corps. Rapico Patrick Mark Manuel, Marine Corps. Rateb Samir Abdelmonem, Army. Ratzlaff Gregory Elm, Marine Corps. Rodenbush Nathan R., Army. Ravago Rel Allen, Army. Ray Jeremy E., Army. Ray Thomas Columbus II, Army. Raymond Jared John, Army. Raymond Pierre Antoine, Army. Razani Ahmed Hossein, Army. Reed Brandon Michael, Army. Riali Regina Christina, Army. Reckenmacher William Joshua, Army. Redifer Jason Charles, Marine Corps. Reese Matthew Kyle, Army. Reed Aaron Howard, Marine Corps. Reed Christopher John, Marine Corps. Reed Gerard Mantino, Army. Reed Jeffrey Alexander, Army. Reed Jonathan Ray, Army. Reed Ryan Eugene, Army. Reed Tatiana, Army. Reeder Edward Thomas, Marine Corps. Reese Aaron Todd, Army. Reese Gary Lee Jr., Army. Reeves Joshua Harrison, Army. Regalado Cesarego Alvaro Rogelio, Army. Regalado Jose, Army. Reagan James John, Army. Rainier Jeremy Francis, Army. Wren Randall Scott, Army. Riley Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Ranke Gavin Bradley, Army. Reese Brandon Curtis, Marine Corps. Renahan Kyle Joseph, Marine Corps. Rentschler George Scott, Army. Reppin Justin Daniel, Marine Corps. Resch Mark Thomas, Army. Reyes Torres Ramon, Army. Reyes Daniel Fernando, Army. Reyes Luis Ricardo, Army. Reyes Mario Alberto, Army. Reyna Seferino Jose, Army. Reynolds Edward Charles Jr., Army. Reynolds Sean Christopher, Army. Reynolds Stanley Bryan, Army. Reynolds Stephen Charles, Army. Reynoso Suarez Rafael, Marine Corps. Reynoso Yadir Gomercindo, Marine Corps. Rhett Jamal Maurice, Army. Rice David Lee, Army. Rice Demetrius Lamont, Army. Richard Joseph Avier III, Army. Richardson Brian James, Marine Corps. Richardson Stephen Carl, Army. Richardson William Dean, Army. Richardson William Douglas, Marine Corps. Rico Ariel, Marine Corps. Ridgely Kenneth Levi, Army. Ridlin Jeremy Leon, Army. Rickhoff Robert Michael, Army. Rydell Andrew Gerald, Marine Corps. Reel Nicholas Emerson, Army. Rakana James Daniel, Army. Rice David George, Marine Corps. Ruhr, Greg Neinard, Army. Riggs, Wesley Robert, Army. Rhymes, Gary Wesley Tan, Marine Corps. Rincon, Diego Fernando, Army. Ring, Michelle Raylene, Army. Rentamaki, Stephen Arnold, Marine Corps. Rentamaki, Stephen Arnold, Marine Corps. Reardon, Daniel Patrick, Army. Rios, Dwayne Roy, Marine Corps. Rios, Hernando, Army. Ripito, Russell Bryan, Army. Rissner, Henry Cecil, Army. Ritzberg, Brian Eugene, Army. Rivadeneira, Jonathan, Army. Rivera, Daniel Jose, Army. Rivera, Jose Antonio, Army. Rivera, Michael Daniel, Army. Rivera Santiago, Gregory, Army. Rivera Vargas, Milton, Army. Rivero Serrano, Jose Antonio, Army. Rivero, John Travis, Army. Rivers, Frank Kevin Jr., Army. Riviere, Christopher Thomas, Marine Corps. Rourke, Timothy James, Army. Robbins, Thomas Douglas, Army. Robbins, Todd James, Army. Robbins, William Terry, Army. Roberts, Jonathan Richard, Army. Roberts, Alan Christian, Marine Corps. Roberts, Anthony Paul, Marine Corps. Roberts, Bob William, Marine Corps. Roberts, Derek Tillman, Army. Roberts, Robert Dwayne, Army. Roberts, Trevor Andrew, Marine Corps.
Robertson, Michael Tremaine, Army. Robinson, Jeremiah Wayne, Army. Robles, Lisbeth, Army. Robsky, Joseph Edwin Jr., Army. Rocha, Moses Daniel, Marine Corps. Rock, Nathaniel Shea, Marine Corps. Rockhold, Marlon Tyrone, Army. Rockhold, Ricky William Jr., Army. Rhodey, David Sean, Navy. Rhodey Malcolm Dale, Army. Rode John David, Army. Rodriguez Contreras Luis Odanis, Army. Rodriguez Velasco Juan Rodrigo, Marine Corps. Rodriguez Dominic Nathaniel, Army. Rodriguez Jaime Jr., Army. Rodriguez Joseph Edward, Army. Rodriguez Michael Joel, Army. Rodriguez Ricardo Xavier, Army. Rodriguez Robert Marcus, Marine Corps. Roel George Ronald Jr., Army. Rogers Allen Gregg, Army. Rogers Gregory Scott, Army. Rogers Jeffrey Allen, Marine Corps. Rogers Michael Anthony, Army. Rogers Nicholas Keith, Army. Rogers Philip Gerard, Army. Rojas Jonathan, Army. Rojas Kenny Dwayne, Army. Rojas Michael Matthew, Army. Rojas Gallego Christian, Army. Rolfing Rob Lura, Army. Rollins Justin Allen, Army. Roman Cruz Alexis, Army. Romeo Vincenzo, Army. Romero Joshua Glenn, Army. Romero Ramon, Marine Corps. Okay, Romines Brian Matthew, Army. Roothouse Edwin William, Army. Rooney Robert Edward, Army. Roos Timothy David, Marine Corps. Rosa Alexander Jr., Army. Rosa Angel, Marine Corps. Rossiker Randall Kent, Marine Corps. Rosales Benjamin Salgado, Marine Corps. Rosales Lomeli, Victor Angel, Army. Rosario Jose Emanuel, Army. Rosas Richard Romero, Army. Rose Christopher David, Army. Rose Scott Christopher, Army. Rosemma Adam Jason, Army. Rosenbaum Thomas Chad, Army. Rosenberg Mark Edwin, Army. Rosenberg Randy Scott, Army. Ross Eric Shea, Army. Ross Marco Damien, Army. Rosie Jonathan Michael, Army. Roki Lawrence Arthur, Army. Rustum David Lawrence, Army. Ravinsky Gary Thomas, Navy. Roe Allen Blake, Marine Corps. Roe Brandon Jacob, Army. Roe Michael David, Army. Roe Roger Dale, Army. Rosier Jonathan David, Army. Rubalka Isela, Army. Rubio Hernandez Jose Abraham, Army. Rude William Patrick, Army. Rudolph Brady Joe, Army. Ruren David Allen, Army. Rees Jose Luis, Army. Ruiz Manuel Antonio, Navy. Rund Gregory Paul, Marine Corps. Rundle Gregory Bryan, Army. Runyon Luke Smizer, Army. Runyon Michael Lewis, Army. Ruoff Michael Lee Jr., Army. Russin Aaron James, Army. Russell Blake H., Army. Russell John Wayne, Army. Russell Ryan David, Army. Russoli Andrew David, Marine Corps. Ruth Monta Shavaz, Army. Rutherford Christopher Neal, Army. Ryan Mark Tyler, Marine Corps. Ryan Timothy Lois, Marine Corps. Reimer Lyle Wyman II, Army. Rindish Yevgeny, Army. Rystad Corey John, Army. Sava Thomas Edward, Marine Corps. Sabo Scott Arlo, Army. Sacco Dominic Joseph, Army. Saenz Carlos No, Army. Sage Lance Sharif, Army. Sahib Rashid, Army. Saint Justin Andrew, Army. Saintville Gael, Marine Corps. Sakota Steve Makoto, Army. Salis Ricky Jr., Army. Salis Rudy, Marine Corps. Salazar Bruce Cameron Jr., Army. Salazar William Isaac, Marine Corps. Salcedo Rudy Augustine, Army. Salem Adriana Nicole, Army. Sally David James, Army. Salinas Eric Domingo, Army. Salter Richard Matthew, Army. Salts Edward Matthew, Army. Sam Solomon T, Army. Samus Benjamin Wilson, Marine Corps. Sampler Sony Jean, Army. Sams Joey Tyrone II, Army. Samson Dennis Kenneth Jr., Army. Samson Marco Mato, Army. Samson Tenzin Lobsang, Army. Samuels Princess Crystal, Army. Sanchez Alberto Vireta, Army. Sanchez Ephraim Jr., Marine Corps. Sanchez Emilian Damien, Marine Corps. Sanchez Enrique Carlos, Marine Corps. Sanchez Oscar, Army. Sanchez Paul Timothy, Army. Sanders Christopher Allen, Army. Sanders Gregory Paul, Army. Sanders Justin Troy Goodell, Army. Sanders Ronnie Lee, Army. Sanders Ryan Travis, Army. Sandoval Flores Felipe de Jesus, Marine Corps. Sandoval Frank Michael, Army. Sandoval Leroy Jr., Marine Corps. Sandry Matthew Joseph, Army. Sanvic Monroe Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Sanford Barry Sr., Army. Santee Daniel John, Marine Corps. Santini Ed, Army. Santorello Neil Anthony, Army. Santos Fernando, Army. Santos Isaiah Enrique, Army. Santos Jeremiah Soham, Army. Santos Jonathan Jose, Army. Santos Luis Daniel, Army. Sapp Brandon Robert, Army. Sarandrea Jessica Yvette, Army. Sare Charles Otto, Navy. Sarno Cameron Bryan, Army. Sather Scott Douglas, Air Force. Sauceda Oscar Jr., Army. Sausto Anthony Jonathan, Army. Savage Jeremiah Edward, Marine Corps. Savage John Jared, Army. Saxton Stephen Patrick, Army. Sales Philip Nicholas, Army. Sailor Paul Anthony, Army. Scarborough Michael Phillip, Marine Corps. Skates William Daniel, Army. Schaffer David Allen Jr., Army. Okay, Shaw Kenneth John, Army. Schomburg Kurt Daniel, Army. Sheets Robert Charles Jr., Army. Scheibner Daniel Edward, Army. Shale Daniel Ronald, Army. Shelbert Jens Edward, Army. Scherer Christopher George, Marine Corps. Sherry Daniel Rocco, Marine Corps. Schwarman Jason Drew, Army. Schiavone Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Child Richard Lee, Army. Schiller Jonathan Eric, Army. Schiller Rhett William, Army. Schmidt John Taylor III, Marine Corps. Schmidt Justin Bryan, Army. Schmidt Peter William, Army. Schmidt Ronald Andrew, Army. Schmidt Joshua Andrew, Army. Schmitz Joshua Mark, Marine Corps. Schmucker Jacob Stephen, Army. Schmunk Jeremiah Wesley, Army. Schneider Matthew Evan, Army. Schneider Sean Michael, Army. Schnell Shayna Ann, Navy. Schober Anthony Jason, Army. Shockmel Colin Ryan, Army. Schaff Brian James, Army. Skoll Michael David, Marine Corps. Schoolcraft John Michael III, Army. Shorneck Christopher James, Army. Schrage Dustin Howard, Marine Corps. Schramm Matthew Earl, Army. Schramm Brian Keith, Marine Corps. Schroeder Edward August II, Marine Corps. Schubert Nathan Allen, Marine Corps. Shuck Brandon Scott, Marine Corps. Schultz David E. II, Army. Schultz Christian Christopher, Army. Schumann Darrell James, Marine Corps. Schumann Jason Allen, Army. Schuster Benjamin Chandler, Army. Schwab Kobe Glenn, Army. Schwartz Michael Anthony, Marine Corps. Schwedler Joseph Clark, Navy. Scott David Allen, Air Force. Scott Earl Raymond III, Army. Scott Joshua Adam, Marine Corps. Scott Joshua Michael, Army. Scott Carey David, Army. Scott Ricky, Army. Scott Stephen K, Army. Scott Stephen Michael, Army. Skripsik Brian Joseph, Marine Corps. Seal Aaron Lee, Marine Corps. Seal Stephen Albert, Army. Siemens Timothy James, Army. Sebastian Miles Cody, Marine Corps. Saban Benjamin Lucien, Army. Setcher Robert Michael, Marine Corps. Sealy Michael Todd, Army.
Cisan Aaron Nichols, Army. Segura Juan Estevan, Marine Corps. Segura Leroy Jr., Army. Seidel Robert Augustine III, Army. Seidman Tyler Ross, Army. Seiden Mark Scott, Army. Searfrit Christopher Scott, Army. Sieg Anthony Phillip, Army. Siegart Carl Leonard, Army. Seitz Joshua D., Navy. Sekula, Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Self, John Thomas, Air Force. Selge, Todd Willis, Army. Sellen, Dennis Lee Jr., Army. Assembly, Bernard Leon II, Army. Surreal, Matthew Kenneth, Marine Corps. Serrano, Juan Manuel, Army. Serrano, Nazario, Marine Corps. Sesker, Danielle Laverne, Army. Settle, Darren Thomas, Marine Corps. Settle, Robert Jason, Army. Setzler, Tavares Denard, Army. Sevitasi, Raymond Sasa, Army. Sexton, Daniel Riley, Army. Seymour, Devin Paul, Marine Corps. Shackelford, Michael Bear, Army. Schaefer, Edward William, Army. Schaefer, Jason Allen, Army. Schaefer, Jeffrey Paul, Army. Schanenberger, Wentz Jerome Henry III, Army. Shank, Jeremy Reed, Army. Shank, Neil Moran, Army. Shannon, Stephen Daniel, Army. Charette, David Hastings II, Army. Shaver, Jeffrey Ross, Army. Shaw, Alan Wayne, Army. Shaw, Daniel Jordan, Army. Shea, Jordan Michael, Army. Shea, Corey Michael, Army. Shea, Kevin Michael, Marine Corps. Shea, Timothy Magnus, Army. Sheehan, Casey, Army. Sheehan, Kevin Francis, Army. Shelley, Ronnie Lee Sr., Army. Shelton, Jimmy Lee, Army. Shelton, Randall Scott, Army. Shepard, Stephen Earl, Army. Shepard, Adam Roger, Army. Shepard, Daniel Michael, Army. Shepard, Christopher Linwood, Army. Shepard, Joshua Dean, Army. Sherman, Alan David, Marine Corps. Sherman, Anthony Lee, Army. Sherman, Stephen Richard, Army. Cheryl, James Alexander, Army. Shields, Andrew Carl, Army. Shields, Jonathan Bernard, Army. Schilling, Bradley Nolan, Army. Ship, Daryl Wayne, Army. Shock, Jeremy Scott, Marine Corps. Shoemaker, Jared Matthew, Marine Corps. Shoemaker, Russell Keith, Army. Sean D., Harry Nelson Jr., Army. Shutter, Brad Saingen, Marine Corps. Scholl, James Allen, Army. Shumney, Dustin Michael, Marine Corps. Sickles, Kenneth Lee, Marine Corps. Sides, Dustin Lee, Marine Corps. Siebert, Todd Michael, Marine Corps. Seeger, Eric Rudolph, Army. Seekert, Thomas Christian, Army. Seitzema, Ashley, Army. Sigsby, John Patrick, Army. Segua, William Mason, Army. Seiler, Alfred Barton, Army. Silva, Alfredo Barajas, Army. Silva, Eric Hernandez, Marine Corps. Silva, Marco Antonio, Army. Silva, Sean Anthony, Army. Simmons, David Neal, Army. Simmons, Leonard Dale, Army. Simmons, Wendell Jared, Army. Simon, Chad Jerome, Marine Corps. Simons, Aaron William, Marine Corps. Simpson, Abraham, Marine Corps. Simpson, Christopher Curtis, Army. Simpson, Jacob Mark, Army. Simpson, Jonathan James, Marine Corps. Sims, Charles Marquez, Army. Sims, John Thomas Jr., Marine Corps. Sims, Justin Duran, Marine Corps. Sims, Kafel H., Army. Sims, Sean Patrick, Army. Sinclair, Isaiah Joseph, Army. Singh Uday, Army. Singletary, Channing Garrett, Army. Singleton, Todd Andrew, Army. Circo, Stephen Frederick, Army. Sissel, Aaron James, Army. Sisson, Christopher Aaron, Army. Sisung, David Leonard, Navy. Sizemore, Garth Douglas, Army. Skelton, Bradley Joe, Army. Skinner, Nicholas Malloy, Marine Corps. Slater, Michael Jason, Army. Slavin, Benjamin James, Army. Slavenis, Brian Donatus, Army. Slay, Russell Lee, Marine Corps. Slobodnik, Eric Wentworth, Army. Sloan, Brandon Ulysses, Army. Slocum, Richard Patrick, Marine Corps. Slocum, Thomas Jonathan, Marine Corps. Small, Corey Lee, Army. Smallwood, Eric Scott, Army. Smart, Albert Eugene, Army. Smet, Keith Lee, Army. Smith, Aaron Apansa, Army. Smith, Antoine Demetrius, Marine Corps. Smith, Benedict Joseph, Army. Smith, Benjamin Alexander, Army. Smith, Benjamin Kent, Marine Corps. Smith, Brandon Clinton, Marine Corps. Smith, Brian Drew, Army. Smith, Bruce Allen, Army. Smith, Christopher Glenn, Army. Smith, Darren Allen, Army. Smith, Darrell Lee, Army. Smith, Edward, Marine Corps. Smith, Eric Allen, Army. Smith, Jason Edward, Marine Corps. Smith, Jeremiah David, Army. Smith, Jonathan Keena, Army. Smith, Jonathan Lee, Marine Corps. Smith, Justin Shansante, Army. Smith, Kevin Joseph, Army. Smith, Kevin Scott, Marine Corps. Smith, Matthew Reed, Marine Corps. Smith, Matthew Robert, Marine Corps. Smith, Michael Antonio, Army. Smith, Michael James Jr., Marine Corps. Smith, Michael James, Army. Smith, Orenthal Javon, Army. Smith, Paul Ray, Army. Smith, Raleigh Clinton, Marine Corps. Smith, Richard Anthony, Army. Smith, Ross Andrew, Marine Corps. Smith, Scott Robert, Army. Smith, Shannon Michael, Army. Smith, Timothy Michael, Army. Smith, Tristan Caleb, Army. Smith, Tyler Jacob, Army. Smitherman, Brandon William, Army. Smykowski, Mark Thaddeus, Marine Corps. Sneed, Brandon Keith, Army. Snell Eric Lamar, Army. Snowberger Stephen Paul III, Army. Snyder, Army. Snyder Adam Paulson, Army. Snyder Joshua David, Marine Corps. Snyder Matthew Albert, Marine Corps. Soltzer Christopher Frank, Army. Sonskin Katie Marie, Army. Sokolowski Stanley John III, Army. Solomon Gordon George, Marine Corps. Solomon Rhetoric Antoine, Army. Solario Emil Galvin, Army. I said that wrong. Solario Ishmael Galvin, Army. Solario Juan Manuel, Army. Soltau Adrian Valentine, Marine Corps. Soltes Charles Robert Jr., Army. Sonnenberg Kevin Henry, Air Force. Sonoda Michael Takeshi Jr., Army. Soper Matthew Ryan, Army. Sorum Skipper, Army. Sorensen Ryan James, Marine Corps. Soriano Armando, Army. Sotelo Tomas Jr., Army. Soto Danny Richard, Army. Soto Joshua Warren, Army. Soto Pinedo Carl Oscar, Army. Sofront Luis Ariel, Navy. Sokenka Richard Anthony, Army. Sorvon Kemptha Butch, Army. Solson Kenneth Clarence, Army. Sawinski Nicholas Ryan, Army. Spar John Charles, Marine Corps. Spakowski Philip Ian, Army. Span Jacob Daniel, Marine Corps. Sparks Gina Renee, Army. Sparks Jason Lee, Army. Spatz Corey Emmett, Army. Spatol Theodore Arnold, Army. Spears Jonathan Ross, Marine Corps. Spear Michael Raymond, Marine Corps. Spence Joseph Boyd, Marine Corps. Spencer Clarence Tavares, Army. Spencer Cole Edward, Army. Spencer Ray Anthony II, Marine Corps. Spencer Raymond Nigel Jr., Army. Spencer William Clifton, Army. Spencer William David, Marine Corps. Spink Trevor Lawson Jr., Marine Corps. Spivey Curtis Robert, Army. Splinter Christopher John, Army. Spone Clifford Adams III, Army. Sprayberry Marvin Ross III, Army. Springer Lance Craig II, Army. Springle Charles Keith Sr., Navy. Spry Brian Nichols, Army. Squires Brad Duane, Marine Corps. Squires Shannon Lee, Army. St. Germain Brian Robert, Marine Corps. St. John John Bailey II, Army. Stats David Roger, Army. Stacy Jeremy Leon, Army. Stack Michael Boyd, Army.
Stacy Stephen Anthony, Marine Corps. Stahl Nathan Eugene, Army. Stallman Michael Ross, Marine Corps. Stalvey John Robert, Marine Corps. Stansel George, Army. Stanley Matthew Joseph, Army. Stanley Robert Marshall, Army. Stanton Kenny Francis Jr., Army. Stanton, Seth Michael, Army. Starcevich, Lucas Vincent, Army. Starkovich, Sean Vincent, Marine Corps. Starr, Jeffrey Bryan, Marine Corps. Starr, Michael Leonard Jr., Marine Corps. Stephanie, Eric Matthew, Army. Steinbacher, Nicholas Paul, Army. Stelmat, David Samuel Jr., Army. Stenroos, Derek Thomas, Army. Stevens, Blake Christopher, Army. Stevens, John Scott, Army. Stern, Andrew Carl, Marine Corps. Stevens, Andy Ellen, Marine Corps. Stevens, Joseph William, Army. Stevens, Randy Lee, Army. Stevenson, Jeffrey Scott, Marine Corps. Stever, Robert Anthony, Army. Stewart, Carla Jane, Army. Stewart, Carla Jane, Army. Stewart, David Stephen, Marine Corps. Stewart, Ian Wesley, Marine Corps. Stewart, James Douglas, Army. Sticklin, Joshua Connard, Marine Corps. Stinson, Shane McKell, Army. Stock, John Christian, Marine Corps. Stokely, Michael James, Army. Stokes, Sean Andrew, Marine Corps. Stone, Douglas Cameron, Army. Stone, Gregory Lewis, Air Force. Stone, Mark Allen, Army. Stone, Samuel Donald, Army. Story, Clint Joseph, Army. Stottlemyre, Travis Martin, Marine Corps. Stout, Brandon L., Army. Stovall, Matthew Ryan, Army. Stover, Michael David, Marine Corps. Strader, Morgan William, Marine Corps. Strain, Adam James, Marine Corps. Strange, William Rodriguez III, Army. Stratsky, Kirk Allen, Marine Corps. Straub, Francis Joseph Jr., Army. Straughter, Matthew Francis, Army. Strickland, Thomas James, Army. Strong, Jesse Warner, Marine Corps. Strong, Johnny Ray, Marine Corps. Strong, Joseph Allen Leonard, Army. Stubenhofer, Mark Norman, Army. Sturdivant, Michael Rubin, Army. Sturdy, Brandon Chauncey, Marine Corps. Sturgis, William Russell Jr., Army. Sturino, Paul Joseph, Army. Suarez del Solar, Jesus Alberto, Marine Corps. Suarez Gonzalez, Roger Alfonso, Army. Sewell Joseph Duane, Army. Soliveris Wilberto, Army. Sullivan Christopher James, Army. Sullivan John Michael, Army. Sullivan John Robert, Army. Sullivan Narson Bertil, Army. Sullivan Vincent Michael, Marine Corps. Summers James Eugene III, Army. Summers Vincent Earl, Army. Sun Ming, Army. Sunset Spinetta Astor Antipal, Army. Serber Robert Allen, Army. Sutherland Stephen John, Army. Sutphin Ernest Harold, Army. Suter, Michael John, Army. Sutton, Greg Lamont, Army. Sutton, Timothy James, Army. Suzge, Sean Michael, Army. Swaim, Daniel Freeman, Marine Corps. Swain, Harry Ramond the Fourth, Marine Corps. Swain, James Eric, Marine Corps. Swanberg, Shane Clannon, Marine Corps. Swaney, Robert Adam, Army. Swank, Brett Daniel, Army. Swanson, Christopher William, Army. Swanson, Timothy Allen, Army. Swartworth, Sharon Therese, Army. Sweeney, Robert Wesley III, Army. Sweet, Christopher Perry, Army. Sweet, Jack Tavis, Army. Sweet, Thomas John II, Army. Swigger, Franklin Allen, Marine Corps. Swigger, Jason William, Army. Swindell, Nathaniel Troy, Army. Swisher, Christopher Wayne, Army. Swisher, Tyler Bobbitt, Marine Corps. Sykes, Sean Dante, Army. Silvestre, Jonathan Matthew, Army. Silverson, Paul Roland III, Army. Swidek, Stephen Walter, Marine Corps. Taquette, Joseph Merrill, Army. Taha, Ayman Abdel Rahman, Army. Tainch, Patrick Shannon, Army. Talbert, DeForest Lee, Army. Tallman, Matthew Lamont, Army. Tamayo, Fernando Sanchez, Marine Corps. Tamburello, Jeremy Paul, Marine Corps. Tamez, Eddie Daniel, Army. Tanner, John Corey, Marine Corps. Tanton, Nicholas Aaron, Army. Tapia, Samuel, Marine Corps. Tarango, Greece, Linda Ann, Army. Tarlavsky, Michael Yuri, Army. Taula, Nimu Westhill, Marasala, Masania, Army. Tavae Iosa Philogia Jr., Army. Tayaotao Michael Estigo, Marine Corps. Taylor Brian Nicholas, Marine Corps. Taylor Christopher James, Army. Taylor Christopher Michael, Army. Taylor David Gladney Jr., Army. Taylor Joel Allen, Army. Taylor Keith Edward, Navy. Taylor Mark Douglas, Army. Taylor Matthew Joseph, Army. Taylor Michael Charles, Army. Taylor Michael Vernon, Army. Taylor Norman Robert III, Army. Taylor Shannon Delane, Army. Taylor William Grady, Marine Corps. Teal John Robert, Army. Teeters Brandon Lee, Army. Tiwia Prince Cao, Army. Tejeda Luis Enrique, Army. Tejeda Riayan Augusto, Marine Corps. Tello Johnner Andres, Army. Terrando Joshua Adam, Army. Terrazas Miguel, Marine Corps. Tessar Jonathan, Army. Tetrault Jason Andrew, Marine Corps. Textor David William, Army. Thacker Nathan Zeriax, Army. Tharp Jerry Allen, Navy. Tharp Sean Douglas, Army. Theobald Stephen M., Army. T-Balt Jordan Peter Pohl, Army. Thibodeau Joseph Clarence III, Army. Thigpen Thomas Ruel Sr., Army. Thury Jesse Lee, Marine Corps. Thomas Brian Matthew, Army. Thomas Brian Richard, Army. Thomas Carl, Army. Thomas John Frank, Army. Thomas Kendall, Army. Thomas Kyle Gregory, Army. Thomas Sean Michael, Army. Thomason Paul William III, Army. Thompson Anthony Orlando, Army. Thompson Christopher Worth, Navy. Thompson Jacob Martin, Army. Thompson Jarrett Bennett, Army. Thompson Lance McGregor, Marine Corps. Thompson Michael E., Army. Thompson Nils George, Army. Thompson Stephen Scott, Army. Thorne William Edgerton, Army. Thornsbury Jonathan Brett, Marine Corps. Thornsbury Dwayne Anthony, Army. Thornton John Joshua, Marine Corps. Thornton Robert Cecil Jr., Army. Thornton Stephen William, Army. Thorson Brandon Tyler, Army. Thrasher Robert Brooks, Army. Tiai Frank Faga, Army. Tiffner Benjamin David, Army. Tijerina James Rodney, Marine Corps. Tillery Jesse Daniel, Marine Corps. Tillery Joshua Michael, Army. Timberman Harry Hoyt, Marine Corps. Time Tina Safara, Army. Timmerman Jason Gary, Army. Timoteo Humberto Fonsecadas, Army. Tinnell Jeremy Lee, Marine Corps. Tinnell Patrick Allen, Army. Tinsley Douglas Logan, Army. Tipton John Edger, Army. Tirador Amy Catherine, Army. Titcomb Joshua Cooley, Army. Titus Brandon Thomas, Army. Tobiason John Joseph, Army. Tobler Brandon Scott, Army. Toslowski Jeffrey Phillip, Army. Todachin Lee Duane, Army. Todd Benjamin Harris, Army. Todd John Harrison III, Marine Corps. Toledo Pulido Victor Hugo, Army. Tollefson Benjamin Bryan, Army. Tollefson John Oliver, Army. Tollett Norman Lane, Army. Tomke Joseph Anthony, Marine Corps. Tomzak Zachary Blaise, Army. Tomko Nicholas Allen, Army. Tony Timothy, Marine Corps. Tumalatai David Tipo, Army. Torrance Joshua Lewis, Marine Corps. Torres Daniel, Army. Torres George Daniel, Marine Corps. Torres Michael Stephen, Marine Corps. Torres Omar Ernesto, Army. Torres Richard, Army. Torres Teodoro, Army. Torres Elias III, Marine Corps. Tosto Michael Lee, Army. Toth Eric L., Army. Tausha Sean Paul, Army. Towns Michael Lopez, Army. Towns Robin Leslie Sr., Army.
Toy Tromaine Keon Sr., Army. Tracy Jacob Timothy, Army. Trahan Seth Randall, Army. Trahan Tyler John, Navy. Tran Du Hai, Army. Tran Kwok Bin, Army. Travis Philip Lamar, Army. Trejo Stuart Sylvester, Marine Corps. Tremblay Joseph Stephen, Marine Corps. Trevithick Richard Kennedy, Army. Tribble Brett Lee, Army. Trost Marvin Lee III, Army. Trotter John Byron, Army. Trevelyan Tyler Seth, Marine Corps. Troxel Chester William, Army. Troyer Tyler John, Marine Corps. Trussell Francis Marion Jr., Army. Sue Daniel Aco, Marine Corps. Tuazan Andrew Lee, Army. Tucker Mark Lewis, Marine Corps. Tucker Robert Wesley, Army. Tucker Ronald James, Army. Tucker Thomas Lowell, Army. Tudor Stephen Richard, Army. Tudor Stephen Richard, Army. Tuialualu Salamo Jared, Army. Tulang Morgan Charles, Navy. Tulau Tulsa Tulaga, Army. Tull Gregory Leroy, Army. Tully Michael Joseph, Army. Tumanuvau Louis, Army. Turcot Nicholas David, Army. Turner Ricky Lee, Army. Turner Roger Clinton Jr., Army. Turner Thomas Boyd Jr., Army. Tutton Brian Joseph, Army. Tuttle Jordan Elias, Army. Twitchell Abraham George, Marine Corps. Twitty Bobby Lee, Marine Corps. Twyman Wade Michael, Army. Tyler Corey Paul, Army. Tyrell Scott Matthew, Army. Tyson Andre Demetrius, Army. Uhl Eugene August III, Army. Yulee, Drew Michael, Marine Corps. Olbrich, Brian Scott, Army. Ulloa, George Martinez Jr., Marine Corps. Ulloa, Jose Enrique, Army. Ulmer, Robert Douglas, Marine Corps. Umbrell, Colby James, Army. Unger, Daniel Paul, Army. Unger, David Michael, Army. Unruh, Gregory Daniel, Army. Unruh, Robert Oliver, Army. Upchurch, Clinton Robert, Army. Urbina, Wilfredo Fernando, Army. Oruro Iosuo, Army. Ute, Ernest Eugene Jr., Army. Uvani Michael Angelo, Army. Vacho, Nathan John, Army. Viharvalos Steve, Marine Corps. Valiant, Gary Alexander, Army. Valdefenas, Eric Paul, Marine Corps. Valdez, Ramona Magdalena, Marine Corps. Valdez, Ruben Jr., Marine Corps. Valdivia, Jennifer Ann, Navy. Valentine, Donald Eugene III, Army. Vallejo, Robert II, Army. Valleys, Melissa, Army. Van Dusen, Brian Keith, Army. Van Perrys, Brandon Joseph, Marine Corps. Van Slyke, Bufford Kenneth, Marine Corps. Vanelstein, Adam John, Marine Corps. Vandenberg, Alan Jeffrey, Army. Vandegrift, Matthew Ryan, Marine Corps. Vanderbosch, Jacob Thomas, Army. Vanderhorn, Christopher John, Army. Vandertulip, Josiah Hannon, Army. Vandling, Thomas Edward Jr., Army. Vanek, Joseph Michael, Army. Van Giesen, John James IV, Marine Corps. Van Komen, Darren Dale, Marine Corps. Van Komen, Darren Dale, Army. Van Leuven, Gary Francis, Marine Corps. Van Orman, Timothy Randy, Army. Van Osdal, William Zachary, Army. Varilla, Alexander Ray, Army. Varga, Robert Daniel, Army. Vargas Medina, Oscar Dario, Army. Fernando, Daniel Ryan, Army. Vasquez, Christian, Marine Corps. Vasquez, Justin Lee, Army. Vasquez, Mark Daniel, Army. Vaughn, John Shaw, Army. Vaughn, Michael Lewis, Army. Vaughn, Brian Alexander, Army. Vaughn, Jason Walter, Army. Vaughn, Richard Allen, Army. Veeder, Dennis James, Marine Corps. Vishon, Mark Richard, Army. Vega, Francis M., Army. Vega, Michael Willard, Army. Veitch, Jeremiah James, Army. Velasco, Marcelo Ronaldo, Marine Corps. Velasquez, Paul Anthony, Army. Velez, Jose Alfredo, Army. Velez, Jose Miguel, Army. Veloza, Jake Robert, Army. Venegas, Juan Carlos, Marine Corps. Verbeke, Daniel R., Navy. Vidyakorn Chirasak, Army. Vigliazzone, Caesar Samuel, Army. Villa, Ruben Jr., Army. Villanueva, Javier Antonio, Army. Villanueva, Joselito Onas, Army. Villarreal, Emmanuel, Marine Corps. Villatoro, Ramon Astides Jr., Army. Vilorio, Frankie Rudis, Army. Vincent Scott Michael, Marine Corps. Vinedge, Anthony Michael Kress, Army. Vergadomo, Travis Michael, Army. Vitagliano, Thomas Eric, Army. Vizcaino, Eric, Army. Voles, Kimberly Ann, Army. Vogel, Ross Eugene III, Army. Volker, Robert James, Army. Vollmer, Chad Joseph, Army. Von Ron, Kenneth Gerald Grimm, Army. Vosbein, Matthew Joseph, Army. Voss, Michael Scott, Army. Vroman, Brent Thomas, Marine Corps. Jeremy Dale, Army. Vu Tai, Army. Wade Patrick Lee, Navy. Wofford Michael Blake, Marine Corps. Wofford Michael Blake, Marine Corps. Wagner Christopher Allen, Army. Wagler Peter Daniel, Army. Wagner Gregory Allen, Army. Wagner Terry Daniel, Army. Wall Gregory Leonard, Army. Waits Andrew Kenyon, Army.
Wakeman Dustin Scott, Army. Wahlberg Stephen Joseph, Army. Walden Brett Eugene, Army. Walker Aaron James, Army. Walker Allen Kendall, Marine Corps. Walker Antoine Lavelle, Army. Walker Jeffrey Calvin, Army. Walker Jeffrey Davis, Marine Corps. Walker Christopher Carl, Army. Walker Ryan Doran, Army. Walker Timothy Hamilton, Army. Walker Zandra Ternice, Army. Walkup Frank B. the Fourth, Army. Wall Mark Adam, Army. Wallace Andrew Peter, Army. Wallace Brandon Lee, Army. Wallace Jeffrey Robert, Army. Wallace Matthew Phillip, Army. Wallace Terry O'Patrick, Army. Waller Richard Price, Marine Corps. Wallsmith Thomas Alexander, Army. Walsh, Christopher Gerard, Navy. Walsh, Justin Tyler, Marine Corps. Walsh, Nicholas Rudolph, Marine Corps. Waltenbaugh, Joshua Elliott, Army. Walter Quisling, K, Army. Walter Rowan Dale, Army. Walters Donald Ralph, Army. Walters Gary Wayne Jr., Army. Walters Richard Allen Jr., Army. Walton Brett Andre, Army. Ward Aaron Joseph, Army. Ward Andrew Martin, Army. Ward Jason Maxwell, Army. Ward Joshua Allen, Army. Ware Carl Jerome Jr., Air Force. Ware Joshua Gerald, Marine Corps. Warford William Troy III, Army. Warndorf Christopher Tyler, Marine Corps. Warner Heath D, Marine Corps. Warner Richard Daniel, Marine Corps. Warnes Robert Paul II, Marine Corps. Warren Charles Houghton, Army. Warren Christopher Cody, Marine Corps. Warren Mark Carlisle, Army. Warren William Thomas, Army. Warugene Kevin Gachow, Marine Corps. Washalanta Natchez Littlefon II, Marine Corps. Washam Rusty Lee, Marine Corps. Washington Benny James, Army. Washington Havarez Havan, Army. Wasser Christopher Brandon, Marine Corps. Waterbury Forrest John, Army. Waters David Lawrence, Army. Waters Bay Kendall Damon, Marine Corps. Watkins Glenn James, Army. Watkins Joshua Charles, Marine Corps. Watkins Timothy D, Army. Watkins William Randolph III, Air Force. Watson Gordon Cody, Marine Corps. Watson Craig Nolan, Marine Corps. Watson David Lee, Army. Watt Kimel Linkola, Army. Waters Kelly Everett Charles, Marine Corps. Watts Christopher Eugene, Navy. Watts Donovan Earl, Army. Watts Justin James, Marine Corps. Weaver Aaron Andrew, Army. Weaver Christopher Lee, Marine Corps. Weaver Drew William, Marine Corps. Weaver Shannon Vautier, Army. Webb Brandon James, Marine Corps.
Webb Charles Joseph, Army. Webb Christopher Ralph, Army. Weber Matthew Allen, Army. Weber, Robert Francis, Army. Webster, Leroy Otis, Army. Weeks, Jamie Dunbar, Army. Weger, Michael Spencer, Army. Worley, Kyle Brett, Army. Wiedemann, Michael Ross, Army. Wiegling, Joseph Michael, Army. Weekle, Ian Patrick, Army. Wymorts, David Gardner, Marine Corps. Weiner, Timothy Ron, Air Force. Weir, David Thomas, Army. Weisenberg, David James Robert, Army. Wisemantle, Douglas John, Army. Weiss, Andrew Robert, Army. Welke, Joseph Tyler, Marine Corps. Wells, Charles Gary, Jr., Marine Corps. Wells, Larry Lloyd, Marine Corps. Wells, Lonnie Dion, Marine Corps. Wells, Stephen Michael, Army. Wendling Michael J., Army. Wenger Adam McCamey, Army. Wentz Brad Arnold, Army. Wentz Cody Lee, Army. Warner Earl Delmer, Army. Warner Raymond Mitchell, Army. Worshow Jeffrey Madison, Army. Wertish James David, Army. Wesley Christopher Jude Rivera, Army. Wessel Kevin Scott Canna, Army. West Bobby Russell, Army. West Christopher John Lee, Army. West James Gary, Army. West Jason Michael, Army. West Jeremy David, Marine Corps. West Kyle Grant, Army. West Laurent Jerome, Army. West Philip Gordon, Marine Corps. West Robert Hodge, Army. West Theodore Mitchell, Army. Westbrook Marshall Allen, Army. West Husing Theodore Scott, Army. Weatherby Alexander Edmond, Marine Corps. Wheeler Donald Laverne, Jr., Army. Wheelis Dexter Eugene, Army. Weststone Mason Douglas, Army. Weisenhunt Gerald Allen, Army. Whitaker Marquise Antoine, Army. White Aaron Dean, Marine Corps. White Anthony James, Army. White Christopher Neal, Marine Corps. White Delmar, Army. White Dwayne Leno, Army. White Denui Ebenes, Army. White Lucas Timothy, Army. White Nathan Dennis, Navy. White Raymond Loya, Army. White Stephen Jerome, Army. White Stephen Wayne, Army. White William Wayne, Marine Corps. Whitehead Sean Jeffrey, Army. Whitehouse Jason Daniel, Marine Corps. Whitener, Joey Dwight, Army. Witham, Chase Ryan, Army. Whitting, Justin Ryan, Army. Whitley, Dion Mario, Marine Corps. Whitworth, Dante Jamal, Marine Corps. White, Nicholas Johan, Marine Corps. Witchlets, Travis Michael, Marine Corps. Whitner, Vernon Ralph, Army.
Wiegand, Lee Allen, Army. Uyghur, David Allen, Air Force. Wiener, Jeffrey Lewis, Navy. Weens, Corey Dwayne, Army. Weisman, Michael Joseph, Army. Wiggins, Michael Joseph, Army. Reitman, William Brett, Marine Corps. Wilcox, Carlos E. the 4th, Army. Wilfong, Joshua Shane, Marine Corps. Wilhelm, Kiefer Prescott, Army. Wilkerson, Charles Thomas, Army. Wilkie, David Anthony Jr., Army. Wilkins, Charles Langdon III, Army. Wilkus, Eric Ryan, Army. Willett, Gary D., Army. Wiley, Cheyenne Christopher, Army. Williams, Andre Lewis, Marine Corps. Williams, Arthur, Charles IV, Army. Williams, Benjamin Dwayne, Marine Corps. Williams, Brian Thelonious, Army. Williams, Christian Bautista, Marine Corps. Williams, Clint Ellery, Army. Williams, David Blankley, Army. Williams, Dwayne Ein, Marine Corps. Williams, Eugene, Army. Williams, Jeffrey Allen, Army. Williams, Jesse Lawrence, Army. Williams, Luke Christopher, Army. Williams, Michael Jason, Marine Corps. Williams, Michael Leon, Army. Williams, Philip Brandon, Army. Williams, Ronnie David, Army. Williams, Taft Virgil, Army. Williams, Wesley James, Army. Willis Tracy Clint, Army. Willoughby Christopher Robert, Army. Wilson Brian Scott, Marine Corps. Wilson Dana Nathaniel, Army. Wilson Jamie Dugan, Army. Wilson Jerry Lee, Army. Wilson Joe Nathan, Army. Wilson Lamont Noel, Marine Corps. Wilson LaRon Adrian, Army. Wilson Lee Christensen, Army. Wilson Miguel Antonio, Army. Wilson Nicholas Eugene, Army. Wilson Nicholas, Navy. Wilson Robert Joseph, Army. Wilson Stephen J., Marine Corps. Wilt Nicholas David, Marine Corps. Wilworth Thomas Joseph, Army. Wimberg David Neil, Marine Corps. Winnie Trevor Anthony, Army. Winchester Christopher David, Marine Corps. Winchester Ronald Dominic, Marine Corps. Winder Nathan Lloyd, Army. Windorski Philip Eugene Jr., Army. Windsor Nathaniel Dane, Marine Corps. Weingart Daniel Weston, Army. Winkler Harry Alconius III, Army. Winkler Jordan Dale, Marine Corps. Winslow Ryan George, Marine Corps. Winston Peter Enders, Army. Winterbottom Jonathan Dea, Army. Wiskowski William Joseph, Marine Corps. Wisdom Clinton Lee, Army. Weiss Robert Allen, Army. Wisniewski Justin Daniel, Army. Witham Donovan Dwayne, Army. Witkowski James, Army. Whitmer Michelle Marie, Army. Witt Owen David, Army.
Witt Kevin Michael, Army. Witt Even Brett Allen, Marine Corps. Warbler Zachary Ryan, Army. Witkowski Mark Anthony, Marine Corps. Wolf James Richard, Army. Wolf Colin Joseph, Marine Corps. Wolf Dune George, Navy. Wolf Jeremy Lee, Army. Wolfer Stewart Adam, Army. Wong Alea Te Wa, Army. Wood Brian Michael, Army. Wood George Andrew, Army. Wood John Edward, Army. Wood Nathan Raymond, Marine Corps. Wood Ronald Tanner, Army. Wood Ryan Mitchell, Army. Wood William Wesley, Army. Woodall Julian McKinnon, Marine Corps. Woodall Peter, Marine Corps. Woodcock Daniel Eugene, Army. Woodham Anthony Lynn, Army. Woodliff Michael Richard, Army. Woods Eric Paul, Army. Woods Gary Lee Jr., Army. Woods Julian Augustus, Navy. Woods Shane William, Army. Woodward Ryan Andrew, Army. Wooden Curtis Lorenza III, Army. Workman Dustin Lee II, Army. Worrell Christopher Dwayne, Army. Worrell Matthew Wade, Army. Worcester James Robert, Army. Worthington Robert Adrian, Army. Wasika James Matthew Jr., Army. Wren Thomas Elvin, Army. Wright Brian Albert, Army.
Wright Derek Darrell, Army. Wright Gregory Anthony, Army. Wright James Christopher, Army. Wright Jason Graham, Army. Wright Thomas George, Army. Roblewski John Thomas, Marine Corps. Woolenweber Luke Charles, Army. Wyatt Daniel Richard, Marine Corps. Wyatt Matthew Allen, Marine Corps. Wyatt Stephen Eugene, Army. Yayuda Benyahamin Ben, Army. Yale Jonathan Tyler, Marine Corps. Yancey Dustin Allen, Army. Yarborough Michael Joe, Marine Corps. Yashinsky Michael Emerson, Army. Yates Michael Edward Jr., Army. Yates Niall III, Army. Yoch William Christopher, Army. Yazzie Clifton Gerard, Army. Barra Henry III, Army. Gerby H. Martin, Marine Corps. Yepson Luke Carney, Marine Corps. Yokuma Keith, Army. Yeomans Justin Ray, Army. Yon James Michael Sr., Army. Yolkin V. Vladimirovich, Army. Yost Anthony Ray Charles, Army. Humans Joshua Vernon, Army. Humans Roderick Antoine, Marine Corps. Young Christopher Dwayne, Army. Young Donald Michael, Army. Young John Joseph, Army. Young Joshua Anthony Richard, Army. Young Ryan Clint, Army. Youngblood Kelly David, Army. Youngblood Travis Levi.
Zabierek Andrew Jonathan, Marine Corps. Zamora Jesse Maria, Army. Zamora Jose, Army. Zangara Nicholas John, Army. Zanudo Adam Oliver, Marine Corps. Zapasnik Stephen Gage, Army. Zapata Mark Anthony, Army. Zapfi William Andrew, Army. Zap Thomas Jan, Marine Corps. Zahn Mickey Edward, Army. Zaweda Angela Akram, Army. Zayas Edgardo, Army. Ziegler Kenneth Eugene II, Army. Ziegler Kevin Lee, Army. Zemer Matthew Thomas, Army. Zambiak Douglas Alexander, Marine Corps. Zieski Benjamin Thomas, Army. Zilberman Miroslav Stephen, Navy. Zelinsky Dennis William II, Army. Zimmer Nicholas Eugene, Army. Zimmerman Christopher Michael, Marine Corps. Zimmerman Luke James, Marine Corps. Zimmerman Travis Clyde, Army. Zimney Christopher Edward, Marine Corps. Zinders Matthew Ross, Marine Corps. Ziolkowski Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Ziolkowski Nicholas Lee, Marine Corps. Zook Ian Thomas, Marine Corps. Zorn Ryan Lee, Army. Zuka Brent Basil, Marine Corps. Zubowski Scott Allen, Marine Corps. Zurhide Robert Paul Jr., Marine Corps. Zyla Michael Shane, Army. Zillman Casey Phillip, Army.
Alexander Joseph, Army. Altamirano Esteban, Army. Bartley Michael Patrick, Army. Beatty Clifford Earl, Army. Bellard Nicholas Price, Army. Bergman Matthew James, Navy. Byers Nathan Ryan, Army. Berner John Franklin III, Army. Campo Emilio Jaime Jr., Army. Caraballo Morales Andy, Army. Carrillo John Jr., Army. Charles Sean Patrick, Army. Cintron Rosado Jose Miguel, Army. Cintron Marcos Armando, Army. Cofield Mark Adams, Army. Cook Michael Benjamin Jr., Army. Crawford James Kevin, Navy. Cruz Dominique Dion, Navy. Delgado Arroyo Jose Alberto, Army. Elliott Daniel Lucas, Army. England Matthew Joseph, Army. Evans LaShawn Donnell, Army. Everts Michael Sale, Army. Philippi Vincent Anthony III, Navy. Finch David Dustin, Army. Fishbeck Christopher Brooke, Army.
Freese Robert Michael, Army. Gallagher Matthew Ryan, Army. Gandy Lolini William, Army. Garcia Christian Anthony Sarcaco, Army. Hanson James Arthur, Air Force. Hartwick Robert Preston, Army. Hickman David Emmanuel, Army. Hill Micah Aaron, Navy. Hinkle Michael John II, Air Force. Hinckley Wesley James, Army. Hocking Brandon Scott, Army. Hodgins Quadi Sareem, Army. Jenkins Philip Chad, Army. Johnson Christopher Page, Air Force. Johnson Dylan Jeffrey, Army. Johnson Stacy Oridia, Navy. Jones David Richard Jr., Army. Lamar Martin James, Army. Laura Andrew Evan, Army. Leap James Ronald Jr., Army. Luff David James Jr., Army. McClamrock James Fleet, Army. Mills Adrian Glenn, Army. Mora Raymond Jr., Army. Nelson Gary Lee III, Army. Newby Nichols Wayne, Army. Nielsen Matthew Ganar, Army. Noonan Gebra Panu, Army. Oliveri Michael Curtis, Army. Owens Corey Charles, Air Force. Proctor Russell Jeremiah, Army. Reed Dylan Thomas, Army.
Reyes Donald Charles, Army. Robinson David Gregory, Army. Scatliff Jorge Antonio, Army. Sewell Glenn Michael, Army. Shapiro Stephen Francis, Army. Stiggins Antonio Giuseppe, Army. Talamontes Stephen L., Army. Tanner Philip Cecile, Army. Tenney Robert Gregory Jr., Army. Torre Jose Antonio Jr., Army. Vencamp David Edward, Army. Vasquez Omar Justine, Army. Vincent Dustin Dale, Army. Winston Mark Clayton, Army. Wilkie James Bryan, Army. Asana Vorsak Thomas, Army.